billion in 2020 compared to 2019 levels, exceeding the immediate impact of the 2008 global financial crisis by 60%, unquote. The restructuring of the global financing architecture to enable access to fresh capital by developing nations, now more than ever, is of immediate necessity if the gains chalked in transforming their economies are not to be eroded and the standards of living of their peoples not to be dangerously lowered. Now is the time for this much discussed and much analyzed institution of ours, the United Nations, to rise to the occasion. One of its agencies, the WHO, has been in the eye of the storm during this crisis, and all of us have to learn the lessons that have emerged. Yes, we should have arguments about the UN and its agencies and their roles, but after 75 years, the arguments should be like the ones we have in our families and not about their very existence. We should correct the long-standing injustice that the current structure and composition of the UN, particularly the Security Council, represents for the nations of Africa. Established in those far-off days of 1945, membership of the Council does not presently reflect the realities of the 21st century. The time has come for the adoption and endorsement of Africa's common position on UN reform, as set out in the El Zawini Consensus, so we can create a modern United Nations fit for purpose in our time. We should also focus our attention on the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially as we mark the beginning of the decade of action to deliver the goals and targets of Agenda 2030. As President, as co-chair of the SDG group of eminent advocates, Ghana believes that the effective implementation of the 17 SDGs remains critical to making the multilateral system relevant in addressing the global challenges we face. Indeed, one such is the threat to the consolidation of democratic governance, especially in Africa, in the face of turbulent conditions prevailing in several parts of Africa. As the newly elected chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, I say that one immediate test confronting the community is the political situation in Mali, following the coup d'etat that ousted President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta, which has been compounded further by the activities of terrorists and violent extremists who are in control of large swathes of that country in some parts of the Sahel region. We have learned, most often through bitter experience, that terrorism and violent extremism are not restricted to particular geographic locations or jurisdictions, as the impact of a single terrorist incident in one part of the world resonates throughout the world. It is incumbent on the UN, and indeed all member states, to lend their support to the efforts being made by ECOWAS to restore normalcy to Mali and help us defeat the scourge of terrorism. Mr. President, the importance of technology has been reinforced in the time of the pandemic. Virtual meetings are now part of our normal lives. Young people have graduated in virtual ceremonies, and we might never go back to some of the many conferences that we used to attend. And it is obvious that technology is the future. Ghana, therefore, welcomes and endorses the Secretary General's recommendation, as contained in the Roadmap on Digital Cooperation, to ensure that no one is left behind. How else would we all have maintained a semblance of keeping in touch in the past 6 months, but for technology? The political season is at its height here in Ghana, as we prepare for presidential and parliamentary elections in December. Like everything else in our world today, even the politicking has been affected by the pandemic, and we cannot campaign for votes in the style to which we are accustomed. We're having to rely on technology to find ways of popularizing our messages in the time of COVID-19. It is a matter of great pride to me that in spite of the difficulties in conducting an election during a pandemic, I'm able to state that all Ghanaians are agreed that we have to work together to ensure that the elections will be transparent, free, fair, safe, and credible. This will be the 8th elections since we embarked on constitutional rule in our 4th Republic in 1992. Each of the elections has seen an improvement on the previous one, and we're looking forward to this year's passing off peacefully with characteristic Ghanaian dignity. We are keenly aware of the reputation that Ghana has built as a tolerant and working democracy, and we have every intention to nurture and improve upon it. Paramount in everyone's consideration is the Ghana Project, which aims to modernize all aspects of our lives and bring prosperity to our land. I have no doubts whatever that at the end of the elections, we shall be proud of ourselves, Africa will have good cause to be proud of us, and the rest of the world will find lessons to learn from us. Last year, 2019, was an extraordinarily exciting year for us in Ghana. It marked the 400th anniversary of the start of the barbaric transatlantic slave trade and the arrival in America of the first captured slaves from West Africa. To mark this tragic anniversary, we declared 2019 the year of return and extended a welcome back to the African continent of the descendants of the slaves who constitute the bulk of the black population in the Americas and the Caribbean. The invitation was enthusiastically taken up, and a great time was had by all. We have every intention to keep a welcome mat laid out in Ghana for members of the African diaspora. We in Ghana live with the grim reality that the majority of the abducted slaves from the continent were transported to the Americas and Caribbean through the forts dotted along our coastline. We owe it to their descendants to find a safe haven in Ghana if they should need it. This responsibility means that we have to make Ghana secure and desirable, both for her present-day citizens and for those in the diaspora that might want to come back either for a visit or stay. I extend the best of luck to all of you from Ghana and look forward to a healthy and happy world. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mozambique to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the singular honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Filipe Jacinto Nunes, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to the 75th session of the General Assembly. I thank you.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm highly delighted to address on behalf of the Mozambican people and on my own behalf the international community in this general debate which takes place at a so historic and symbolic time of the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. For the Republic of Mozambique, this celebration coincides with the 45th anniversary of the acceptance and therefore accession of our country as a legitimate and fully fledged member of this organization, which gives us our honorable place in the international community. I would like to recognize His Excellency Ambassador Tijani Muhammad Bandi, President of the 74th session of the General Assembly, for his performance, and I congratulate you, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of this session of the General Assembly, and I express my country's willingness to work together for the success of your tenure. I warmly congratulate Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless commitment to upholding the ideals enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations by placing the United Nations in the lead of collective efforts to overcome contemporary challenges, including its initiatives aimed at addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, Excellencies, today's world is markedly different from the one that existed when the United Nations was founded. There have been significant improvements in our collective well-being. Social and human development indicators have improved substantially. Life expectancy increased, mortality and morbidity reduced. The number of member states almost quadrupled, from 51 to 193 countries, including Mozambique. Efforts to empower women are now a deepening reality. The theme of this General Assembly faithfully reflects the essence of the United Nations and is a call for renewal of the vision for an integrated and cooperative world where nations express themselves in an open manner and act in a coordinated way in promoting sustainable and inclusive development, taking the 2030 Agenda as their banner. Mozambique therefore upholds the assumptions of common but differentiated responsibility as well as international agreed development goals in the light of the Paris Declaration on the Effectiveness of Development Aid. All this shows that multilateral cooperation remains the best approach to addressing the challenges and mitigating the suffering of the people who are the main reason for the creation of the United Nations. Multilateralism within the United Nations is also key if we take into account that the world economy, especially that of developing countries, has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and its restoration requires global, integrated, and concerted interventions. Nationalism and isolationism in the face of a pandemic are, as far as we are concerned, a prescription for failure to respond to this and other infectious diseases of an unpredictable nature. Other global phenomena and challenges calling for the United Nations-led multilateral intervention include terrorism, climate change, cybersecurity, public health, research and development, trade and industrialization. In the global village in which we live, national and international issues are increasingly less discernible. The transnational nature and interconnection of these phenomena require leadership that recognizes that in today's world, our intervention must take into account the intrinsic relationship between the national, regional, and global citizens. Mr. President, Excellencies, Mozambique welcomes and reiterates its support for the actions of the Secretary General aimed at reforming the United Nations in the areas of peace and security, peace operations, development, and management of the organization. Nevertheless, we are concerned about a lack of progress in the intergovernmental negotiations so that the reform of the Security Council will yield results in line with the 21st century. The reform has the merit of placing international peace, security, and stability as catalysts for the global development agenda, as well as making the UN more representative, efficient, and transparent based on the contemporary geopolitical situation, which will render the decisions of this body more effective and legitimate. So once again, we call on the international community to take advantage of this historic moment of our elections. So,
Good morning. Yeah, oh, I'm peeking. I'm sorry. Not really. Good morning. It's Lady Elred. Y'all get a morning of my voice. I want to tell you some really cool things. Alright. So now the SPN live sheet picks up some of the international stuff for us. Like Media Mansari. I believe it's this one that I'm about to put up. And this one. Oh hey. Those are actually both relevant. The We Are Khaled one. And that one. Now I just gotta figure out where the hell they are. No. Aw, damn it. One of them just went down. Of course. I know one's in Algeria. Actually, both of them are in Algeria. I think. But yeah. That's pretty cool. But it's not gonna have all of them that we have on our list, so there still might be some dupes or missing ones as well. But besides that, good morning. I hope you guys are drinking some water. I'm about to, now that Streamall's all kind of fixed, I'm gonna go stretch a little bit. And then, yeah.
sharing of benefits, which is a salient feature of our governance with regard to climate change. Due to its geographical location, Mozambique has been cyclically affected by extreme events. Every year, the country has suffered cyclones, floods, and droughts, and memories of cyclones Idai and Kenneth are still fresh. More than 1 year later, we continue efforts to rebuild and recover socioeconomic damage combined with adaptation and resilience measures in the light of internationally accepted practices under the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, to which we have been a party since June 2018. We take this opportunity to reiterate our gratitude to the international community for the support provided during and after the cyclones. Mozambique continues to promote sustainable management of biodiversity and ecosystems and natural resources with the purpose of adding value to the integrated local development of community.
You stepped in and provided help at $300 federal supplement on top of the state supplement per month. That has been a 6-week program. It actually just ended last week. But you took the funding out of the Disaster Relief Fund to be able to do that. I personally believe that that $300 extension is a good idea. I think it should be done till the end of the year. I think that's about the right amount. There is no magic number, but that's not disruptive to the labor market as the $600 was. However, my understanding is that the Disaster Relief Fund has now reached its cap. In other words, you set a number that was based on some analysis that left enough money in the Disaster Relief Fund to respond to true natural disasters. So 2 things have happened. One is we've had a lot more natural disasters, even in the last...
هذا علي جدي قال لهم فوتيو على تبون. هادو هما لي زيسلاميست تاع الخرطي، لي زيسلاميست تاع الحكومة. هنايا راه يتعشى مع نزار الجزار الكريمينال حزب فرنسا. هذا اللي راه هارب حاليا، راه هارب. هذا مع برنار أونغي ليفي الصهيوني، برنار أونغي ليفي صديقه حبيبه، هذا اللي دار القيرة. هاو سعيد سعدي مع برنار أونغي ليفي، أغبى فيلسوف في فرنسا. هذا الناس يضحكوا عليه، هذا الإنسان سخرية في فرنسا يضحكوا عليه. وهذا راح باش الكان باش يروح داروا واحد شريط تربه، واحد التمسخير تاعهم بروباغندا. راح شوفوا بالكوستيم بالبابيون، راح يسلم على صاحبه برنار أونغي ليفي، هو المسؤول من المسؤولين عن الحرب في ليبيا، تدمير ليبيا وقتل القذافي. وهذه الصوره احنا خاطينا. هاوليك راح البجايه في الحراك الشعبي خرجوه قالوا له تو ديجاج، على بالنا شكون انت، روح حاوز روحك، هرب. من هذاك اليوم، هذا في 3 ولا 4 ابريل 2019، من هذاك اليوم وكي طاح التوفيق هرب لفرنسا، راه عايش حاليا في فرنسا. حنا نطرحوا له سؤال: واش راك دير في فرنسا سعيد سعدي؟
الوقت
في وقت تكون في وقت البلاد راهي تغلي واش راك دير في فرنسا؟ روح تحارب في البلاد، روح تحرر بلادك من المافيا اللي عطات لك الفيلا في البير الى اخره. هاوليك ها واش قال ايت احمد على سعيد سعدي. سعيد سعدي اكوتي ترو شير او كومبا ديموكراتيك. اوكي، هذا المناضل السياسي سعيد سعدي
Hay un montón de científicos, epidemiólogos que están asegurando que esto es una farsa. Y yo les creo. Y yo les creo. Yo les creo. ¿Saben por qué les creo? Porque potencias como Uruguay tienen 35 muertos. Y aún así la cantidad de habitantes es mucho menor. Suecia nunca han tenido cuarentena. Y no tienen distanciamiento y no andan con el barbijo obligatorio. Hay mucha comprobación. Ahora, si nos dicen la verdad, cómo son las cosas, uno puede empezar a creer. Pero ¿cómo vamos a poder creer cuando nos están mintiendo? Nosotros queremos trabajar, queremos ganar dignamente lo que merecemos. No queremos derrocar un gobernador, no, porque ha sido elegido para que cumpla un mandato. Y necesitamos que ese mandato se cumpla, pero favorable al pueblo, no a los que no están en riesgo, no a los que se van a sentar en una banca. No hemos visto el accionar de ningún diputado, no hemos visto el accionar de ningún senador. Nos han tenido encerrados, ¿para qué? ¿Para qué nos han tenido encerrados? ¿Para proteger a los senadores y diputados? ¡No! Adentro de las casas estamos en riesgo. ¿Por qué? Porque necesitamos mejorar nuestra inmunidad. Por eso salimos a marchar. Por eso la salud pública ahora se suma. Ahora somos 3. Hemos empezado 1. Hace 2 marchas he venido solo. Ahora somos 3. Y así nos vamos a seguir sumando. Le vamos a enseñar a Santiago del Estero que la verdad de la salud pública es otra. Está un desastre. Hay pacientes con peritonitis, hay pacientes con otros problemas de salud que no se pueden atender. Que no se pueden atender. Está bien, déjenlo que se exprese. No contesten nada, está bien. Déjenlo que se exprese. No hay que responder, no hay que responder. Cuando el gobierno nos agreda, no hay que responder. Cuando los ciudadanos nos agredan, no hay que responder. Porque ustedes son malos. No. ¿Ustedes quieren hacer daño? No. Bueno, entonces no hay que responder. ¿Sí? Un gobierno que permite el crecimiento del pueblo es un buen gobierno.
nunca. No somos radicales, no somos peronistas, no somos kirchneristas, no somos macristas, no somos de la coalición, no somos Proyecto Sur. Somos hijos, padres, hermanos, amigos, vecinos, laburantes. Somos argentinos. Parece que Alberto tiene razón. El mérito no es el camino, de lo contrario, él nunca hubiera llegado a presidente. ¿Cómo es posible que el presidente no diga nada sobre las empresas que quebraron o se van de Argentina? ¿Es ciego o no quiere ver? Fernández dijo que no cree en el mérito por experiencia propia. Tal vez tenga razón. ¿Acaso qué mérito hizo él para ser presidente? Ninguno. Solo resignar su dignidad, pisotear su palabra y obedecer sin chistar a Cristina Fernández. La desigualdad existe porque hay gente más talentosa que otra, más trabajadora, más ahorradora, más creativa y más empeñada a forjarse su destino. Bájate el sueldo vos y toda tu clase dirigente. Poné la medida de un docente, de un médico, de un policía y desde ahí háblame de igualdad. Valores o de lo que Dios quiera.
Momento a todos los santiagueños que nos movilizamos para reclamar al gobierno la apertura de todos los rubros. Las medidas que ha dispuesto no nos conforman. Abrir delivery, peluquerías, estética no nos conforman. No llegamos a cubrir los gastos. Pedimos por la vuelta del transporte público, que la mayoría de los santiagueños lo utiliza. No pueden pagar remises. Les comentamos que nos movemos por toda la clase trabajadora, los pequeños emprendedores, empleados que están siendo suspendidos porque no les podemos pagar el sueldo. Nos moviliza el espíritu emprendedor, las ganas de trabajar, la dignidad de no recibir una limosna del Estado, porque un IFE no es ayuda para nadie, es limosna, no se confundan. Nos movilizamos para que dejar de ser una sociedad dominada. Por eso nos movilizan las ganas de los jóvenes de trabajar, que hoy por hoy están trabajando con, se llaman lomiteros clandestinos o ilegales sin necesidad. No es así, no son ilegales ni son clandestinos. Todo se maneja por decreto. Están violando la Constitución.
vamos a escuchar a nuestro Ejecutivo Nacional de la Federación Sindical de Trabajadores Mineros de Bolivia, a nuestro querido hermano Orlando Gutiérrez. Vamos a recibir con fuerte aplauso, queridos hermanos.
Vamos, Orlando.
Allá la provincia de Roma. Allá La Paz. Allá la primera sección Sicafica. Allá la Bolivia, hermanos. Allá nuestros candidatos diputados senadores. Allá nuestro binomio ganador. A ver, hermanos, quiero por ende saludar a todas las autoridades que han hecho posible la llegada a esta tierra tan querida, tan batalladora, tan luchadora, tan revolucionaria. Quiero agradecer mucho a todas las autoridades originarias, varones y mujeres, a las hermanas ejecutivas, hermana Fidelia, también Bartolina departamental, compañero Hugo Torres, central obrera departamental de La Paz, a nuestro diputado Franklin Flores también presente acá, a todas las autoridades presentes, compañeros del pacto también presentes acá. A ver, mis hermanos, vamos a hacer una pequeña reflexión, porque estamos seguros que esa derecha fascista está haciendo seguimiento de todos los puntos de concentración en Bolivia, mis hermanos. Les vamos a hacer recuerdo, a ver, de algo. Ustedes, a ver, ¿cuántos recuerdan de los campos de batalla de Aroma? ¿Cuántos recuerdan, hermanos? A ver, nuestros jóvenes antiguos. 1810, hermanos, ¿recuerdan? Estamos en la misma situación, hermanos, el día de hoy. Tenemos una batalla, mis hermanos. Hoy día Bolivia nos necesita más unidos que nunca, mis hermanos. Yo sé y entiendo. Yo comprendo perfectamente, mis hermanos, que ha habido bastante discrepancia en el tema político, particularmente cuando se hace la evaluación de los 14 años de gobierno que hemos tenido con el proceso de cambio. Pero ahora, mis hermanos, hay que decírselos. Aquellos que nos decían que el proceso de cambio era lo peor que le había pasado a Bolivia y que era mejor tener otro gobierno, ahora que se den cuenta, pues carajo, este es su gobierno de derecha. Ahora que se den cuenta cómo han privatizado las empresas nacionalizadas en Bolivia, Entel, BOA, Yacimientos. Hay algo, mis hermanos, que no debemos de olvidar nosotros, de donde hemos nacido. Quien les habla particularmente orgulloso colquireño del distrito minero de Colquiri, provincia de Inquisibi, mis hermanos. Y el día de hoy están bastantes provincias, de las 20 provincias. ¿Y eso qué significa, mis hermanos? Significa que Bolivia está llegando a entender de que divididos, mis hermanos, vamos a ser más débiles. Divididos nos van a seguir sometiendo, así como nos han sometido en la colonia, así como nos han sometido en la república, así como recordaba hace un momento los campos de las batallas de Aroma. ¿Cuántos españoles habremos liquidado acá por defender nuestra tierra? Nuestro hermano Tupac Katari ha luchado por eso. Tupac Katari y Bartolina sí se han luchado por eso, mis hermanos. Tenemos un legado establecido en el corazón y en la mente, mis hermanos. Está establecido desde nuestros pies que han caminado todas estas piedras, mis hermanos. Nunca olvidemos eso. ¿Quiénes somos? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Y dónde queremos ir, mis hermanos? Hay que decírselo ahora a esta derecha recalcitrante, fascista, que el 18 de octubre Bolivia no solamente va a ir a votar por un aspecto político. Hay que ir a votar, mis hermanos, el 18 por cada muerto que ha habido en Sencata, en Sacaba, en Yapacaní, mis hermanos. Hay que ir a emitir nuestro voto, mis hermanos, por tanta discriminación. Fíjense cómo estoy vestido tradicionalmente, mis hermanos. Yo quiero agradecer semejante honor de ponerme el poncho guairuru, el chullo y obviamente la chalina. Pero ¿qué significa esto, mis hermanos? A ver, dense cuenta. Esto significa la unidad, el pacto obrero campesino, mis hermanos. Estamos unidos. Y yo les auguro, y tenemos que recomendar también a nuestros candidatos, Simona, Berta, la hermana de Patacamaya, Freddy Mamani, Freddy López, compañero Carvajal, Hilarión, todos nuestros candidatos, diputados a senadores, hermanos. Hay que recomendar aquí, mis hermanos.
In a new political age, so that they can fight against structural imbalances which exist since 2003 when it comes to Iraqi power mechanisms. They want good governance. They want the new government to shoulder lofty responsibilities. We need, however, structural reforms in the political, economic and management spheres. We must combat corruption and corrupt individuals that are another facet of the terrorist scourge. Among the tasks which the new government must discharge is the holding of early elections next year. These are elections which must be free and transparent within the framework of a new electoral law. These elections need to be more representative and fairer, and as such will meet the requests of major national popular uprisings and will meet the Iraqis' aspirations and their desire for democracy. Iraqi people aspire to live a decent life. Iraqis must speak, must express their desires, and the government must work to preserve the interests of Iraqis, to listen to these desires, to listen to their requests and to meet them. The government is also called upon to ensure that it has a monopoly over weapons by preventing the use of weapons in any unlawful contexts. Weapons must remain in the hands of Iraqi state institutions. We must also continue our inquiries into crimes committed against activists and protesters. The fight against lawless bodies and arms control form part of a tireless struggle waged by the Iraqi state. We are facing anarchic bodies, extremist elements. Our challenges are difficult ones, but we must get to work and continue to strive in order to achieve peace within our societies and achieve Iraqi sovereignty. The last communique released by the Shiite Supreme Authority, represented by Ayatollah Sistani, following the meeting that he had with the representative of the Secretary General in Iraq, emphasized these various tasks which the Iraqi government must complete so that the country can be rid of corruption and of all weaknesses that plague it. With that in mind, we hope to receive United Nations support as in terms of its coordination with the electoral authorities. We hope to receive from the UN technical assistance for this body, which will guarantee fair elections which will mean that we do not undermine the freedom of Iraqi citizens. Mr. President, our national project is to affirm the rule of law and its supremacy, and to uphold our commitments to our citizens. We do not want Iraq to become a sort of playground for other forces which will kill themselves on our territory. We have witnessed enough wars and enough attacks on our sovereignty. An independent Iraq and a sovereign Iraq is a country in which all interests of all citizens can be protected. It is a state which will be able to protect the region and to guarantee economic cooperation between all members and to fight against terrorism and extremism. For all of these reasons, we hope to count on effective support from our neighbours so that we can successfully conclude this national project. It will have a positive impact on the future of Iraq and the region, if not, and indeed, on the entire world. Here, we reiterate our position on the need for a resolution of the Palestinian question. We must respond to the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people by creating an independent state so we can preserve the security and the peace of the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, let us today recall our martyrs that have sacrificed their life for freedom and for the fight against terrorism. I commend our young people who prove day after day their determination to live in freedom and dignity. Let us together look towards the future. Let us continue to support our young people as they walk the path of freedom, rule of law, sovereignty, and justice. To conclude, we renew our gratitude and our thanks to the United Nations as we mark the organization's 75th anniversary. There is no alternative to the United Nations, this organization that brings us together despite our differences. It's our only option. It brings us together at a time when we're facing transnational crises such as the pandemic, climate change, problems linked to food security, and the issue of migration. All of these issues can only be dealt with through the United Nations and its charter. There is no doubt whatsoever that the global order has failed over the last 75 years in a number of ways. We have witnessed extreme pain, the genocide in Rwanda, war and massacres that the Iraqi people have suffered. We've witnessed the crisis that continues in Syria and that in Libya. We must learn the lessons of the past. We must ensure the Sustainable Development Goals can evolve, and we must strive for reform within the United Nations so that the organization can meet our people's aspirations. Thank you for your kind attention. We pray to the Almighty God that our next meeting will be held in a pandemic-free world, but also a world free of any other viruses such as hatred, corruption, war, and terrorism. May the peace of God be with you. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Finland to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland, to the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations. Thank you.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate Mr. Volkan Bozkır for the election as the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. You can count on Finland's support as you lead this important body during these exceptional times. And the times are exceptional indeed. At the start of this year, nobody could have foreseen that we are not able to gather in New York this September. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit all of us hard. Extending around the globe, it is affecting every continent and state, all people, and all areas of life. A pandemic is by definition a global challenge. It requires a global response. No country is able to combat this common enemy alone. No one is safe until all are safe. An effective global response can only come from all of us together, from the United Nations. I would like to reiterate our unwavering support for the UN system in general and the World Health Organization in particular for their efforts to manage the fight against the pandemic. I also would like to express my appreciation for the strong leadership Secretary General Antonio Guterres has shown during this crisis. Mr. President, although the COVID-19 pandemic is far from over, it has already taught us a number of important lessons. Firstly, it has shown that we have to take health security much more seriously. Before the next pandemic emerges, we need better prevention and better preparedness. In this work, the Global Health Security Agenda can provide the WHO with valuable support. Secondly, it has unfortunately revealed how we are tempted to react to immediate threats nationally, not internationally. When this pandemic broke out, our initial reaction was not to unite behind multilateral efforts. Instead of a much-needed global response, we witnessed a series of national responses. Faced with a completely new situation, this may have been understandable, but it does raise concerns on how we will be able to combat other global challenges. Thirdly, however, and this is more encouraging, the past 6 months have also proven our capability to radical measures when needed. In order to contain the pandemic, governments, societies, and individuals were suddenly prepared to change their behavior. As soon as the magnitude of the threat was perceived, unconventional solutions were sought. This gives us hope. Where there is a will, there is a way. We must not lose sight of the even more persistent existential threat to humanity, climate change. Our lives may have been on lockdown this year, but climate change has not stopped for a moment. The urgency of bold and swift climate action is growing day by day. Our commitments to the Paris Agreement must prevail. We must redouble our efforts for their implementation. We must make a virtue out of necessity. As the entire world now needs a recovery strategy, we have to make sure that we choose a road towards a sustainable future. Instead of returning to our unsustainable habits, we truly have to build back better and greener. The Secretary General's 6 principles for building back better have our full support. All recovery measures must be assessed from the perspective of their climate and environmental impacts. The Paris Agreement, the 2030 Agenda, and the Convention on Biological Diversity need to guide our way forward. Finland is ready to do its share. The Finnish government stands firmly behind its aim to make Finland climate neutral by 2035, and thus the world's first fossil-free welfare society. We will continue to integrate sustainable development into our state budget. We are determined to transform Finland into a socially, economically and ecologically sustainable society during this decade. And we continue to work actively in international partnerships. The Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, led by Finland and Chile, has grown to include more than 50 countries. This cooperation helps countries to integrate climate considerations into economic, fiscal and financial policies. Mr. President, precisely when the demand for global solutions is rising, our ability to provide them is weakening. Multilateralism suffers from inward-looking nationalism and great power competition alike. The institutions we have built together over decades are under growing pressure. International agreements, norms and principles are increasingly challenged and interpreted in ways which weaken both their potential and their legitimacy. Ultimately, if respect for the commonly agreed rules disappears, there will be not much left of a rules-based order. We need to reverse this trend. More than ever, we need effective multilateral cooperation. More than ever, we need the United Nations. It is not only the common responsibility of all of us, the member states, to make it stronger. It should be obvious that it is our common interest too. It is equally obvious that all international institutions need to adapt to changing circumstances. New actors and new technologies create new kinds of challenges. Old structures and old instruments alone will not be sufficient to respond to them. But discarding existing frameworks would create a dangerous vacuum. Nuclear weapons are becoming a particularly worrying example. With one agreement after the other lapsing, we soon risk losing even the last elements of new.
I'll put that stream that you just submitted in, alright, but I need to go walk to the store real quick, because I was planning on doing it in like an hour or so, but since it's gonna be a busy day, I'm gonna get all my shit that I need done now, instead of later, so I don't have to get up too much. I mean, I'm still gonna get up and stretch because that's healthy, but yeah, okay, go get your snacks, go get your waters. It's gonna be a long day. Hopefully a long, good day.
Juntos, por favor. Hoy mortales el grito sagrado. Libertad, libertad, libertad. Hoy del ruido de rotas cadenas, desde el trono a la noble igualdad. Ya su trono vinísimo abrieron las provincias unidas del sur, y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino. Salud al gran pueblo argentino, salud, y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino, salud, y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino. Que supimos conseguir, colgados de gloria, vivamos. Oh, juremos con gloria al morir, oh, juremos con gloria al morir, oh, juremos con gloria al morir. León. No debéis haber México en Quito y arrojarse con Cañatanás. Y cuánto ahora bañados en sangre, Potosí, Cochabamba y La Paz.
President of the Republic of Palau.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Ali from the Republic of Palau. Please allow me to begin by congratulating His Excellency Volkan Bozkır on his election as President of this historic 75th session of the General Assembly. I also wish to express Palau's thanks to His Excellency Tijani Mohamed Bandi for his leadership of the Assembly over the past year, guiding us through these unprecedented challenges. Mr. President, some 19 years ago, I had the privilege of addressing this Assembly for the first time as President of the Republic of Palau. In January, I will complete my public service, having served as President for 16 of those years, and I will return to being a fisherman in Palau's pristine waters. In my final address to the General Assembly today, I want to reflect on the differences these last 2 decades have made and on the many benefits Palau has enjoyed from its relationship with the United Nations. When I addressed the 52nd session of the General Assembly, we were meeting 2 months after the horror of the 9/11 attacks. My message then was one of unity, of recognizing a new spirit of cooperation that globalization was fostering in response to 9/11. I said then, and I quote, "While we remain shocked, saddened, and deeply offended by the events giving rise to the new unity, we must acknowledge and nurture whatever good those events can be turned to. We now have the ability to see the clear advantages of close cooperation on matters which affect us all." In a way, this call remains apt today. We meet not in the shadow of terrorism, but in the shadow of global pandemic. We do not see human evil in this pandemic in the way we did in the perpetrators of 9/11. But the challenge of our response is not so different. To craft closer cooperation between nations, large and small, rich and poor, to unite in the face of a shared crisis in a way that might have seemed unlikely a year or 2 ago. In 2001, I emphasized that there is only one system in which we exist, and the related understanding that any act or condition within that system affects each of us, although in varying ways and degrees. In such a system, problems are best addressed through coalition building and a consensus-driven approach and process of give and take involving the widest possible range of participants. This is no less true today. than it was in 2001. We took up many opportunities for coalition building after 9/11, on terrorism, and the Millennium Development Goals, and on advancing the doctrine of the responsibility to protect. Other challenges still remain and have intensified, especially those challenges to the health of our planet. Our method in addressing this ecological crisis must also be to turn towards coalition building, a consensus-driven approach, and to form new partnerships for enhancing ambition and effective implementation. We must act in solidarity with each other because it is a shared future that we face together, which we cannot address if we are divided. Our immediate shared future is, of course, the pandemic, and I wish to extend our condolences at the loss of life suffered by so many around the world to this virus. In Palau, we have been fortunate to remain free of COVID-19 cases, but we are certainly not free of the consequences of this pandemic. Sometimes we hear people say that health is more important than money, and that is certainly true. But a national economy is not money. It is the system that determines quality of life and that delivers critical public services. It is the environment, healthcare, education. It is food on the table. This pandemic has put Palau into a level of isolation we have not known for many, many years. We struggle with disruptions to supply chains for food and essential medicines. We struggle to connect patients with life-saving medical treatment, for which we previously relied on off-island providers in larger countries. We struggle to keep families united, to keep college students in school, and to keep family breadwinners working. Private sector unemployment is approaching 50%, and it will take years to recover what we have lost in months. This pandemic highlights a feature of multilateral development we have been pointing out for many years now. The truth is, Palau's high-income categorization is in many ways unrealistic. It does not match the facts on the ground or reflect our tremendous vulnerability as a small economy. This has to be addressed because the current rules deny us help we desperately need. The unified response from the international community should extend to our small island circumstances. This means access to concessional finance and to innovative financial support so that we too can prepare to recover from the economic crisis that the pandemic has brought, to rebuild the physical space for investing in sustainable development that the pandemic has wiped out. We know that this pandemic is far from over, and small states cannot also be left out in the race to seek an effective vaccine. In a global community, parts of the world cannot be made safe in isolation. Vaccine hoarding will harm us all. Palau's recovery from the economic crisis of COVID will not be possible without sharing in this process to develop a vaccine. As a result, Palau will be participating in the COVAX facility being coordinated by Gavi and partners as our best shot to pooling resources and supporting equitable access to a vaccine, if and when one becomes available. Meanwhile, we will also continue to work with our close friends in the United States in close partnership with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. We cannot let this individual threat distract us from the long-term threats we continue to face. Our long-term health, development, and prosperity depend on repairing our relationship with nature. This is especially the case in responding to our ocean emergency. Marine pollution, overfishing, and acidifying and warming seas that are taking their toll on the health of our ocean. And our human prosperity depends on a healthy ocean. At the beginning of this year, Palau reached a new milestone by implementing the Palau National Marine Sanctuary. We are protecting 80% of our exclusive economic zone as a no-take protected area, echoing our ancient tradition of a bull, a moratorium on fishing in order to sustain fisheries for the long term. And we will be developing an artisanal domestic fishing sector in the other 20% of our EEZ to diversify our economy, sustain jobs, and improve access to healthy seafood. Palau is a large ocean state, and we are acting in accordance with our responsibilities for stewardship over our EEZ. But the ocean covers the majority of our planet's surface. We hope that Palau's actions will inspire ambition elsewhere. We are all ocean people, even if we do not live near coasts. All of humanity depends on the ocean for food, for climate regulation, for trade, for security, and for so much more. The High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy, which I co-chair, has been building a blueprint for this ocean ambition. While the panel's work has been underway long prior to the pandemic, its analysis highlights how investments in key ocean economy sectors provide a way to build back bluer from the pandemic, with benefits for jobs, the environment, and human health. These include protecting coastal and marine ecosystems, such as mangroves, investing in sewage and wastewater infrastructure for coastal communities, and in zero-emission marine transport. At the end of this year, the Ocean Panel will launch our recommendations and transformative actions that we need to take to transition to a sustainable ocean economy. We cannot let this opportunity to rebalance production and ocean protection escape us. To complement these actions, it is also vital that negotiations on a high seas treaty are completed next year. We need to close this governance gap on the high seas so that we are able to effectively protect the ocean beyond national jurisdiction. Additionally, at next year's Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, the ocean must not be neglected. The Global Biodiversity Outlook released last week starkly warns that we have not been successful in reaching the targets set forward a decade ago in Aichi. Significant implementation gaps remain. As we set a new framework for the conservation of nature over the next decade, we need to act with greater urgency and with greater solidarity for implementation of these targets in developing countries. At least 30% of the ocean needs to be protected by 2030. The role of coral reefs also needs to be appropriately recognized. But for this framework to be effective, it must learn the lessons of the past decade, that goals must be supported by adequate resources. While the climate COP26 may also have been delayed by the pandemic, this cannot delay increased climate ambition and support for the implementation of increased ambition. Responding to the climate emergency is of existential concern, and the momentary drop in emissions this year cannot be allowed to generate any complacency about global progress. The climate finance commitments made by the developed countries cannot be shirked during this pandemic, because to do so is to undermine the ability of the most vulnerable to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. The Green Climate Fund needs to continue its work and simplify the access for the most vulnerable, such as small island developing states. In Palau, our preparations to reach our NDC target of 45% renewable energy generation are progressing. Solar power and a supporting microgrid will soon reduce our minuscule emissions, but also serve as a form of adaptation, increase our energy security and resilience, and reduce the volatilities of imported fossil fuels. With the right support in implementation, we can go further in bringing forward an enhanced NDC before COP26. We are ready for the energy transition in Palau, but we need the right partnerships to deliver on our ambition. As the current impacts of the climate emergency worsen, they are generating more security threats to vulnerable countries, especially small island states. We welcome Germany's initiative to convene a Security Council debate on the climate emergency this year. We reiterate the goal of the Pacific Island states for the appointment of a special representative of the Secretary General on Climate and Security to integrate these concerns into the Council's agenda. Time and time again, Palau has emphasized the need for effective partnerships to support sustainable development. This is especially true as we begin the decade of action to deliver the SDGs, and it is the unique role of the United Nations to facilitate these partnerships. Our guiding frameworks, such as the Samoa Pathway, have already been agreed. What is needed is the support for implementation. In Palau, a tangible expression of this support is in the partnerships with multiple friends for infrastructure development in our Global Village conference facilities in Koror. These facilities have been progressively upgraded over the past year in partnership with UNAPS, and which I will officially open next week. Durable, quality infrastructure is a cornerstone of sustainable development. While Palau is an island, the partnerships that have made this global village possible remind us about the solidarity shown by friends all over the world. Since my first address to the General Assembly as President in 2001, I have reiterated Palau's call for Taiwan to be allowed to participate in international organizations. We regret that this was denied again at this year's World Health Assembly. At the very moment when the world needed to come together to respond to the pandemic, we failed to do so. And I do mean that. We failed. Taiwan, a public health leader that has implemented one of the world's most effective pandemic responses, was left out of the global response to this pandemic, and that made the world less safe. In this pandemic, Taiwan has generously shared its experience and expertise with Palau, including critical support for establishing on-island testing capacity and PPE procurement. The effectiveness of Taiwan's control over the pandemic has been recognized by many others, and if included in international health coordination mechanisms, can also share these lessons with the rest of the world. As such, Taiwan is one of the only places on earth that is safe enough for quarantine-free travel with COVID-free nations like Palau. And we are currently working together to create...
It's not always easy to have, and in fact, many times parents simply prevent their children from accessing this vital content. So through our partnership with Girl Effect, we've been working to build trust with parents to allow their daughters to access pre-vetted content. Over 7.5 million girls have used that service across Africa. So it's through a combination of responsibility and action by families, the private sector, and of course governments, that we can create a safer online world.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Ms. Kat, how has online harassment of women caused setbacks for women in terms of their right to freedom of expression?
Well, what happens when women are attacked online. It has a chilling effect on women willing to then speak out. It is ironic, this year is the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration. And on this 25th anniversary, we see a spike on sexual and gender-based violence in homes, as well as online. We see women who are attacked.
Okay, I'm back. That took a little bit longer than necessary, but yeah, let me double check all the links that were submitted while I was gone, and I'll fix the stream.
Intensification of attack. And that is putting women back into silence again. Women have come out, they have spoken out, they are organizing, they are speaking out, but they're facing this double threat of what happens in their real lives and what happens in the virtual world. And therefore, I was very pleased to hear Mr. Reed's description of how Vodafone can actually, companies, corporations, social platforms, social media platforms can take action, how they can act to improve the situation for women and girls. But states and governments also have a responsibility, first of all, in criminalizing sexual and gender-based violence online, as they have done offline, and ensuring that law enforcement authorities are aware of that. I think there is a role for education and awareness, and there is a role for protection and service for women, and particularly for involving women in these strategies to end violence against women. It's worked in the real world, it must work in the online world, virtual world as well.
Thank you, Ms. Kad. Ms. Wikra Maniaki, what have you been hearing from young girls in terms of facing online harassment and violence? And how do young people think the issue should be resolved? Because I think that a big part of what the world is missing today is actually hearing from those who are affected. So in your work as the Secretary General's Youth Envoy, what have you heard? And what have they said as ways to solve and protect them?
Thank you, Adebola. I wish I could tell you that I haven't been hearing much, but unfortunately, that's not the reality. The digital space is often not the safest and the friendliest space for young women and girls. And as data have shown, and the previous speakers mentioned, many young women and girls experience harassment and violence online, myself included. From cyber stalking to cyberbullying to catfishing to identity theft, young women and girls face these in the digital world every single day. So the digital space unfortunately had made it easier for online harassment and violence to take place because of the possibility of perpetrators hiding behind anonymous or fake profiles. Although now we could see the power of online communities standing behind young female survivors digital world every single day. So the digital space unfortunately had made it easier for online harassment.
Or to Palau from India, Brazil, and South Africa's poverty reduction facility to support the revitalization of education facilities. This solidarity between some of the world's largest states and Palau, one of the world's smallest, is a powerful demonstration of a commitment towards the UN's values and the vision of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, as one of the youngest members of this organization, since we gained our independence,
Walang kawalang kanakaputan wa atip kanya niyo, hani atip kapkistani tu manakaga, ukita kiphewa. Echa hupana kahawanita kanos tata hupana kamanuasiski. Bien egoístas son, individualistas son, están viendo, hermanos. Los de la derecha tienen varios partidos. ¿Cómo no comienzan casi siempre? Y vas a estar mayaquitanay. Nuestro instrumento pues nace, hermanos, en el seno de nuestro pueblo, de nuestros movimientos sociales, del movimiento campesino indígena. Mayas asanya nefira naka, respeta presta nepe. Iwas atim takano kratsan nakaskanya neka, hiskata simka kinestanewa. Iwasan waina naka tawacho nakasa.
We have Minsk, and of course it's only Ripley showing it. Fucking Lukashenko, man. I'm putting it up right now. now. So yeah, one last announcement before I'm probably gonna be quiet for a little bit. Is that I'm gonna need your guys' help on searching for streams because it is once again going to be a semi-busy day. It's to Belarus. Make sure to drink water, all that good stuff.
Espiña collera kiwa. La espiña pues elaboramos con cal, hermanos. Y la cal limpia pues, si comemos quispiña, no coronavirus a su tijaniti. Ani kuka atulin sa pengas kaptante. Hiranaka kulyakanaka mayurun ha, hiwasan sarawi saha, hiwasan yatiwi saha, pangkar haniwa wasitata. Ucatpiaca hiwasan Culiaca, mira, nos está dando un mensaje nuestra Culiaca. En su sombrero tiene una flor. Está diciendo que nuestra cultura de la unidad, de la hermandad, de la armonía va a florecer nuevamente. Hiwasaba Pancariañani. Y estamos junto a nuestro abuelo Tupac Katari. Estamos con nuestros chicotes, hermanos. El chicote es la codificación, la materialización del Katari. Somos pues hijos de Tupac Katari. Katari pues andaba por aquí. Hani hukam sarnak kanyaniti ubijama kampeke alcata. Dejaremos de ser ovejas, volveremos a ser llamas, hermanos, caminaremos con la frente altiva. Estamos en la bachata, Gilanaka Sapine y Tanua. Tenemos raíces Sapine y Tanua. Suma Sapinda Tatanua, Haniwa Chakayam Kistaniti, Waranka Nakaptanua. Los mineros tienen sapi. Son aymaras, son quechuas. Somos hermanos, los profesores también, Sapine y Tanua, Gilata. Gilata Mamani. Cuidado que nos vayas mamando después, mamani. ¿Ah? Hamachi Mancani dice. Mamani Nakawalfani Hapstanwa. Ani Lorenzo Nakmakanta Patat. Lorenzo Nakmakasi para que ya tan pijuasa. Lorenzo, hermanos, pura energía es. Armas Haptanay. Pasa Mancasi, Armas Haptan. Kuna apiganak Mancasi, Armas Haptan. Gilanaka, Culiacanaka. Hermanos, nuestra cultura va a florecer nuevamente. Atip Hanyaniwa, Kiwasaki Kautanak Lurastan, Kiwasaki Kuna Chamasanak Chokustan, Kiwasaki Kuna Awayunak Saustan, Kiwasi Panuatakikunas Utki.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this a little bit delayed, but yeah, there's running happening in Belarus right now, and it's not. Yeah, there it is.
Hermanos o quechuas, artesanos aymanes o quechuas, que tiene que hacer mucha tan que tipen sacan mancajotje, que va a pana, y si señas kunats que va a panutje, hadi va a saxaga, a la que usar na capaspa, a la que vara paspa. ¿Ah? Ukatli hupan nakasistan ka ara hani pone hupan nakakuna ni kisiwasa ka okata tawa takipona ni tawa amo yuni tawa suma amo yuni hupan nakaste ara hani kuna ni kisa ara que no es ala es estudio. Ara quiere decir que no tiene principios, que no tiene sentimientos, que no tiene no tienen nada. Ukat mo ba nakaha? Rumkata siphe hiranaka kuya. Hiranaka rumka siphañani, aquí nuestra hermana de las Martolinas, kupag irtas kita baca kalapas markan kirina karo hiwasana kuya kana kasaro wani chamampi. Hani wiskachayas hanyaniti kuyaka, hani wiskachayas hanyaniti. Akan kaskara kiwa sana hilasa Minero Orlando. Iwasan piskara kiwa kititima kasenchal obrera departamental Sartay Nairaru, no? Iwasan piskiwa hilata Hugo Toses. Hugo Toses. Po irtas kita pacha bajadero na kaswas La Paz Marcasan. Akan kaskarakiwan nuestro hermano de Conamac. Sapaki hutatan haniwar bir pangkatanat umaskarakis muhilat. Ah? Kumalay ko humoristio. Aquí también está nuestro hermano diputado Jupawanich Amampo Arsusi. Orgullo para nuestra provincia. Orgullo para los aymaras.
Cofecay presente.
Guaynaski Guajupaja. Estamos con nuestra música, hermanos. Este nuestro proceso es para recuperar nuestro orgullo, nuestra música, nuestro saharaui, nuestra identidad. Es para construir la unidad. Akan kaskarakiwa wasiwa Cofecay. Akan kaskihilata Cofecay, Guaynucho. Solteros tiupaj. Walhani simtan waranka nakaptumpas kaphanyani. Tumpas kaphanyani, amoy kipaphanyani, lupi kipaphanyani, anaktasi phanyani, yaw kipaphanyani. Kilanaka kuyakanaka. En castellano son investigadores, en aymara son yaujeres, hermanos. Y hay pues nuestros investigadores, nuestros profesionales. Acá hilatan yaukasit manapakan. El aymara bien dulces, hermanos. Kuchiki aymara nakahawali, kuchiki usar nakasipayatan. Limachito hamachito kunas kamachito hamachito wichhatito. Hasta trabalenguas tenemos. ¿Cómo hay girata ni chukamaque? Campo Nisquiwa.
Yes, and to take their freedom and their independence
in strict compliance with gender criteria and in the spirit of the Security Council resolution on women, peace, and security. In this context, we believe that the UN Security Council,
Mayor of Louisville. Late this morning, Attorney General Daniel Cameron informed me that he will make his announcement about whether criminal charges will be filed in the Breonna Taylor case at 1:30 p.m. today, immediately following a presentation of the grand jury's decision to the court. This is obviously a day that people across our city and our nation have been anticipating. We have seen strong emotions, grief, anger, conviction, compassion, hopelessness, and more on our streets for almost 120 days now, as people have demonstrated, calling for racial equity, calling for a reimagination of public safety, and calling for justice for Breonna Taylor. I do not know what the decision from the AG will be. What is important is that all the facts come out on what occurred on the night of Breonna Taylor's death. And no matter what Attorney General Cameron announces, I urge everyone to commit once again to a peaceful, lawful response like we've seen for the majority of the past 4 months. I ask that we, all of us, maintain that critical and unwavering focus on the need for racial equity, for reimagining public safety, so we can all move forward as a city. For today and subsequent days, we must plan for the potential for large gatherings. Representatives of my office and LMPD have been in contact with some of the protest organizers, and our goal is ensuring space and opportunity for people to gather and express their First Amendment rights while maintaining public safety. I want to thank LMPD for the work that they're doing, often under difficult conditions, to keep our people and our city safe. And I urge everyone to realize that we must all work through these challenging times, and the only way we're going to do it is to do it together. The plans that we have already put in place include 3 executive orders, 2 already announced, and 1 new order. The first order declared a state of emergency due to the potential for civil unrest. This basically allows for exercising any of the emergency powers, including those to hire or contract for services, and implementing curfews and other restrictions. The second order, also already announced, restricts access to downtown parking garages and on-street parking in order to provide an extra layer of security for protests in and around Jefferson Square Park. My third executive order sets a countywide 72-hour curfew from 9 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. beginning tonight. The curfew does not apply to people in the community to work, going to and from work, houses of worship for services, or those seeking medical attention for themselves or others. Now, people have been asking, how can I help to ensure peaceful protests? The main thing is we're asking people to do their public protest during light. That's the purpose of having the curfew in here. Most of the violence that we've encountered over the past few months has occurred after dark. So we're asking that if you decide to join a protest, you wrap things up by 8 o'clock or so, and so you can start to head home and be home by 9 p.m. In addition to these orders, all Louisville Metro government buildings in the downtown corridor, including Metro Hall and City Hall, will be closed the rest of today and tomorrow. And I'm asking downtown area businesses to allow employees to work remotely as well whenever possible. To provide more detail on our plans, here is LMPD Chief Robert Schroeder. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Fisher. The past several months have been difficult for our community and for the LMBT police officers who have pledged to serve our public. We as a community need to move forward. Over the past several months, LMPD has been working with the community to improve our policies and procedures to better reflect community expectations. Today's announcement is yet another step moving ahead for this community. Whatever the decision is, our officers are prepared to keep doing what they have been doing continuously since May 28th, protecting the public while also ensuring the constitutional right for people to express their feelings in a lawful and peaceful manner. As Mayor Fisher said, we are prepared for gatherings, including large gatherings. And we have been working to ensure people have a safe space to do so. In addition to the measures the mayor outlined, we have restricted the area immediately adjacent to Jefferson Square Park to vehicular traffic, allowing pedestrian traffic only. We have put barriers in place to enforce those safety limits. There is also no parking and limit vehicle access from Broadway north to Market Street and from 2nd Street to 9th Street. Anyone heading to the park is asked to ride share to cut down on the traffic, but they must also be prepared to walk a few blocks. We are facilitating anyone with ADA concerns with access at 6th and Market Streets, and we are working with residents, business owners, and downtown employees to allow needed access. To get into downtown, you may go to 2nd and Jefferson, 9th and Chestnut, 8th and Market, and 7th and Broadway. To get out of downtown, you may go to 9th and Jefferson, 2nd and Chestnut, 3rd and Market, and 4th and Broadway. To ensure adequate staffing, we have canceled all vacation requests and off days for our LMPD members. And while much of our focus is in the downtown area where we have seen previous demonstrations and most of the focus has been centered, I assure you we have resources distributed throughout the entire metro prepared to meet any challenge we may face. LMPD will also be joined by various state, local, and federal partners helping to keep our community safe, and we appreciate their assistance. I know for many, these steps have been causing inconvenience, but given some of the crowd sizes we saw in the early days and what we have seen nationally in protests in other cities, we must take these steps out of an abundance of caution to keep this community safe. Our hope is that people will lawfully and peacefully express themselves. We will not tolerate any violence or destruction of property. Let's all be safe, then come together and work on the challenges we face as a city and as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And again, we're taking these steps out of an abundance of caution. And our deep hope is that we see a continuation of the peaceful protests that have largely been the rule over the past several months. I want to also ask again that people be mindful that many times over these past months, rumors and false information have spread quickly on social media and created a lot of unnecessary worry. So please, everyone, base your behavior and decision on facts and do not participate in the spread of misinformation. The best source for accurate information will be on the social media sites maintained by my office, LMPD, and other official Louisville Metro government accounts. Those are listed in our press release, and we urge media to share them. We will be updating those sites continuously. And again, we continue to support peaceful, lawful efforts to draw attention to the need for racial equity in our city and our country. To that end, I'd now like to have Vincent James, our Chief for Community Building, share with us some of the efforts his office have made toward that goal. Chief James.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also would like to thank the citizens of Louisville, because over these past several months, we've seen some incredible feats as it relates to peaceful protests. People having the capacity and the ability to be able to express their First Amendment right. And I want to thank each and every citizen for doing so. I want to also share with you a couple things that are happening and has been happening out of the Office for Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods, which is one of the agencies that reports to me. Again, my name is Vincent James. I'm the Chief of Community Building. And one of the things we've been working with as it relates to the faith community, which we feel is an integral part, the interfaith community, which is an integral part to the working of our city and to be able to share and have the moral authority in their voice and their speaking, and to be able to understand this peace that surpasses all understanding. And so with that, one of the things as we started meeting with several interfaith groups, we started an initiative called Louisville Prays. This initiative is a multi-faith prayer initiative conceived by our city and with the city as we await the decision that is going to be made. We wanted to ensure that all of us had an opportunity to be able to express how we felt through prayer, through meditation, through chants, through other things as it relates to your individual faith tradition. This series is co-sponsored by Interfaith, those who Interfaith Pathway to Peace, and also CIR, excuse me, and that is the Center for Interfaith Relations. It kicked off yesterday at 12:30 at the Big Four Bridge, which was very impactful because the waterfront gave us an opportunity to be able to pray peacefully by the riverfront. And as we continued, we also have a group of faith leaders that have decided, as they've been working with protesters, engaging in the protests themselves, also put together a de-escalation team. These faith leaders have been trained in de-escalation to where they can continue to help to keep the peace, where they can intervene in those times that things may seem to be getting out of hand. They have an opportunity to be able to communicate and work with our citizens to be able to ensure the safety that is needed. We also have an opportunity to be able to share with every house of faith in this city. Many houses of faith have already signed up to where they are simply going to open their doors once the announcement is made. We don't know what the announcement is going to be, but we do know this. There are going to be people who are going to be upset for whatever reason. There are going to be some people who don't have any feelings at all. There's going to be people who don't even know how to process what they've heard. And so we are asking houses of faith to open their doors on tonight to give opportunity for the community to come in and to be able to pray, to be able to sit in silence, whatever they may need, at least an hour, to give them an opportunity to be able to do so. And we have many other events and different things that are going to be happening throughout our city as we engage our community and how we recognize and we are going to realize that this will be a defining moment for our city. And in this defining moment, truth will come forth. And when truth arises, we all rise. And so we are encouraged by what we've seen so far, the display of our citizens in their peaceful protest. And we're looking forward in terms of what we're going to be doing in the coming days. Thank you so much for your attention. I'll now turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Reverend James. Appreciate you. With that, we'll now be happy to take a few minutes of questions for any of the speakers.
Okay. Again, I invite media to put your questions in the chat area, and we will get to as many as we can. The first question is from Marcus Green from WDRB, and this question is for Chief Schroeder. What specific local, state, and federal agencies are assisting LMPD?
So we have a variety of agencies helping us, including the Kentucky State Police, many of our local partner agencies, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, St. Matthews Police Department, Jeffersontown Police Department, and a variety of other local agencies. We have a variety of federal partners on hand, including the FBI, ATF, Federal Protective Services, and many others to help us out. The National Guard will be assisting us. I do not have the exact number of the soldiers with me right now, but that is something we may be able to get later.
Chief, while you're there, Ryan Van Velser of WFPL has asked, has the National Guard been activated? How many members will be here? Are federal security forces in town, and what do you know about them?
Yes, the National Guard has been activated again. I don't have the exact number with me, but we can get that information to you. And we do have a variety of federal partners, including Federal Protective Services in town.
Also, Chief, from Steve Bittenbender from the Center Square, regardless of the grand jury's decision, will that report give the administration the information it needs to make personnel decisions on the remaining officers involved in the case? If not, what else does the city need, and how long do you anticipate that to take?
We don't know what the opinion will be of the courts. We don't know what information they have that we may not have. They did their own investigation subsequent to our investigation. As far as next steps, I'd like to introduce Major Jamie Schwab, the commander of our Special Investigations Division, to describe the next steps of the process.
Thank you, Chief. Major Jamie Schwab with our Special Investigations Division. Our Professional Standards Unit has received the case, and at this point in time, they can really only do background work related to it until we actually have a ruling or a decision by the grand jury. At that point in time, depending on that, one of the biggest things we're going to need to do as part of our administrative investigation is re-interview the officers involved in the incident. So That will be time consuming. I don't want to necessarily put an exact time frame on how long that will take. And again, a lot of that is dependent on what occurs today after the decision is made.
Chief Schroeder, why are working media not allowed to drive their work vehicles into the city's restricted area?
By the restricted area, if you mean the area immediately adjacent to Jefferson Square Park, that area is restricted to all vehicular traffic, and that is to assure both the safety of the people in the vehicles and to any pedestrians that may be gathered there. And that applies to anybody who is not an emergency service person, an EMS person, a firefighter, or somebody who has a legitimate safety need to be there. It is a restriction on all vehicular traffic.
Thank you. And for the mayor, Lucas Allback from the Courier-Journal asked, how much contact have you had with Cameron or his office in the past few days in the lead up to today's announcement?
Not an extensive amount. As I mentioned, I talked to him late this morning where they gave us the notice that they would be having an announcement at 1:30 today. So they've been deliberating and going through their process. As he said many times, they've been wanting to take the time that was required for their process to work itself out.
Also for you, Mayor, Ryan Van Velser from WFPL asked, what is your reaction to allegations that roadblocks and curfews downtown are infringing on people's First Amendment rights? Protesters say it feels like a trap. Last time there was a curfew, peaceful protesters were tear gassed.
No, the purpose of the precautions that have been put in place have been to protect protesters and to make sure that there's areas that are set aside for peaceable protests. So that's based on what was learned during the last large set of protests in late May, early June. That's why LMPD took the move that they took here starting yesterday.
This, I think, is for the chief or maybe the mayor. Brian Wolfson from Reuters is asking us to clarify that the media is excluded from the curfew.
It is my understanding that members of the media conducting their lawful media duties are excluded from the curfew.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, there's
today. And again, we don't know what today or tomorrow is going to bring us, but we all obviously have a choice on how we're going to be responding here. And I urge everybody to choose peaceful and lawful protest. This is obviously a really important time for our city. I want us to think about our kids and our grandkids and getting this right. And we know that we here in Louisville, just like everybody in America, has got a lot of work to do to become a place of racial equity and justice. And to create that transformation, we know that we've got to come together and we've got to ensure that everybody has the chance to both be heard, a time for healing and a time for action as well. So my hope is that we enter into this next stage in this process of justice. We also begin the next steps in the process of healing our great city together. Thank you for joining us today.
What dummies. They left the media ID. Oh, that's great. Okay.
Donc, ça va commencer. Ça a déjà commencé. Donc ils vont essayer de faire sortir tout le monde du site. Là, comme vous voyez, les ordres sont en train d'être donnés, chers amis internautes, pour que tout le monde sorte du site. Rien que pour vous, chers amis internautes. Avec TT Info, bien sûr. RFO vient d'arriver une demi-heure après au tir. Voilà, c'est mon cousin qui est là, Marcel, un Bono. Bon, même s'ils sont arrivés en retard, c'est pas grave. Le principal, c'est qu'ils sont là. Ah, les gendarmes ici se servent les coudes, hein, comme vous le voyez. Les discussions sont en train de...
There may be no indictments. There may be one indictment. There may be two indictments. There may be people who will get indicted, but not with the charges that they deserve to be charged with. So what we want you to all understand is that we need to be in set and in line with the lawyers and the family, because whatever is justice for them is justice for us. That's right. And so that's very important in this case. And what we want you all to know is that the fight does not stop today after this grand jury announcement. Because Tamika D. Mallory put Mayor Fisher against the wall at that press conference. Yes, she did. And she told the mayor, we letting you slide for right now. But once that grand jury announcement comes up, you have a job to do. And the job for Mayor Fisher is to fire all the cops that were part of the murder of Breonna Taylor. We don't care what your role was in it. We don't care if you didn't pull the trigger. But if you lied on a no-knock warrant, if you made a phone call to somebody, if you stood outside and allowed your police officer brothers to shoot, you also were involved in that murder. And so the fight for Breonna Taylor is not over. Many of you know us. We are trained in Kingian nonviolence. And I want to be very clear with everybody here. Nonviolence is not passive. So we are not peaceful people. We don't like when people call us peaceful protesters, because that's not what we do. Say that again. We are disruptors. And all of you have been disruptors. Our job is to make leadership uncomfortable. It is to make this city uncomfortable. It is to make neighborhoods who are acting like this never happened uncomfortable. So when we are marching together, what we are saying to all of you is, watch the people that are around you. Watch the people who came to stand with you. Watch the children, watch the women, watch the most marginalized people. And we're not here to tell you what to do, but we didn't come here to fight for one black woman murdered at the hands of the LMPD, so another one of our people is murdered at the hands of the LMPD. Yes. So this is about safety and security for all of you. So we gotta make rational decisions. And what happens is we get enraged, valid rage at the consistent injustice that happens to all the communities that we come from. And I get it, you're tired of it. We're tired of it. But don't give in to the white supremacists. You already have read the emails that have been coming out of LMPD officers. They're talking about punks. They're calling people violent and thugs and saying that we are just the people that work at Walmart that are gonna be shining their shoes. They already are setting you up. So don't walk into the trap, folks. Don't walk into the traps. The city of Louisville told me everything that I need to know. When you have more money to protect empty buildings than you have protecting the black and brown communities of Louisville, Kentucky. So, when you are up against a police officer, it is not courage to put your hands on a police officer. What you're in fact doing is you're giving the police officer everything that they want. They ready for you. They out here like, put your hands on me today. We need you here tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and next year, because this fight in Louisville, Kentucky is beyond Breonna Taylor. And if you assault a police officer, even in self-defense, you are going to be in prison. And that's just how this injustice system works. So I want you to remember why you're here. And remember the long-term fights, the many that have been killed at the hands of the LMPD. So today, I want you to say to yourself, I am worthy. This fight is worthy of me.
This fight is worthy of me.
This fight needs me.
This fight needs me.
I am committed to staying.
I am committed to staying.
I am committed to fighting.
I am committed to fighting.
I am committed to disrupting.
I am committed to disrupting.
I am committed. To making sure. That Mayor Fisher. Our mayor. Who works for us. Does his job.
I'll get the hell out.
That's what he said. So when you're marching today, make sure you're with somebody that you know. And if you came here today with somebody that you don't know, or people that you don't know, or see people that you don't know, well, get to know somebody real quick. Make sure somebody knows your name, knows where you're from, and gets your number, so that if something were to happen, somebody's looking for you. Make sure somebody that's not here with you today, your mother, your uncle, your cousin, your partner, also knows where you are. Make sure you let them know, even if it's through text, this is where I am at this location, so that if something goes down and you don't have time to call anybody, they already know where your last whereabouts are. We are not engaging in hyperbole, nor are we trying to create panic. What we're trying to do, as Tamika taught me, stay ready so you don't gotta get ready.
That's right.
And that's what the city did. The city did all of this because they trying to stay ready so they don't gotta get ready.
That's right.
And so you gotta be 10 steps ahead of them.
Right.
So make sure you got a buddy here, somebody to watch out for you. And I want you to look around. Just look around at all the people who are here right now, and there'll be many more of these folks. Look at these people that are here today. This today is your family.
That's right.
So I want you to realize that you are amongst family here. And that I'm going to march and look out for you, and I'm going to look out for you, and you trip, I'm going to be there to pick you up. And when I trip, you're going to be there to pick me up. That's the kind of family we're going to be today here in Louisville, Kentucky. We are not each other's enemies, folks.
No.
The enemy's clear.
Yes.
We know who our opposition is. We know the people who are opposed to our values, to our principles. We know those who don't care about the sanctity of black life. We know who the opposition is. So let us be big and powerful. So what we need you to do also is to tell your friends to get over here.
That's right.
Because the more of us, this is about not allowing LMPD to out-organize the movement.
That's right.
There is no reason why everybody in Louisville, Kentucky is not right here right now. I don't care about where you work, what kind of job you have. Nothing is more important than being here today to stand in solidarity and to be able to respond on the behalf of the city of Louisville. Because when the city of Louisville doesn't respond, other people will respond on your behalf, and I'll trust me when I tell you it's not what you were going to say.
No. Yeah, that's right.
So everybody also remember that we're here for one reason only. And if you want to protest about something else, that's cool. But this ain't the protest for it. There's a lot of things to protest in Louisville, Kentucky. We've seen it all. Poverty, lack of affordable housing, food desert, gun violence. We've seen it all. But today, we are here for justice for Breonna Taylor. We are here to stand in solidarity with a grieving black mother and a grieving black family who lost their daughter at the hands of the Louisville Metro Police Department. That's why we're here. So anytime we're about to get lit, I want you to remember we are here for justice for Breonna Taylor. So we will disrupt. We will be disruptive today. They decided to give everything that they have to this movement, and I hope that you continue to support these protesters, because these are not just protesters. They're organizers. They're strategists. They know what they need to do, and they know how to get it done. They just need your support. So thank you, Louisville. I feel honored to have been in Louisville with you. We have a long-term investment here, so you're going to see a whole lot more of us even after this grand jury announcement. So Tamika D. Mallory.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm emotional. I can't lie. I'm struggling today. It's tough. This is people's real lives. It's not just a show or something for a spectacle. There's real lives here, and there's something bigger than even Breonna Taylor at stake. This is about all of us. This is a movement and a moment where the entire world is watching Louisville, Kentucky, and watching America to see if it will give justice to a black woman, and that's heavy. Because, you know, I'm just trying to hold it together. And I realize that no matter what happens in this moment, no matter what happens, we still must be on the battlefield for justice. Because justice for Breonna Taylor, unfortunately, doesn't mean justice for all the other fallen victims. Bring us through this. And I know that. So I believe, I'm optimistic in my heart that something will come out of this that will change the world, and that will help young girls see themselves as powerful and loved because of the way that this movement has come together for a black woman by the name of Breonna Taylor. But if in fact there is no indictment today for any of these officers or for all of the officers, protests need to break out all over the world.
Yes. Right.
All over the world. Not just here in Kentucky, not just in America, but all over the world. People should show their outrage. Because what we cannot do is allow business as usual to go on while justice is not usual for black people. So we must make sure that our voices are heard. And I believe that the one thing that has come out of us being here, the one thing that has come out of us leaving our homes in New York and people leaving their homes even here locally to be together every day.
It should be stable now. I'm sorry about that. Lady Elred's computer is having a day.
Well, I love you.
I still need to replace the hard drive. I cleaned it out though. Cleaned out my computer. If you want to see those horrifying images, look in technology of the Discord.
And the education and everything that we have learned since we've been here has made us stronger leaders. So I love you much. Until Freedom loves you. And even if we're in New York, we still find Louisville to be our second home.
Yes. Thank you.
Love you.
Thank
you. We'll give it up for another one of our Louisville leaders, Mr. Dequel Reynolds. And after she gets finished, I'll pray.
Louisville, I just want to remind you of the successes that you've had.
Yeah.
The people who sacrificed their time, their lives, their freedom, their bodies. It's because of you that no-knock warrants have been banned.
Yeah.
It's because of you that the police chief is gone. It's because of you, and I understand that many of us want to divest the police. I get that, and definitely we need to see money rerouted. But let's be clear, we also have our first black female police chief because of you. It is because of you that this city is now focused on affordable housing, even more so, because we do understand that some of us could sleep in this park all night because we had nowhere else to be. So Louisville, I want you to understand that you have been successful. Daniel Cameron owes us justice at 1:30. He owes that to this city. He owes that to Tamika Palmer. But I want you who have sacrificed so much to recognize that you have been successful. Your voices have been heard. This city will forever be changed because of you. You are not to be ridiculed by any LMPD officer or anybody else in this city or in this country. You deserve respect. Nobody imagined that we would have 118 days of stamina to fight every day. Nobody imagined, yes. Nobody imagined that we would march to that derby. Nobody imagined that you would raise your voices in the way that you have. So I say to you, Louisville, Kentucky, you deserve to be saluted for your courage, for your consistency, and do not, whatever the decision today, don't let this end. We need justice for Breonna. We need police reform. We need affordable housing. We need funding to invest in our dreams. We need this achievement gap closed. We have always said, and I have heard you say, that this movement was bigger than just police reform. This is bigger than that. But listen, this is our city. And I want to talk to you about one more thing before I go. They have set us up today. We are within these barriers. I think they are preparing for something that we don't know about. I think they have word that there are other people coming here, because I have watched you and I have protested with you. And I was here on the first night when we were hit with pepper bullets and tear gas. The police started the aggression. Every national paper, media outlet tell the story of who was aggressive in Louisville, Kentucky. Tell the truth. We have been peaceful protesters. They have abused us. Louisville, what we cannot do, we cannot die today. We cannot die today. I need you here. We have had friends until freedom. They have come and they have loved on us. They have fed us. They have taught us, and they'll be back. But they will go home. But me and you, we're in this together. And I want to sleep in my bed tonight. But I can't sleep if I'm worried about you. Louisville, I have never been more proud. Your courage. You cannot fail. You will not fail. You will not be stopped. And for the young people that might not understand why I cry, it's because of John Lewis. It's because of King. It's because of the people who came before us. It's because I'm 48 years old, and why am I like Fannie Hamer, still sick and tired of being sick and tired? It's because I worked for a government that even failed me. The mayor that I really cared for, I cannot guarantee that he would protect my two little girls. And I live in this city and pay taxes in this city. I live down the block and I couldn't even get here. I had to get out of the car and scoot. So Louisville, I'm just saying to you, whatever happens next, you have been successful. You have done your part. You have used your power. And they recognize it. And you know they recognize it because they are responding in this way. So I say to you, fight on.
Fight on.
Fight on. Fight on. Let's live to fight another day. I love you. I will not be here. I am injured, but I'm around. I am watching. Call me. But stay strong, Louisville. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much. Thank you until freedom.
As our sister Sadiqa said, we will continue to fight on. It is our collective power that has brought us to this moment. And after today, the fight continues. No matter what comes down from that grand jury, no matter what comes down from Attorney General Daniel Cameron, we still have a fight. And the next level of that fight is making sure that Breonna's law that is sponsored by State Representative Attica Scott is passed statewide. We did it here in Louisville. We know that it can be done. This is a statewide ban on no-knock warrants, completely outright, and it calls for more police accountability when they go to execute those warrants. We need everyone to get behind this. We need everyone to sign on. You can go to her website. You can sign on as a co-sponsor. Representative Charles Booker will be talking about it later today. He is one of the co-sponsors as well. But this is the next level of the fight. The coalition that we have built in this square, the coalition and the unity that we have built in this city. No one has seen it before. This country has never seen this type of coalition, and I am so proud. I am so proud of what we have done. I am proud of the love and the unity that we have shown in the face of everything that is the opposite of love. We still love. We choose love, and we will continue to love when we get Representative Scott's Breonna's law passed across this entire state. We need your support. We need your support. We cannot do it without you, just like we can do Breonna's law in Louisville without you. We need your support. We will not let this happen again. Not on our watch. No. Not on our watch. Not on our watch.
All right, I know a lot of you down here, some of you are visitors. I hate those stupid helicopters. But I need to tell something. I need to tell the people of the square something. A lot of you want to know where you're going to go and eat when this is all over. I have a whole lot of women up here committed to making sure that you still eat. I have a whole lot of men up here to make sure that you still eat. Because there's some stuff that you don't know about if you haven't been at the square. That we've done something that this city could not do. With donations from people power, we fed over 1,000 people a week. I called for hot dogs yesterday. I got vegan hot dogs and turkey hot dogs and beef hot dogs. But let me tell you, let me tell you something, because ain't no power like the power of the people, because, right. So the people of the square, I need you to know something. We are committed to you. Everybody raise your hand if you committed to the people of this square. People of this square, you look around. You make sure you find one of these people when you're hungry. Find me at the Hope Bus. Y'all know what it is. We're going to keep feeding you. We're going to keep making sure your bills are paid. We're going to keep making sure you're not getting evicted. We're going to keep making sure your baby's got a bed to sleep in. We're going to keep making sure you got legal representation. We're going to keep making sure that you are taken care of. Somebody told me 2 words. It's called a paradigm shift. It's kind of like 9/11. Black people, this is our 9/11.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
After today, nothing will ever be the same. Right?
Bernie, bottom, middle, left.
And let me tell y'all something. Y'all do see people with guns, but these people at the square, a lot of us don't have guns. We've been fighting with these guns, you know what I'm saying? We learning words that we've never learned before. We learned the words that we never learned before, and we've been out here under leaders making sure we stay safe. Amen. Rest in peace to Tyler Girth and David McAtee, who have lost their lives because of what they did to Breonna Taylor. We have not forgotten. So I'm gonna pray, and then I'm gonna yield the floor. But before I do that, black women check black women, white women check white women, white men check white men, black men check black men. White women check white women. Black women check black women. White men check white men. Black men check black men. That sounds, you feel what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And if you biracial, you check both. Whoever's tripping, all right? You the gatekeepers today. I do want to let you know that I am a preacher of the gospel. I do believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, but I want to let you know something about democracy. That I know that Jesus Christ is the only religion that exists. So I think what community and unity is the fact that we got some Jews out here, and we got some Muslims out here, and we got some Christians out here, and we got some Buddhists out here, and we got some gangsters out here, and we got some grannies out here, and we got some for real OGs out here. And to me, that's what religion looks like. Right? That's, you want me to pray last? You okay? Okay. Okay.
Because when you start praying, I want to give me a good cry. So I need you to pray later. I was too emotional to remember what I'm supposed to say because it was on my heart all night to make sure that we recognize that we're sitting in the center of a presidential election, right? We're sitting in the center, and also here, you all have another really, really important election. These people want to get us on camera acting a fool so they can put it in their campaign material and run it all the way through the November election and use it to say that it's dangerous, we need tougher police laws, we need stricter laws in general. They want to use us to do that. Now, we can't control everything that everyone does, but we have to understand that we have a responsibility to the rest of this nation and to generations to come, that we conduct ourselves, again, not peacefully, but non-violently, so that the story that comes out of here is that we are not the murderers, we are not the looters, we are not the burners, we are not the ones. They did it to us, and we are only responding. That's all I have to say.
All right, I also need to let you know that the mayor put a curfew in effect at 6:30. 9:30. But we got to be in the house by 9:30. We gotta be out the park at 6:30. And if you working or if you're doing a religious service, you're good. So we're gonna call this church service. Okay, so curfew is 9.
We're gonna make our way back down to Breeway and continue to give y'all live coverage from Ground Zero. And as I finish up this tour of the city, as you all see, everything's boarded up, and you got some traffic going through here. But for the most part, no. It's pretty quiet on these streets right now. It's pretty quiet. So, but nonetheless, you all, a very historic day in Louisville, Kentucky. Very historic day, I would say, as the AG is about to announce the findings. And we're about to find out the fate of these.
And either way, we're keeping track. We have jail support that's going to make sure that we're on top of this. We don't want people to be held, do anything that you're not willing to deal with the consequences for. So I want to be clear about that. The orange bands don't mean that we're arrestable, but to the police, we're all arrestable. So know that, okay? 502-694-9454, okay? Your rights are strongest in traditional public forums. So we are stronger together, right here together. Stay with people. At least have one other person with you, but try to keep 4 to 6 people with you at all times, all right? Streets, sidewalks, and parks, they are the safest when we're together. Do not go down any alleyways or behind any of these buildings by yourself. Police must treat protesters and counter-protesters equally, but can separate them. They don't give a damn. They treat us all the same. I'm gonna tell you all, don't think that even if you lay down, someone laid down and still got a felony riot charge for laying down in the middle of the street. They don't play by the rules. I'm just telling you things to keep you safe. They do not play by the rules, and they brought in other people who don't play by the rules. I want you to stay together. I want you to stay safe. You have a right to photograph, film anything in plain view if you are on public property, including outside federal buildings and police stations. We have already said, do not go to those federal buildings. We know that they shoot and kill. We know what happened to David McAtee. We don't want that to happen again. Recently, there was an article on WFPL where they showed them somebody threw a water bottle. They treat water bottles as bombs. Even though they got on all this riot gear, they're scared of water bottles, empty or full, and they will light it up. They light it up. Those were their words. I don't care if it was an affiliate. They're all connected. Police officers cannot confiscate photos, videos, or demand to view them without a warrant. They break this law all the time. Take off your eye recognition, take off your fingerprint, have a lock code on there. They will go through your phones. They do not care. Get out, delete anything that you don't want to be used against you. They cannot delete data under any circumstances. This is another lie that they do. They find reasons to break the rules. We cannot trust LMPD. LMPD lies over and over again. And I know some of you find that hard. When I was younger, I wanted to be a police officer. I almost became one. They lie. We're not dealing with the police that you thought you were dealing with in the DARE program. They lie. And they abuse you and they beat you. All right? You may not interfere with legitimate law enforcement activity while photographing and filming. Keep a clear distance, but please record. I was stuck in a car right here after we got pepper bulleted and sat in the car, watched some white guy throw a water bottle, and he made it and he got away to the bigger crowd. But the guy that was left that just had a leaf blower was just doing this right here. Doing this, and then about 12 officers jumped on him, kicked him, beat him, and re-recorded. It's on my TikTok. I'm cussing in it because I'm mad. But it's on my TikTok, and that guy found us at the square, and he's using that in his court case. They beat him. There was no bleach. The milk didn't have bombs in it. The water didn't. They lie, you all. I'm going to have to keep telling y'all that because some of y'all don't believe it. Be prepared. Before attending a protest, use a marker to write an emergency contact phone number on your arm. I know in the days of technology, we don't remember numbers like we used to, but please have a number that someone can call, that you can call as well. Make plans if you have children, dependents, and need to take medication. I brought my medication. I'm on my 3rd pacemaker. Take your medication. You may not get it during the processing. Processing until Freedom's Louisville 87, it took them 12 to 18 hours before we start seeing any real movement. They will keep you in there. They don't care how long you sit there. Make sure you take your medication. Reduce your risk. Stay calm. Don't run, resist, or obstruct officers. Don't lie or give false documents. Keep hands where police can see them. I'm telling you all, we had a gentleman that ran to somebody's aid, and they picked him up, slammed him on his head, and charged him with 2 counts of assault on the officer. They assaulted him. I'm telling you all, be safe, be vigilant, record, and help each other. We, like Linda said, we are all a family. We in this together. They're not going to look at you different because you walk the other side. They will treat us all the same. Stay vigilant. If you resist arrest, that changes everything. We have a gentleman that has 30 assaults on a police officer. There's no way in hell he assaulted all those police officers. But that's the kind of over-policing and overcharging that they do. We had a young man, nobody told him to, but he threw a little firecracker, and he's got a weapons of mass destruction charge. They're dumping felonies on people. They don't care. They don't care if you want to be John Lewis, if you want to run for office later, or if you want a professional job. They're dumping these charges on you, and black and brown and poor people will be stuck with these charges. We're doing what we can to get most of them dropped, but if you lie, if they get you with resisting arrest, all of those things changes things. But we will still be with you and fight with you. Just know what you're getting into. All right, so it's 10 minutes to the announcement. I want to wrap up. Don't say anything, sign anything, or make any decisions without a lawyer. I cannot tell you all how important that is. People have pled the fifth, and then they come and tell the police everything. They are not your friends. Don't sign anything. Ask for a lawyer. We have over 100 lawyers that have volunteered to help you. Do not give up. Do not say a word. Ask for a lawyer. And you have a right to make a local phone call. I'm going to end with that. We'll have more of these Know Your Rights on the table over there. And the 115 is for them to present their findings to the judge. The announcement will be made at 1:30. So just to let you all know that.
Okay, and Tyra's going to talk about the therapist. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Because I'm not going to take off my mask. Sorry.
Can you sit over a little bit?
Therapists for protesters. We will be handing these out, to everyone. Because after 119 days, plus we don't know how long we're going to be out here, we're all going to need some type of therapy. If you are detained, say you want to speak to your lawyer. I will not answer any questions. I do not consent to any searches. I will not sign anything. I'm going to repeat that because I brought the microphone closer to my mouth and it got a little louder, and I want everyone to hear me, so I'm going to use my teacher voice.
Shout out to the teacher.
Yes. Yay. Shout out to JCPS and JCTA who made it accessible for me to be here, to take off, to be here for the day of the announcement. The therapist will be handing this information out. Again, I want to speak to a lawyer. I will not answer any questions. I do not consent to any searches. I will not sign anything.
Oxen, FM radio.
We got it. We got it.
They will let us know as soon as has been waiting. It has caused the city to shut down. It has brought the family together with their supporters. National social justice groups have came down here. So we will be there, Doug, when the family makes that happen, and we'll be sure to bring you more.
Well, tonight, before you leave, set the stage for me in the square there. How are people watching this announcement? Is everybody on their phones? I know in the past they've brought big screen televisions out there. What are you seeing around you?
Yeah, well, let me show you a live look right now. This is Jefferson Square Park, and things are pretty calm. Obviously, downtown is shut down. The streets are closed. No cars can go through here, no traffic. But they're all surrounded. We heard messages about people saying they want to see justice and how they're not going to stop here if there are no criminal charges and if they don't see what they've been demanding for months. We saw Until Freedom recently just say they will continue to spread the message around the world, not just across the country like we've been seeing happen these last couple of months, but they will spread the message. They are not announcing their plans and what that may look like, but they made it very clear that they will be back and they will try to find ways to bring justice for the family who's been trying to bring this story out of the shadows for almost 7 months now. October 13th will mark the 7th month mark since Breonna Taylor was shot and killed in her apartment, and they made it very clear they're going to continue organizing and demonstrating. But right now, things are very calm. People are just on their phones, they're taking pictures, they're sharing messages, and they're just hoping for the best.
Okay, Senait, thank you very much joining our team in Jefferson Square, where a large and growing group has just been standing around, very peaceful in Jefferson Square right now. Let's show you the live picture there from the Jefferson County Grand Jury getting ready to present. Okay, they are not up just yet. Scheduled to start at 1:15, so we're just a couple of minutes away from that. You're going to see it here live. Let's go through the timeline of the case as we lead up to the grand jury decision here. This case actually goes back to March 12th when Judge Mary Shaw signed off on 5 warrants as part of a large narcotics investigation underway in the city,
I think for now we're good.
including one for Breonna Taylor's apartment. Okay, can we go live now to the grand jury? Is that what I'm being told?
Members of the grand jury sitting in Jefferson County in the month of September. I also have with me today a representative of the Office of the Attorney General, our court administrator. For the information of the public and anyone observing who's not familiar with the process, once the report is received from the grand jury, if there are any indictments, I will ask the foreperson to randomly select a number. The case will then be assigned to the courtroom or division that corresponds with the number that has been selected by the foreperson, and the courtroom will, that case or those cases will then proceed in those courtrooms assigned for further proceedings. The indictment itself, that is to say the charging document in this case, will be transmitted to the Jefferson County Clerk's Office. It will be recorded and made publicly available through that office. And so I will begin the report of the Jefferson County Grand Jury. In the matter of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brett Hankison, the Jefferson County Grand Jury charges as follows. Count 1, wanton endangerment in the first degree. On or about March 13th, 2020 in Jefferson County, Kentucky, the above named defendant, Brett Hankison, committed the offense of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he wantonly shot a gun, into the apartment occupied by initials CE. Count 2, wanton endangerment in the first degree. On or about March 13th, 2020 in Jefferson County, Kentucky, the above named defendant, Brett Hankison, committed the offense of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he wantonly shot a gun into the apartment occupied by initials CN. Count 3, wanton endangerment in the first degree. On or about March 13th, 2020, in Jefferson County, Kentucky, the above named defendant, Brett Hankison, committed the offense of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he wantonly shot a gun into an apartment occupied by initials ZF against the peace and dignity of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Mr. Foreperson, is that the decision of the grand jury? Thank you. Sir, if you would please randomly select a number.
Megan, this goes back to the chief's firing letter.
Division 13. Thank you, sir. The case will then be assigned to Jefferson Circuit Court, Division 13. Madam Assistant Attorney General, do you have a motion with respect to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. The Assistant Attorney General asks for $15,000 full cash bond for the defendant, Brett Hankison.
I will grant the motion and assign bond in the amount of $15,000 full cash and issue a warrant. That concludes the business of the grand jury sitting for Jefferson County in September 2020. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be excused. I'm going off the record.
All right.
No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's what talking about Brett Hankison.
You know what? We don't get no murder time. That was him letting us know he
Walking in danger? Walking in danger.
That was like murder.
Can I feel this can't be it, though. This can't be it.
Metro Police Chief.
It can't be it. It can't be it.
I know that's not it.
It can't be it.
Again, this is exactly what we were told here by U of L law professor Sam Markison could happen. Going back,
you can hear my voice.
From the entrance.
David, where's David? We need a lawyer. David. We need a lawyer. Where's Angelo?
We need a lawyer like this.
Angelo
No.
He was over there.
No.
Where's David?
I seen him over there.
No, there's no way in hell.
David!
There's no way in hell. Hell. There won't be.
We need the lawyer, David.
No. We need answers.
I just want a Kentucky attorney.
We need
want an attorney to give you all the right information.
These rounds.
He's on his way.
No, there's no way in
Hey,
hell.
can y'all back up? Y'all
Can back up just a little
All
bit.
right, David, can you explain to them what's going on?
Hey, back up. Everybody back up. Everybody back up. Back up some.
Everybody back up,
Back up
please.
some.
To the next one. Back up. The meeting.
Back up. Back up.
Please.
Back up.
He's gonna keep saying it till y'all do it.
Back up. We need to give this man room to explain. Back up.
Spread up.
Take 6 more feet back. I feel uncomfortable.
Back up a little bit, please. All right, that's good.
All right.
Let's let him get.
Hey everybody, my name is David Maurer. I'm a local attorney that's been here for a while. My understanding is they charge Hankerson with 3 counts of wanton endangerment. That's a Class D felony in Kentucky. It carries 1 to 5 years. And I heard there's a $15,000 full cash bond. I'm sure they'll have him bonded out. Probably tonight. Well, somebody will pay for that. I mean, they'll raise money or do something.
Speak up a little bit, David.
What I said was, I understand that Hankerson was charged, as I predicted all along, I hate to say, but he was charged with 3 counts of wanton endangerment in Kentucky, under Kentucky law. That is a felony. It's a Class D felony. It carries 1 to 5 years, and there's monetary penalties, but that rarely happens. It was assigned to Circuit Court Division 13. That's Ann Bailey Smith.
That's right.
Who's a pretty good judge, decent judge, fair. She'll listen. The bond, as I said, was, I believe it was $15,000 full cash bond.
So he'll be arrested, but he'll be.
Well, he'll have to surrender. They will process him through Metro Corrections, just like they would anybody. He'll be fingerprinted, photographed. At that point, you know, there'll probably be a motion for reduction of bond, maybe ROR. My understanding is he's been down in Florida, and he may not be able to do that now. He may not be able to leave the state of Kentucky. Usually a restriction of release is, they call it conditions of release. It's no new offenses. You know, you can't leave the jurisdiction without permission of probation. There's other restrictions, no new offenses. He's already been fired, so obviously one would probably be no carrying weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, things like that. Were there any other charges? Was that it? That's it? So as I predicted all along, they did not charge any of those officers with...
Not even the one that gave the bogus warrant.
Well, let me get to that. They did not charge any of them with a crime assigning responsibility for her death, which in Kentucky would be murder, manslaughter 1, manslaughter 2, or reckless homicide. I thought all along they would charge Detective Josh Janes with perjury because apparently the information on the warrant affidavit was false to the extent that he claimed that LMPD had checked with the United States Postal Service, who had verified suspicious packages were going to her address to Jamarcus Glover. That turned out not to be true, as verified by the Chief United States Postal Inspector locally. So that's it, and that's what you get. And as predicted, you know, whether that's the right decision or not, I don't know. Well, let me say this, but I will say this: after 400 years of bullshit like this going on, it's just outrageous that these police officers can kill this innocent lady. And you know what? You know what to me is even worse than the fact that nothing's worse than murdering her. But after they murdered her, they shamed her. They victim shamed her. They did the same thing as saying, well, if she hadn't worn that miniskirt into the bar, she wouldn't have been assaulted. And they claimed she was a drug dealer, and they proffered down with Jamarcus Glover. They said, oh, if you rat her out and implicate her in all of this, you know, we'll go easy on you. In 34 years of practicing law, I've never seen a proffer down. They always proffer up to get the big fish. So the whole thing is outrageous. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, the Attorney General didn't do his job. There's no way. In my opinion, there was probable cause. And I don't know all of the facts. I know a lot of the facts. But even based on the facts that I know, there was sufficient evidence, in my opinion, to indict these guys for the killing of this fine young lady. And I've had clients indicted on way less evidence than they had on these guys. So once again, justice is denied, and it's not right, it's wrong, and no justice, no peace. And I have one thing to say her name, by God.
This is why we are raised. This is why we are raised. Justice, they can do their job. They cannot do their job. This is why we are raised.
Like we said, justice denied and justice delayed. Justice delayed and justice denied.
Fuck the police. Fuck them. You did not do your job. Her mother had to go to the grave. Her mother had to live through this because you
everyone that is complicit in Breonna Taylor's murder need to be held accountable. We have not seen that. We see wanton endangerment charges, and that is not enough. We've been charged with wanton endangerment charges. We know what's going on. It shows the corruption of our Kentucky judicial system. It is corrupted. Those 5 warrants should have never been signed. That officer that brought those warrants has not been held accountable. That judge that signed those warrants in 12 minutes has not been held accountable. No one has been held accountable. This is injustice. This is why we said from day one, we knew it was injustice. We know that this means that this is the next level of our protest. Warrant assignment needs to be changed and randomly done so they can't keep picking the weakest link to murder us. Those were death warrants. Those 5 warrants that's what they're hiding behind. Y'all, we got work to do. We got to get Breonna's law passed, and we got to keep standing up. And this is the start clock for the next level of our protest.
Justice is in the hands of the people. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. We don't. No more announcements. We didn't get no justice, so it won't be no peace.
Show me ain't no peace, bitch. Fuck.
Hey, and let people feel what they feel. Let people feel what they feel. Give people space to feel.
No fucking floor. No justice, no peace. I'm gonna react how I want to react. Ain't no justice in this fucking up racist ass world. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Medic.
Hey, back up.
Hey, y'all back up.
Give them some space.
Please back up. Everybody run up. Hey, don't run up. Back the fuck up. Back up.
Don't mean we good.
Okay, you know what just happened. What do you think?
Well, it's a tragedy. It's a travesty of justice. And just exposes just how rancid and this racism is in this city. They keep wanting to call it a compassionate city. There's nothing compassionate about what just took place. We are numb right now, but we're determined. They're going to continue to help the city know that we're not finished. And we have some things beyond this as well. And that is that we're going to lay this at the feet of people we think are responsible. Many of the elected officials, we want them to understand that we'll be identifying and preparing people to take their places. Many of them, because of their decisions and actions and lack of actions, have been complicit with what is taking place. And we have a determination that will not be squelched by this decision. But this is an awful decision. And it is a backhanded slap in the face of not only justice, but all the people who've been here trying their best to encourage our city to do the right thing. And it's just more evidence that no matter, it appears that they are just entrenched in not listening to the masses of people and not being committed to the justice that people deserve.
What do you think happens next, specifically here in Louisville, even as soon as today and tonight?
Well, that remains to be seen. I know that the people those of us who've been protesting and been fighting for justice in the city for a while are going to continue. We're going to the next phase of what we're attempting to do. And this city is going to understand that it can't continue to treat its citizens the way it does, and especially black people the way they do, and continue to have a justice system that just does not favor justice when it comes to black people. So you'll be hearing more in the future about what we'll be doing, but it's not over. We meant it when we said no justice, no peace, and so we'll be finding all kinds of ways to make sure that this city changes. Our city needs a change. It really needs a change. Louisville needs to change. This is old. I think some people in power think that this is just going to be one of those things that if we just endure it, it will pass away. That is not That is not the case. This is not going to just pass over. It's not going to blow over. We're not going back to business as usual. We are not going back at all. There's no way to go back. And so they might as well get ready for pressure. They might as well get ready for holding people accountable, from the mayor to the city council to any elected official that's been complicit. Please understand that we are tired of being treated the same way and expected us to just roll over and play dead. That's not going to happen. It's a new day, and you'll hear from us.
Can you describe the mood here? I mean, it was quiet for a minute, I think, as people were letting it sink in, but now we're starting to hear some real hurt.
Well, one of the things you know when it comes to grief cycles is the first thing is you're numb. You can't believe it. And you know, the masses of people we knew just from the history of this city and the history of this country that we didn't really expect. We hoped against hope, but we didn't really expect it to be any different. But you kind of hope that maybe somebody will wake up. And what has happened is they're numb because of the audacity of this decision, the audacity of the racism, the audacity of the evil. It's just, even though you know you've experienced it before, the audaciousness of it just makes you numb. And then after you get past or process that numbness, you're angry about the injustice. And if you're not angry about this injustice, then there's something seriously wrong. And we're going to take this anger, this power, this passion, and we're going to focus it on change that absolutely needs to happen in Louisville, Kentucky. We are committed to change.
All right, Pastor Bruce Williams, thank you so much. Thanks for taking a second. Doug, we're going to send it back to you as people start to hit the streets. It looks like marching might be getting ready to start here.
Okay, Shay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We also have a live camera on Jefferson Square from a downtown building. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Again, coming up next here within just a few minutes, Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron announcing his results of the grand jury proceedings in an investigation into the death of Breonna Taylor. A few moments ago, we were told that it was about 2 minutes away. Here's our live camera as we are looking at Jefferson Square from across the street, as Shay said that they were getting ready to march. Louisville Mayor Greg Fisher during the noon hour said that he was called by the Kentucky Attorney General, but he did not know what the decision would be. The mayor went ahead and announced a 72-hour curfew starting tonight from 9 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. Exempt from the curfew, people who have to go to work, houses of worship, or in the medical field. Also, the interim police chief, Rob Schroeder, says whatever the decisions, our officers will keep doing what they've been doing. By that, he meant that they would be on duty and stay on duty today and continue to protect the city from whatever is to come. Let's check in with Sinai Gabragega. She's also giving us another view of Jefferson Square Park. Sinai?
Yeah, Doug, there's a lot of emotions right now at Jefferson Square Park. We just heard people saying this is not over. They will continue to
Charge the cops that killed Breonna Taylor!
You can hear again the outrage and the frustration right now after that indictment was announced only for Brett Hankison. And I do want to talk about professor of law, University of Louisville professor of law, Sam Markison. I had a conversation with him, did a story with him before these charges were announced. And he predicted exactly what has happened right now. He said there is not enough evidence to prove what happened right now with the lack of body camera footage. He talked about the importance of the ballistics report and how that will really help match up the statements with the affidavit of the officers when we heard, for example, Sergeant John Mattingly's police audio interview. But he said because Brett Hankison was not only fired, but he shot blindly 10 rounds through a patio door that was covered, that he would most likely face at least wanton endangerment, which of course we saw the 3 counts of wanton endangerment. But this is not what the family wanted. They wanted all the officers to be held accountable for the death of Breonna Taylor, especially Tamika Palmer, who is Breonna's mother. She's been out here joining them at Jefferson Square Park the last couple of months. Of course, we're still waiting to hear from the family, but she's been out here showing support, and she's had an army of supporters stand behind her,
days in Louisville could have considered 4 degrees of homicide charges.
I'm not satisfied. I'm not fucking satisfied. I'm ready to burn this motherfucking city down.
They were trying to. They had to.
I'm ready for it.
Somebody already put fire out.
It's time to send a fucking message. I'm tired of this shit.
There's no reason for us to be peaceful.
No.
Done looks like a march is taking off. We'll follow it.
Oh God, help me.
There's too many out-of-state reporters.
Oh
You know what I'm
God,
saying?
yes. Oh man.
So right now I have no idea what's going on with this march, where it's going, or anything like that.
We are still, we're in downtown Louisville, which is actually completely from 2nd to 9th Street, from Market to Broadway, is completely roped off, or barricade, not roped off, concrete barricades. Shit. So once again, we are in downtown Louisville, Kentucky. We were standing literally ground zero at Injustice Square Park when we heard the announcement. Only 3 charges of wanton endangerment against Detective Hankinson. It's a Class D felony, 1 to 5 years.
Justice now! Justice now! Shut it down! Burn it down! Burn it down! Burn it down!
I'm walking here with the front of the march. There's a couple hundred people. There's a couple hundred people behind me. So just like we saw, in days 1 and 2 where there were massive marches. Well, I mean, honestly, we've been marching this whole time. But yeah, immediately after the announcement, there was a lot of vocalized frustration. A lot of tears, a lot of anger. And now we are marching. It's not my camera. I'm live streaming, which means I'm using a connection down here. And if the connection is shitty, there is absolutely nothing that I can do about it.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here. Hello guys, if you guys are new to my channel, I'm Lady L Red. I am also very angry and sad over this decision. I will be switching it over to the Attorney General in just one moment. I just want to remind you guys that incitement of violence in the chat is not allowed by Twitch TOS rules, so if your messages get deleted / timed out, I will try not to have you guys banned from the channel, just messages deleted, because it's part of fucking Twitch's terms of service. All I can say is, let's hold each other tight. And with that, I'll go back to the Attorney General.
As long as y'all know.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. I know that many in Louisville and across the Commonwealth and country have been anxiously awaiting the completion of our investigation into the death of Miss Breonna Taylor. Prior to this announcement, I spoke with Miss Palmer, Breonna Taylor's mother, to share with her the results from the grand jury. Many of you in this room know that I had the opportunity last month to meet in person with her and other members of Miss Taylor's family, including Miss Bianca Austin and Miss Janiyah Palmer. I want to once again publicly express my condolences. Every day, this family wakes up to the realization that someone they loved is no longer with them. There's nothing I can offer today to take away the grief and heartache this family is experiencing as a result of losing a child, a niece, a sister, and a friend. What I can provide today are the facts, which my office has worked long and hard to uncover, analyze, and scrutinize since accepting this case in mid-May. I urge everyone listening today to not lose sight of the fact that a life has been lost, a tragedy under any circumstances. The decision before my office as the special prosecutor in this case was not to decide if the loss of Miss Taylor's life was a tragedy. The answer to that question is unequivocally yes. There is no doubt that this is a gut-wrenching, emotional case, and the pain that many people are feeling is understandable. I deeply care about the value and sanctity of human life. It deserves protection, and in this case, a human life was lost. We cannot forget that. My job as the special prosecutor in this case was to put emotions aside and investigate the facts to determine if criminal violations of state law resulted in the loss of Miss Taylor's life. This included examining the actions of Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, Detective Brett Hankinson, and Detective Miles Cosgrove, the 3 officers who fired their weapons in the early morning hours of March 13th. In working with our federal partners on this case, it was determined that while we would share information to advance our respective investigations, we must also maintain some level of separation to ensure the integrity of each investigation. When examining issues regarding potential civil rights violations, we determined that any such violation are better addressed through a federal-led investigation, and issues involving potential criminal acts concerning the shooting are better addressed by a state-led investigation. With this in mind, our investigation focused on the events that took place in Ms. Taylor's apartment on March 13th. In the months since taking this case, our dedicated team of prosecutors and investigators with more than 200 years of combined career experience conducted a thorough investigation to better understand the events that led to Ms. Taylor's death. The team is here with me today. I want to personally and publicly thank them for their tireless work. These men and women are true public servants who for months have shown up every day with a desire for one thing, and that is to seek the truth. We decided while we would examine materials gathered by LMPD's Public Integrity Unit, we would need to conduct our own independent investigation and start from scratch in the interest of thoroughness, fairness, and finding the truth. There was no video or body camera footage of the officers' attempted execution of a search warrant at Ms. Taylor's residence. Video footage begins at the point that area patrol officers arrive at the location. Therefore, the sequence of events from March 13th had to be pieced together through ballistics evidence, 911 calls, police radio traffic, and interviews. We utilized information from the Kentucky State Police, local medical examiners, as well as working with the FBI Crime Lab in Quantico to secure a trajectory analysis and ballistics report. Our team conducted interviews in this case and spent thousands of hours examining all of the available evidence. We concluded our last interview in this case this past Friday and began our grand jury presentation on Monday. As long as the case is making its way through our legal system, I can only speak in general terms about our independent investigation and findings. As the prosecutor, I am prohibited by the Kentucky Rules of Professional Conduct from making public comments that could in any way prejudice this case as it moves forward. Each state has different rules about what prosecutors can and cannot say. The Kentucky rules are clear that I'm prohibited from making comments that could sway public opinion or heighten public condemnation of those involved in the case. These are crucial rules to ensure due process under the Constitution. When prosecutors prematurely release information about the case to the public, it can risk justice by poisoning the jury pool, violating the accused's rights to a fair trial, and even jeopardizing the final verdict. The success of our legal system is predicated on the principle that the accused is innocent until proven guilty. Despite passions, opinions, and desire for every detail to be known, the rule of law must apply. Justice must be done. In the early morning hours of March 13th, officers from LMPD executed a search warrant at 3003 Springfield Drive, apartment 4. This was Miss Breonna Taylor's residence. The officers were advised by superiors to knock and announce their presence in serving this specific search warrant. The scope of our investigation did not include the obtainment of that warrant by LMPD's Criminal Interdiction Division. Federal law enforcement partners are conducting that investigation. Sergeant Mattingly and Detectives Cosgrove and Hankinson had no known involvement in the preceding investigation or obtainment of the search warrant. They were called into duty as extra personnel to effectuate the service of the search warrant. They only had information conveyed to them during their prior briefing. Evidence shows that officers both knocked and announced their presence at the apartment. The officers' statements about their announcement are corroborated by an independent witness who was near in proximity to apartment 4. In other words, the warrant was not served as a no-knock warrant. When officers were unable to get anyone to answer or open the door to apartment 4, the decision was made to breach the door. After breaching the door, Sergeant Mattingly was the first and only officer to enter the residence. Sergeant Mattingly identified 2 individuals standing beside one another at the end of the hall, a male and a female. In his statement, he says that the male was holding a gun, arms extended, in a shooting stance. Sergeant Mattingly saw the man's gun fire, heard a boom, and immediately knew he was shot as a result of feeling heat in his upper thigh. Kenneth Walker fired the shot that hit Sergeant Mattingly, and there is no evidence to support that Sergeant Mattingly was hit by friendly fire from other officers. Mr. Walker admitted that he fired 1 shot and was the first to shoot. In addition to all the testimony, the ballistics report shows that the round that struck Sergeant Mattingly was fired from a 9mm handgun. The LMPD officers fired 40 caliber handguns. Sergeant Mattingly returned fire down the hallway. Mattingly fired 6 shots. Almost simultaneously, Detective Cosgrove, also in the doorway, shot 16 times. This all took place in a matter of seconds. In total, 6 bullets struck Ms. Fire down the hallway. Mattingly fired 6 shots. Almost simultaneously, Detective Cosgrove, also in the doorway, shot 16 times. This all took place in a matter of seconds. In total, 6 bullets struck Ms. Taylor. Medical evidence obtained by our team indicates that only 1 shot was fatal. Further medical evidence shows that Ms. Taylor would have died from the fatal shot within a few seconds to 2 minutes after being struck. Detective Hankinson fired his weapon 10 times, including from an outside sliding glass door and through a bedroom window. Some bullets traveled through apartment 4 and into apartment 3 before some exited that apartment. At the time, 3 residents of apartment 3 were at home, including a male, a pregnant female, and a child. There is no conclusive evidence that any bullets fired from Detective Hankinson's weapon struck Ms. Taylor. The KSP ballistics analysis did not identify which of the 3 officers fired the fatal shot. After receiving that information, I asked the FBI crime lab to conduct its own analysis to see if they reached the same results. The FBI ballistics analysis concluded the fatal shot was fired by Detective Cosgrove. Our office looked at both reports to determine if there were major differences in the procedures used by each lab that would have led the FBI to identify who fired the fatal shot. Both law enforcement agencies use similar equipment and analysis, and each lab is highly respected for their work. There was nothing our investigators could point to, nor anything provided by the respective agencies that directly explains why one lab made the call while another did not. I think it is worth repeating again that our investigation found that Mattingly and Cosgrove were justified in their use of force after having been fired upon by Kenneth Walker. Secondary to this justification, the KSP and FBI ballistics analysis reach different conclusions, creating a reasonable doubt in the evidence about who fired the fatal shot. I certainly understand the public's desire for answers, and many have questioned the length of the investigation. Simply put, we had to try every means necessary to determine who fired the fatal shot before the investigation could be completed. With a thorough and complete knowledge of all evidence collected in this case, lawyers with our Office of Special Prosecutions presented the findings of our independent investigation before a grand jury comprised of Jefferson County residents beginning on Monday and concluding today. In Fletcher v. Graham, the Kentucky Supreme Court said that the grand jury has competing but balanced functions. On the one hand, its purpose is to investigate allegations of criminal conduct and determine if there is probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed. On the other, the grand jury serves to protect the public against unfounded criminal prosecutions where probable cause is lacking. The grand jury is unique in our criminal justice system because it operates independent of the court and the prosecutor. The hallmark of the grand jury is its independence from outside influence. This independence is necessary to ensure that justice is done both for the victims and for the accused. After hearing the evidence from our team of prosecutors, the grand jury voted to return an indictment against Detective Hankinson for 3 counts of wanton endangerment for wantonly placing the 3 individuals in apartment 3 in danger of serious physical injury or death. The charge of wanton endangerment in the first degree is a Class D felony, and if found guilty, the accused can serve up to 5 years for each count. Kentucky law states that a person is guilty of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, he wantonly engages in conduct which creates a substantial danger of death or serious physical injury to another person. My office is prepared to prove these charges at trial. However, it's important to note that he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. During the last 6 months, we've all heard mention of possible charges that could be brought in this case. It's important to understand that all of the charges that have been mentioned have specific meanings and ramifications. Criminal homicide encompasses the taking of a life by another. While there are 6 possible homicide charges under Kentucky law, these charges are not applicable to the facts before us because our investigation showed, and the grand jury agreed, that Mattingly and Cosgrove were justified in the return of deadly fire after having been fired upon by Kenneth Walker. Let me state that again. According to Kentucky law, the use of force by Mattingly and Cosgrove was justified to protect themselves. This justification bars us from pursuing criminal charges in Miss Breonna Taylor's death. The truth is now before us. The facts have been examined, and a grand jury comprised of our peers and fellow citizens has made a decision. Justice is not often easy. It does not fit the mold of public opinion, and it does not conform to shifting standards. It answers only to the facts and to the law. With this in mind, we must now ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Will we continue to prosecute the charges brought in this case as it now proceeds through the justice system and moves to trial? That is our responsibility. And this will be done while the FBI continues its investigation into potential violations of federal law. I know that not everyone will be satisfied with the charges we've reported today. My team set out to investigate the circumstances surrounding Ms. Taylor's death. We did it with a singular goal in mind, pursuing the truth. Kentuckians deserve no less. The city of Louisville deserves no less. Every person has an idea of what they think justice is. My role as special prosecutor in this case is to set aside everything in pursuit of the truth. My job is to present the facts to the grand jury, and the grand jury then applies those facts to the law. If we simply act on emotion or outrage, there is no justice. Mob justice is not justice. Justice sought by violence is not justice. It just becomes revenge. And in our system, criminal justice isn't the quest for revenge. It's the quest for truth, evidence, and facts, and the use of that truth as we fairly apply our laws. Our reaction to the truth today says what kind of society we want to be. Do we really want the truth, or do we want a truth that fits our narrative? Do we want the facts, or are we content to blindly accept our own version of events? We as a community must make this decision. I understand that Miss Breonna Taylor's death has become a part of a national story and conversation. But we must also remember the facts and the collection of evidence in this case are different than cases elsewhere in the country. Each is unique and cannot be compared. There will be celebrities, influencers, and activists who, having never lived in Kentucky, will try to tell us how to feel, suggesting they understand the facts of this case and that they know our community and the Commonwealth better than we do. But they don't. Let's not give in to their attempts to influence our thinking or capture our emotions. At the end of the day, it is up to us. We live here together. We work here and raise our families here together. I urge those protesting on the streets to remember this. Peaceful protests are your right as an American citizen. Instigating violence and destruction are not. I've spoken with both Mayor Fisher and Governor Beshears in the days leading up to this announcement, and I urge them to do what is necessary to maintain law and order and to protect our cities and our people. We have a long road ahead, both as we pursue this case through the criminal system and as we address the pain in the Louisville community. I'm committed to being part of the healing process. When tragedy mourn, we must also do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. Today, consistent with that view, I'm announcing that I will create a task force to review the process for securing, reviewing, and executing search warrants in Kentucky. The task force will consist of a variety of stakeholders, including citizens, members from the law enforcement community, representatives from the judiciary, defense attorneys, and elected leaders. I'll be issuing an executive order in the coming days to create this task force. I believe conducting a top-to-bottom review of the search warrant process is necessary to determine if changes are required and establish best practices. You have my word that I will also vigorously prosecute the criminal charges announced today. I can assure you that my team of prosecutors will continue to give this case their attention and time. We'll also continue to support the good men and women of our law enforcement community who put their lives on the line every day to protect and to serve. And I will fight for those across our state who feel like their voice isn't heard, who feel marginalized, judged, and powerless to bring about change. In a world that is forcing many of us to pick a side, I choose the side of justice. I choose the side of truth. I choose a path that moves the Commonwealth forward and toward healing. You have that choice as well. Let's make it together. Thank you, and God bless. I'll now take some questions. I won't get into the specifics of the makeup of the grand jury.
Yeah, just you mentioned that Breonna Taylor was hit by 6 bullets. You identified the one that killed
Based on the evidence, there's nothing conclusive to say that Detective Hankinson's, any of his bullets hit Miss Taylor.
I'm just curious
Yes, sir.
what your message would be to the family and those who support her in the community, because based on what you're saying today, the grand jury basically found that none of the officers involved are directly responsible for Breonna Taylor's death.
Well, as I said from the beginning, and I appreciate that question, this is a tragedy. And sometimes the law, the criminal law, is not adequate to respond to a tragedy. And I fully acknowledge that, and I know many that are watching today and those that are listening recognize that as well. But the response is that the grand jury was given all of the evidence, presented all of the information, and ultimately made the determination that Detective Hankinson was the one to be indicted.
To be clear, did your special prosecutors make a recommendation to the grand jury?
Grand jury proceedings are secret, and so I'm not going to get into the specifics of details about that proceeding. What I will say is that we presented all of the information, and they ultimately made a determination about whether to charge. In this instance, they decided to indict Detective Hankinson.
General Cameron, one question.
I'm sorry, say that again?
When it comes to officers firing back in self-defense, do you think the current state law needs to be changed with cases like this?
Well, what my role as the special prosecutor in this case was to provide the information and facts to the grand jury. Detective Cosgrove and Sergeant Mattingly were justified in returning fire because they were fired upon. I'll leave it to others to make determinations. We have vigorous self-defense laws in this state, and that is something that existed prior to this case. I'll let others make judgments about that. Yes, sir.
One big question surrounding this case is whether or not the officers knocked and announced their presence. Talk about the evidence that you came to that they did announce their presence.
Yes, the statements that were made by officers there the night or the morning of March 13th show that they did knock and announce. The important point here is that information was corroborated by another witness who was in close proximity to apartment 4, who corroborated that information and said that there was a knocking and announcing by the officers.
Was the witness a civilian or a law enforcement?
The witness was a civilian.
If a wanted endangerment takes place while there is a death involved, would that not be a manslaughter charge? If there was a death that occurred during a wanted endangerment?
Well, Chris, to your question, I think it, again, is important to step back and recognize that what we did was uncover all the information and facts related to the morning of March 13th, and then provided that information to the grand jury. The grand jury had every piece of detail needed to make their assessment and their judgments. And ultimately, their conclusion was that the decision needed to be made to indict Mr. Hankinson.
Mr. Cameron, Rukmini Kalimaki with the New York Times. Right here,
Sorry,
sir.
yes, ma'am.
Hi, 2 questions for you. Number 1, you said that she was shot 6 times, yet her death certificate says 5. Can you please explain the discrepancy? And the second thing is journalists in this room, myself included, have taken apart that apartment complex looking for witnesses to the point that you made about the knocking and announcing. Of a dozen witnesses that I spoke to, only one, a man who was directly upstairs, heard them announce. Do you think that's enough in the middle of the night when somebody is asleep for just one person in a tight-knit apartment block to have heard that? Is that a sufficient way of announcing?
Well, let me try to answer your second question first. Your question was, is it enough for me? I think the more pertinent question is, what was the evidence provided to the grand jury? What was sufficient for their purposes? They got to hear and listen to all the testimony and made the determination that Detective Hankinson was the one that needed to be indicted, knowing all of the relative points that you made. As to your first question, can you repeat it one more time?
Her death certificate says 5, and yet you are saying 6. Today's the first time I'm hearing 6.
Yes. So There is a bullet that was lodged, and bullet might be too generous a term. There was an object that was lodged into one of her feet, and so that is what is being referred to as the sixth, I guess, projectile.
Are you going to release the full?
Joe?
Are you going to release the full grand jury report?
Can you say that one more time?
Are you going to release the full grand jury report?
Well, I am right now, because there is a pending indictment. I think it is our practice, and because there is an ongoing FBI investigation, to revisit that question. But at this point, I don't think it's appropriate for us to release any information.
And just for clarification, you said that Hankinson fired 10 times from outside into apartment 4 and into apartment 3, but no conclusive evidence any of those shots hit Caleb. Can you expand on that just a little bit more?
Well, that is what the evidence shows, is that there was nothing conclusive to demonstrate that any of his bullets hit.
Does that leave the door open for the fact that maybe one of his shots did hit her? Or?
Well, again, all the evidence was given to the grand jury, and they made the decision that wanton endangerment was the charge to file or to indict against Mr. Hankinson.
Okay, and thank you.
Yes, Wendy. Well, your last question about providing information. In any investigation, criminal investigation, the best practice, and this is whether on the state or federal level, is to not make too many specific comments about the investigation because you do not want to compromise that investigation. There are also ethical considerations as investigators and prosecutors that we're responsible to abide by as well. Some of those obligations continue now because we have a responsibility to pursue the prosecution against Detective Hankinson. It's my judgment very early on that we needed to take this case in the Attorney General's office. As you know, the Commonwealth's attorney was conflicted out of this case because of another matter that he was pursuing. I could have farmed the case out to another Commonwealth's attorney in one of our 120 counties. Instead, I did not do that because the resources that we have to bring to bear and the relationships that we have with our federal partners, in my judgment, were needed to uncover the truth in this case. And part of the reason the investigation took so long is because we needed to make sure that we were doing a thorough job of looking at all the facts and gathering all the materials, interviewing witnesses, making sure that all of our people felt confident in their presentation to the grand jury. I will remind you, as late as Friday, we were still interviewing people in this case. And so the length of it is because this case deserved thorough and fair analysis. That was needed and deserved by Brianna and by her family, for the officers involved, for the community of Louisville, and for the Commonwealth. We needed to have a thorough investigation. We also got the FBI involved in terms of the ballistics report. We needed additional, their ability to scrutinize and make an independent assessment as well. And so the length of the investigation was a reflection, I hope people understand, of how important it was that we got this right. We didn't want to rush it, and we did not. And I'm grateful to the team that is behind me for the work that they did. Look, over 200 years of combined experience. These are prosecutors and investigators who don't care about political distinctions, don't care about influence in any particular regard. What they care about is the truth. And we presented that to the grand jury.
Sir, sorry.
I'm sorry. I won't get into what our private conversation was. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What do you say to people who say this is just another example of the Black community not getting full justice? And what specifically do you plan to do to calm a community that's long been hurting? And do you understand that anger that people might feel?
I certainly understand the pain that has been brought about by the tragic loss of Ms. Taylor. I understand that as a Attorney General who is responsible for all 120 counties in terms of being the chief legal officer, the chief law enforcement officer. I understand that. I understand that as a Black man, how painful this is. And which is why it was so incredibly important for make sure that we did everything we possibly could to uncover every fact. And I know, look, this team, myself, the members of the representatives of the Attorney General's office have taken a lot of criticism and scrutiny. But that scrutiny in many ways was misplaced because there was not a day that people in this office didn't go to sleep thinking about this case, and it wasn't a day where the first thing on our minds is getting to the truth in this case. And obviously, again, the criminal law is not meant to respond to every sorrow and grief, and that is true here. But my heart breaks for the loss of Ms. Taylor, and I've said that repeatedly. My mother, if something was to happen to me, would find it very hard. And I've seen that pain on Ms. Palmer's face. I've seen that pain in the community. And what our responsibility in the AG's office was to make sure that we uncovered every fact, that we utilized every resource that we could bring to bear to uncover the facts and the truth, and that's ultimately what we presented to the grand jury. On the question of what I'm going to do, I've talked to partners in the community about helping to be a constructive member of any conversations moving forward. I recognize in my remarks, I mentioned the fact that we'll be establishing a task force in the coming days ahead to look at best practices for warrants. So there is a lot that I can do in this platform to help.
Okay, sir, this is Maria Sacchetti.
So I'm gonna cut in here real quick. Hi guys, this is Lady Allred. If you guys are new to my channel, I am the controller and all-seer of international protests. I am going to be staying live because there are still international protests going on. I will also be staying live because I'm running an 8x8, whereas Woke is running a 6x6. When it starts getting to around 3 or 4 p.m. PST, that is when I will probably be ending. If you guys would like to go over to Woke is on right now, so I spam the link in the chat. If you guys would like to watch both at once if you want to, there is a multi-stream link that is also now in chat. You guys can use one of those, but don't feel forced to stay here if you guys don't want to. Yeah.
Indicting Detective Hankinson for wanton endangerment. I think that in terms of what happened the wee hours of March 13th, in terms of that particular or specific date and what happened that night in the apartment, I think it is unlikely that there will be any additional prosecutions that come from that event itself.
Attorney General, so can you go into the confusion over the fatal shot that was fired and kind of what the issue was there in terms of determining that? And then also, did you present to the grand jury with any charges against Mattingly and Cosgrove?
Well, so as to your first question, what I think you asked about was
confusion over the fatal shot.
Yes, the reports that were provided to us by the Kentucky State Police and then the FBI as it relates to ballistics. So initially, we got the report from Kentucky State Police, and it was inconclusive about making a determination into that fatal shot. And so again, with the relationships that we have with our federal law enforcement community, and namely the FBI, I thought it imperative that we utilize that resource. And so they undertook an independent analysis and review of and conducted or provided a ballistics report. There is nothing that this team was able to glean suggesting that there was an objective reason for why FBI was able to conclusively or definitively state that Mr. Cosgrove fired the fatal shot. Both, again, KSP, their lab, well-regarded, well-respected, FBI, equally regarded and respected. That said, it certainly creates some issue in terms of providing that information to the grand jury and providing that at any subsequent prosecution. And so it was, from our judgment, important to provide both of those to the grand jury and then ultimately let them make a determination about what to do with that information.
And were they presented with
Yes,
charges for Mattingly or Cosgrove?
I'm sorry.
Mattingly and Cosgrove.
Say
Were
that
they
again.
presented with any charges for Mattingly or Cosgrove?
Well, what I will say is that they were walked through all the homicide offenses, and with that information and the information and facts that were provided to them that we uncovered in our investigation, they made the determination that Detective Hankinson was the one that needed to be indicted here. Yes, ma'am. So what I will say is there's obviously I don't want to get into the proceedings related to Mr. Walker. That's a separate, so I'm not going to have any comment on that. This team behind me presented it to the grand jury. And your other question was about the racial makeup of... Well, I'm black, and I speak for the entire department. And I hope that will satisfy that question. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I know that you said the investigation has obviously taken months and it was presented to the grand jury Monday. Can you tell us, when did the grand jury actually, how long did they deliberate? Did they begin on Monday or did they begin Tuesday? And that was of this week, correct?
The grand jury was presented with the information today. I won't get into the specifics of when they began their deliberations, but I will say that they started early Monday and concluded sometime before noon. And so they heard everything they needed to hear. We didn't withhold anything from them, and I hope that satisfies your question.
Okay. General, can you tell me a little bit more about this task force? You know, Senate President Stivers and Representative Scott are introducing warrant bills for the next legislative session. Are they going to be on this task force perchance? And will you be taking some of the information from the bills they pre-file to work with on this?
Well, I don't want to put, obviously, the cart before the horse, but I did mention in the remarks that we are certainly going to have elected leaders on this task force, and I imagine that some of the policy questions and some of the policy proposals that have already been put forward and have entered into the public conversation will be a part of this task force. But I want to make sure that people recognize that this task force is being established not to demonize any one side or any one department or agency. I think it's a healthy thing for the Attorney General from time to time to be a part of a conversation with all 120 counties. I'm not talking or singling out any county specifically, but with all 120 counties, about best practices that can be utilized. I had a recent conversation with somebody that said there is always room for improvement. I think that's important in any industry, important in any job. And so as part of my role as the Attorney General, I certainly recognize the part I have to play in making sure that all of our systems in government are improved upon, whether it be because of a particular matter that occurred or because from time to time it's just the responsible thing to do.
Did
Yes,
any
sir.
of the officers
I'm
ask?
sorry, Joe?
Yeah. Did any of the officers ask to testify or present evidence to the grand jury, and were any allowed to?
Well, what I'll say on that is, again, I don't want to get into the specifics, but testimony was heard by the grand jury of all sorts of witnesses and folks. And so, again, all relevant information was provided to the grand jury for them to make their assessment. Yes, sir.
When you look at the analysis of the path of the bullets, how was it that Kenneth Walker, who fired the shot at the officers, was not hit, and Breonna Taylor was hit so many times?
Well, that's part of the tragedy here. And again, I don't want to get into the specifics, but the fact that she was hit breaks my heart, and it breaks the collective heart of all the country. But I don't want to get, because we have now a open prosecution, I don't want to get too into the details of the trajectories themselves.
Two follow-up questions. One, I understand that the names of grand jurors aren't released, but what rule or standard prevents you from releasing the racial and gender makeup of the grand jury? And number two, you've mentioned that Cosgrove fired the fatal shot, but could you clarify how many shots in all that hit Ms. Taylor were fired by Mattingly, and how many shots that hit Ms. Taylor were fired by Cosgrove?
Well, as to the last question, inconclusive in terms of how many shots from each officer. We weren't able to identify with that level of specificity. As to the question about the makeup of the grand jury, we might be able to, I need to confirm on that front about. Yeah, you know, the fact that this has received so much scrutiny, I think it'd be inappropriate for me to share the information about the makeup of the grand jury, just to the extent I can protect them.
Will you release the investigative file or recommend that LMPD release it?
Well, look, the role that we now have is to pursue the ongoing prosecution against Detective Hankinson. And so I think it'd be irresponsible at this juncture for this office to release any sort of file, again, because we have this ongoing prosecution. And I'm not going to comment on, and I think I certainly shouldn't be recommending, again, because of the ongoing prosecution, any sort of recommendation as to relates to a release of a file.
We're going to have time for 2 more questions.
Oh, Daniel, okay. Well, I certainly don't think that whether it's the grand jury or our responsibility as the investigators or prosecutors, it's to find the truth. And so when folks from outside of the Commonwealth suggest or make their preferences or their opinions known, it should have no bearing on our role as prosecutor and as investigator and fact finder. Even with folks within the Commonwealth, again, this is a tragedy. I don't want to lose sight of that, but we do have a responsibility to look at the facts as they are, and we can't be in the business. I don't think we want a justice system that is in the business of fashioning facts or laws to a particular narrative. We have to be in the business of presenting the information to the grand jury and ultimately allowing them to make a decision about what to do subsequently.
Last question.
Yes, ma'am. Far in the back. I apologize. Actually, we'll take these last two here. Okay. So either one can start. Sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. I wanted to ask if you, if you believe personally that someone should have been charged with homicide or one of the similar charges in this case, and if you could please walk us through what happened after the officers knocked on the door. Did they hear an answer? How long did they wait before everything erupted? But both of those questions, please, and thank you very much.
As to your first question, again, this is about what the grand jury decided. One of the misconceptions out there is that the Attorney General's office was in the business of making charges, and that's just simply not the case under Kentucky law. Our role is to present the information to the grand jury. We dispense with that responsibility. We did it after a protracted investigation that uncovered all of the facts. That was our role. That was our responsibility. And we presented everything to the grand jury for them to ultimately make a judgment about what to do next. And in this case, in this instant, they decided to indict Detective Hankinson. As to your other question about what was provided to the grand jury, I can't get into the details of the specifics on that particular issue. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. In the beginning, you said that you spoke with Breonna Taylor's family today. I know you can't tell us word for word what they said to you, but how was the news received?
Well, it was a hard meeting, and I won't go any further. I won't elaborate. But it was a difficult meeting, and look, when I ran for this office, I ran because I had some singular ideas in mind, and you never know exactly what issues you'll be presented with and what challenges you'll be presented with. And today was one of those challenges, to have to sit in that room and provide the information to Ms. Palmer and to other members of the Taylor family. It's been a difficult day. This is a difficult day for everyone standing up here. This is a difficult day for those here that have to report this. And it's a very difficult day for Louisville, all of the Commonwealth, all of the country. I recognize that. And I certainly recognize the responsibility that I have to help. Keep going! Our streets! Our streets! Home watching, those that perhaps have ideas about being angry or pained by this decision, I hope we will respond in a manner that respects our First Amendment rights, but also respects our responsibility as the Bible talks about loving our neighbors, and that we can do so keeping Breonna Taylor's legacy in mind, but also in a way that respects our Louisville, our city, the city I live in, that respects all of our communities. So again, this is a hard day. I am under no illusion that it is not. And all I can offer is that our office uncovered every fact that was relevant to the wee hours, the morning hours of March 13th. We provided that information to the grand jury, and you all now, whether you're sitting here or whether you're at home, know the results of that process. And now we have the responsibility to prosecute that indictment, move forward in that matter. But all of us have a responsibility to work together, to find common ground, to find ways to love one another, and just be good neighbors. And so that's what I implore as you all report on this in a responsible manner. That's what I implore those that are watching on television, is that we all have the responsibility of coming together now. I hope that you will take that charge seriously. Our governor likes to talk about Team Kentucky, and I believe him earnestly. in that charge. And I hope that that extends to the results that were issued here today, and I hope that extends to all of our neighbors in all of our communities. Thank you, and God bless.
Turning on the Shelby Street.
When we get to the intersection, we're going to stop. Shut your hood ass dogs up.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
How you feeling, man?
Man, I don't know how I feel right now, bro. How about you? How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm all over the place, but I'm not surprised. I've never believed in our justice system because I've always been on the other side. That's a bar.
Yeah, it sure is a bar.
I've always
It
seen
sure
the
is a
other side,
bar.
man. I've never seen nothing else out there, man. Especially when else happens.
I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Deal with this first.
Very disappointed, but not surprised, man.
Yeah, not surprised at all.
Coming through, make a hole. Everybody stay here. Come on, y'all.
Definitely getting them steps in.
What's going on, y'all? This T-May waving from online, giving you all continuous coverage of the protesters from Breeway, also known as Justice Square, whatever you call it, as they take it to the streets.
They're not gonna let us just walk into the highway.
Big shield, y'all know what it is.
Good, man. What's up, brother? Good to see you out here, bro. How's that little girl? Good. Yeah, I'm all right, man. You know, it continues, bro. You know it. The motherfucking saga continues. Yes.
Yeah, 6 miles later.
I'm gonna be over. You doing all right? Good.
Where we going? Like I told you, I'm a soldier. You know
Yeah.
Me, we were like to the police department. It's still right there. Throw shit at them in there.
We don't trust this fucking whatever the fuck they got going on. Let me get to her. My bad, bro.
Mike, check.
Change the planes just a little bit. Oh, wow. And go back down Broadway and march all the way back. Hey, shields, get up so nobody can walk through you. All day.
Just so nobody can get through.
Y'all need to get this together, man. Y'all need to get this together. I don't care if y'all having a meeting or what. Y'all need to get this together.
I'm gonna put my camera over here. This ain't.
Listen.
I'm trying to get the Barstown Road, motherfuckers first. Let's get the Barstown Road.
Hey,
We're going to Barstown Road and take it to the
this
end.
plan is for the women and children. So we're going back to Broadway. We march it right back down in their face. And later tonight, it's a whole different story. If you want to go back to the police station, you can. We going to the Highlands. Hey, matter of fact, we cannot keep arguing to the leaders. I mean, we're not going to do that. We're going to the Highlands. We're not going to keep arguing with each other. We're going to the Highlands. Yes. Raise your hand if you want to go back. Nobody. We want to go to the Highlands, right? Highlands, right? Highlands,
So it's gonna split off. We're gonna split the numbers.
We do not need to split off. We need to stay together.
Everybody needs to stay together.
One message, one band, one song.
So yeah, I'm gonna jump in here since streams are going up and then they're going down real quick. I'm gonna make a thing. Hello guys, if you're new to my channel, I'm Lady Elrad. Woke is live, by the way, if you guys want to go check in on Woke. I'm just staying live because there are international stuff still popping up. Granted, it's getting buried by the Louisville stuff and the horrible announcement that came out of the Breonna Taylor case. The only one officer was charged with a Class D felony in the state of Louisville, Kentucky. It was a wanton... Let me grab it real quick. It's in my DMs. It was wanton endangerment, and it basically only gives, like, first-degree wanton endangerment, a person guilty of wanton endangerment in the first degree when under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, he or she wantonly engages in conduct which creates a substantial danger of death or serious physical injury to another person, is a Class D felony and punishable up to fines of $10,000 and 5 years in prison. His bond was $15K, which we know may get lowered down to like $5K and he'll be out. He's been in Florida, is what we found out. And then he'll probably be coming back to Louisville and he probably won't be able to leave the state of Kentucky, but he probably will be released out on bond. And it is okay to be mad. I am angry. I am sad. And I get it. You want to voice your frustrations, but we cannot have things in the chat that say they should do X, Y, and Z if it is anything that can be considered destruction of property, burning stuff, hurting people. We can't have that in chat because it is against Twitch terms of service. I've brought in some mods that are familiar with my own personal stream, and they are, while I trust all my mods, I brought my personal mods in too to help kind of with backup. And they've just been given clear instructions to just, if something gets missed or it could be considered incitement of violence, to just delete it. Bans will not be given now unless you start being a little bitch, basically, about it. Like, I'm sorry. It's a very frustrating time. And we are angry. Emotions are riled. But if one message gets approved by another but gets deleted by another, it's just for the safety of the channel being able to stay up. I know that sounds stupid, but if there weren't channels like this or Woke, you wouldn't have the live coverage. Woke does the same thing, where they delete anything that's an incitement of violence. I take an extra step to where I have a bunch of words that are blocked out because this is my baby, and while we do cover U.S. protests, we also do cover a lot of international incidents as well, and I want this channel to stay alive. But yes, we are frustrated. I am upset. I cried earlier. So, realize we're all in this together, and if you have been banned and you feel like it's unjustified or something, you feel free to message the channel and I'll look at it later. You won't get unbanned today. I am not going to be looking at Whispers today. I will look at it later when I end the stream, but it won't be during this stream. There's my 2 cents. Everybody get up, stretch, drink some water while you still can. And fucking arrest the cops and actually give a fucking better indictment to the cops that killed Breonna Taylor. Come on, Louisville AG. You could have done better.
Can someone hold my back?
Yeah, please. Good, good, I got you. Yes. Appreciate it.
I want to give you mine right quick, if you don't mind, right quick, please. I mean, y'all can slide it. Y'all better get it together. Or, you know what I'm saying? We don't need y'all in the way. If y'all want to jump in front of a cop shooting us or something, that's awesome. Thank you. But I'm not encouraging nothing besides get out the streets.
Look out, yeah. My bad. You're good.
Bro, I need to follow you because I know his imagery is so fucking bizarre.
He's
up in
I'm
the
sorry,
sky.
He's up in the sky, bro.
Like, damn.
Hey, but yo, them motherfucker pics better be brilliant. I know that. Them motherfuckers better be off the chain. I know that.
It was just you standing in the street with a militia walking down. I shoot through my hotel. I said, that's him. I know
Pictures better be brilliant. All right, y'all, we continuing.
My streets, our streets. I'm not getting out the fucking street.
They getting organized. They all getting organized.
Make me.
Make us.
Make us.
Oh, and to add to that, while you can't say they should do X, Y, and Z, and we show people doing sometimes X, Y, Z, it's different. It's just that we can't have incitement of violence in the chat. We are showing what's happening live. It's a gray area. I know it's kind of fucking hypocritical, but that's just the terms of service we have to live and abide by. By the way, to anybody watching on all the other platforms, I am talking to the Twitch chat. I haven't even looked at the other platforms we're on. I should have prepared for today. Just, if you're watching on another platform, please try to abide by the terms of service of that platform.
Our media need to go to the sidewalk. Chris, tell me.
Exactly, Alex. Too angry, too frustrated, too hurt. I love you, baby.
Burn it down! Justice!
No! Burn it down! Burn it down! Burn it down!
We need to put other people's danger in harm's way.
We have been patient. The officers need to be fired. The officers need to be fired. Jada Hampton, I don't know if y'all remember this, a while ago we went live. Jada Hampton, who's our Youth in College Kentucky NAACP state president, recent graduate. Tamika's live? That's good to know. Let me see something. I just texted her. A lot of people are on the ground right now, so I just texted some of them who are going to come join us. I agree. So y'all think I'm seeing people right? Fire the officers. They're not going to get charged. Not today. The question was asked by a reporter to Attorney General Daniel Cameron. Do you think there will be further indictments or more people charged? Will there be more arrests? And he said he can't say. He's done his job. He said he's done his job. People are saying fire the officers. Fire them. Fire the officers. Fire them and make sure they can't get hired nowhere else. Can they still get charged? Yes, they can still get charged. Did y'all watch the press conference that I just watched? Yes, they can still get charged, but Neil Cameron said they don't think that they will. He doubts it. That's what he said. That's what he said. Sister Linda. Hey. Your hey feels like mine. I miss you.
It's a bad day, sis. A very bad day.
What's going on down
These
there?
people, beautiful people out here.
I'm not. I feel alone because I wish I was there with you guys.
It's tense out here, you know, just giving some folks, you know, an opportunity to march, you know, take some of that rage out of their bodies. There's a curfew that's instated tonight for 9 o'clock, which nobody's going to adhere to. And so we're now in a neighborhood walking from the square to a place called Highlands. It's kind of more like upper, I would say more like middle class, a little bit upper middle class, just to kind of you know, create some discomfort in the city, because this is the most outrageous shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Have been no way or no bigger way to miscarriage justice than to give one cop some bullshit charges. And just so folks understand how bullshit the charges are, they have nothing to do with Breonna Taylor. So the cop was charged for wanton endangerment. He was charged
by other
for
people.
Shooting by other people. Basically indiscriminately shooting and getting bullets into other people's house. He was not charged for wanton even endangerment of fucking Breonna Taylor. Excuse my language. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
It's so outrageous that we are a whole case of people calling for justice for Breonna Taylor for 6 months, and the indictment doesn't even include her in it. She's not a victim of the indictment. I mean, this people have to understand how much of a travesty this is. You know, it's like the most outrageous thing that could happen. Another thing that we believe in, we're getting reporters to confirm this, knowing the kind of details of how the shooting happened, and also when we went to the apartment, and of course the lawyers and others, and even that New York Times documentary that a lot of you watched.
I saw that, yeah.
There was only wanton endangerment for one apartment, and that's a white people apartment. But remember, there were bullets that went through the ceiling into the apartment above, which is a black family with children. So why was bullets going into one house, one apartment,
Wanton endangerment, but not the other house?
And so I've called on some reporters to go ask about that, because it's like on many levels outrageous. And so we've been calling clergy in hopes that people come out to the square later on just to be with these young people. They're outraged.
Wait, Linda, y'all had an event earlier today at 12 at the square. How did that go?
It was beautiful. It was really it was more so a conversation to be had, to make sure people know, like, no matter what happens, you know, really setting up. We always have to set up ourselves. You know, this Tiffany, we set up ourselves for failure all the time. We know that we're not going to get justice in the way that we want it. So you have to set people up. You can't make people too hopeful. You can't make them too optimistic. You got to be realistic. And that's really what it was. And it was also about people making sure you got a buddy out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to go protest,
you got to be in community with each other.
You got to be in community. Like, don't be out here. If you don't know somebody, get to know somebody.
That's
also making sure that a family member or someone that you care about, that cares about you, knows where you are at all times.
Right.
I mean, LMPD's out in full force across the city right now. They have boxed these people into the square in a almost like 5 block radius. So they got out the square because that's a killing box. And they're just, you know, putting their energy and they're just outraged. And I mean, listen, I'm not going to be more outraged than they are. These are the people of Louisville. These are, as you see, lots of young black people who've been out on these streets for 119 days. And this is like, for them, it's like, is this what we've been fighting for? For you to come give us a slap in the face? Like, they feel so offended and so enraged that even some of them were like, listen, I'd rather you come back and tell me you didn't indict nobody than to come do this nonsense that you just came out to do. And you know, you probably heard this, and you were the one that was telling me about this, and I went back and watched it a little bit while I was walking. Daniel Cameron's talking about, oh, don't listen to the mobs out here. These people are not mobs. These are fucking human beings.
Thank
These are people that this is their community. You killed somebody in their community, and they're out here in the street demanding justice because they're worthy of that. So for you to even be trying to say these people in the streets, or even anybody who's here fighting for justice is a mob. Is so fucking outrageous, and also tells me how much of a defender of white supremacy you are. I mean, Daniel Cameron, I'm telling you, right, you on the wrong side of history. And it is so outrageous that you are even from here. People are ashamed of you, just so he knows.
That's right. And the press conference also, and also for people who are watching, because we got almost 3,000 people in here, they need to know that he's also on the list by Donald Trump to be one of the possible Supreme Court justice nominees. So we need to make sure that we are paying attention to Daniel Cameron, but also in his language, which was so much dog whistling. You and I were texting back and forth. He also, Linda, he said his job is to also make sure that he's taking care of being the voice for people who are marginalized and scared of fighting for justice. And when he said that, I was like, are you talking about the police?
Yep, that's exactly what he's talking about. Let me show you the people that he's talking about. You want to talk about marginalized people?
Yeah, tell me who's scared. Show me who the people are marginalized in silence.
These are the people he's supposed to be defending right now.
That's the mob
in these streets. This is the mob right here. This is the people. This is the people. These are the people, Tiffany, that you've been with in these streets. These people that are literally outraged right now. This is who he's talking about. Young black babies that should not be in these streets right now with this kind of shit. They do not have to. They're supposed to be on a basketball court somewhere. They're supposed to be eating, what time is it right now? Eating a late lunch right now. Some of them really need to be in school. And you know what? They can't, because they can't even focus on normal shit that everybody else gets to focus. They can't even be normal young people, because now Daniel Cameron basically told everybody here that you are a black woman who's sleeping in her house, you can be killed with impunity. That's what Daniel Cameron did today. And if you would have saw earlier when we were listening to the announcement in the park, I mean, I've been to a lot of funerals in my life, unfortunately, but the wailing that I heard today was something I didn't hear in a long time. People are broken. It's a lot. This is who they're afraid of. This is who they're afraid of. Blocked up the whole city, knowing that you wasn't going to get justice. Maybe they didn't know what the grand jury announcement was going to be, and I believe that because I understand how grand juries work. But they were so sure there was going to be no justice because they know that this country doesn't give black people justice, doesn't give brown people justice, and they knew that. The Mayor Fisher, the next recourse that we have for people here, because you got to give people something to do, something to look forward to, something to work for. And right now, we hope all of you and our friends at NAACP and everywhere, Mayor Fisher has a job to do. Mayor Fisher has the power and authority to fire the cops. The grand jury came back with the miscarriage of justice. Now you give us some justice. And the only justice that we have at this moment is at least at the bare minimum, that this Mayor Fisher begins with arresting the cop. There is also a federal investigation by the Federal Bureau of Investigations, which is the FBI.
That's right.
I'm not saying that I have any, I'm a Muslim, so I don't really have any hope in FBI either. But listen, I don't know. Things happen. So there is a parallel investigation by the FBI. But at the minimum, I don't care, because that investigation could be it could be like another year. If you all remember, Daniel Pantaleo, who murdered Eric Garner, was not indicted by the grand jury. And our mayor had the power to fire him immediately in New York. And he didn't immediately. And he kept on saying, wait for the FBI, wait for the FBI. And the FBI took like 3 years.
That's right.
And so the FBI investigation, unfortunately, sometimes can take a really long time. So we can't put our hopes in the FBI as well. So in the meantime, Mayor Fisher, arrest the cops. I mean,
arrest the cops.
Arrest
and fire the cops. Right.
Like, come on, Mayor Fisher. I mean, he might say, I'm so outraged that now I'm saying stuff that can't happen. But he may say, I obviously don't have authority to arrest the cops, which is probably true. But he could definitely fire the cops. He absolutely has the power and authority to fire the cops. And that's it. That's what we got. I mean, look at these people giving out water, telling everybody to stay hydrated.
Every time
I mean,
I'm there, there's people who are giving out snacks and water and stickers and buttons, and there's medics that are there. There's allies who are there to make sure that people are okay, and there are people playing music, and there are people keeping each other lifted and grounded. And when you and I were there, an old dude passed out from heat and like walking around the whole Derby, the whole Kentucky Derby. They made sure they were okay. Stop.
I asked him about his tattoo.
What he said. Hold on, this is important to me.
You're good. You guys, I just. What is that? Join.
It's a revolutionary war. That each segment was the states, but it could be a civil war too. He could have just said that.
Yep.
Right?
You could have said just that, exactly. Well, because you know why? Because I saw those in Charlottesville.
Right.
Can you look up? Yeah. Can you try to see if we find another tattoo like that? So what's happening here?
Got his full name.
Oh, I like that. That's awesome. You're the best. So what was happening right there, just so you know, is that there was a reporter here, or at least the guy who had a press pass, and there's a tattoo on his inner arm. And I wanted to go look closer at his tattoo, and when I did, it reminded me of tattoos in Charlottesville. And then he had a press pass. So when I went to sit next to him, he was sitting on a ledge. I went to sit next to him just to act like I was just going to sit down because I was tired, to look at his press pass a little closer. He immediately kind of saw what's happening, and he got up. So I sent this white ally of ours here, and I said, hey, can you go over there and check this guy out and tell me what's going on? So he basically was like telling him that it's some, Revolutionary War or something that trust me when I tell you, it says join or die.
Revolutionary War. That's exactly what he had.
The real calm is perfect.
The tattoo said that, or his press pass said that?
No, his tattoo says join or die. So it's a Revolutionary War tattoo. But that's the kind of thing you look around here, because you can't trust anybody. You gotta confirm. So our white allies were able to go over there because it's not safe for us to do it. To make sure that we're also not putting ourselves in situations where we're literally marching with white supremacists. But turns out
literally,
it was a Revolutionary War tattoo.
Okay, good. But that's a good tactic. Listen, I've learned so much from y'all. Like that right there, even in itself, to make sure that y'all can check your surroundings and know who's with y'all is so super important, because we can't trust nobody. We can't be safe anywhere.
Absolutely.
How many people are you out there with?
I'm gonna show you, and you tell me if you can guard. There's a lot of people out here.
Hella.
And there, look at them. They fired up. Look at this.
Linda, listen, I want to let you go because I want you to be safe, and I need you to be present. I miss you so much.
I miss you, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate all those who support you and support your work, and hopefully we'll see you on the ground very soon. Bye,
yes,
everyone.
Ma'am. Love you. Bye.
Bye. We love you too. Bye.
So that is, if y'all don't follow Until Freedom, please do. I've been working with them for so long, and Tamika Mallory and My Son the General and Linda Sarsour and Angelo Pinto, they've been there on the ground from a long time ago. And when I needed a place to stay, they housed me up, and their tactics have been so incredible to watch and to be a part of it and to witness and changing history. So it was painful. It was painful. To talk to my sisters now from a distance on a IG screen, because that's not ideally what I would like to do or where I'd like to be. But I just appreciate her for tuning in so that we can at least get some information and be connected. I don't know how y'all are holding up. I don't know where you're.
Somewhere in one of these directions that we're walking in, that the militia is there on that side. Is on. You went to go get her?
You all right?
My stream from Louisville, Kentucky right now, so you can deal with what the fuck I got to say. All my powers did.
Oh my god, if you're gonna question how I moderate my channel, go fucking make your own channel. We have to take every fucking precaution so that the channel stays alive. It's the same way Woke runs their channel. Oh, I have to calm... I have to bring myself back before I start. Oh, yeah. If you have a problem, say it now. I'll ban you so you can make your own thing. No justice, no peace. The Until Freedom person explained it earlier. We're not calling for violence. We are calling for disruptive protesting. Which can be walking into white affluent neighborhoods chanting. That is disruptive. Blocking a street as a sit-in is... I'm getting up. Oh.
Yeah, hit that button right there. Bam. The lights come on. You got it, yep.
Okay, there it is. It's great, Papa.
Yeah.
Is it your water?
Yeah.
We're not going back to the first day. We gotta be home.
You lying?
Psych.
Crowd's getting bigger and bigger.
Baby.
The crowd is? You think so?
Yeah.
I'm doing.
See, the
Trying not to
police,
eat you up with these tires.
now that we in the Highlands, the police showing up behind us. Y'all notice that? Now that we showed up here, the police are behind us.
You know, wherever we go now.
Oh, they been with us the whole way? I ain't noticed. Okay. You all right? Yeah, see, you got that slow walk. If I could, I'd put you on my shoulders. I swear. Yeah, I know. You getting that exercise, all right? You get it? I'm trying to tell you. I know, right? Yeah. This the longest one I've been on ever. I swear, ever.
Well, and if I had known we were going to start marching, I would have
Yeah.
tennis shoes.
Right. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Yeah, you need a bike. You gonna call somebody to bring you back, right?
I hope so.
Oh, no.
But I don't know, like, what streets are blocked off.
Yeah.
So, like, who
Got you. Yeah, I know. Right, yeah.
I, like, literally, so I worked downtown, so I left
Okay,
work.
got you.
I mean, like the last time.
All right, TTS is there. When you push on it, does it give you the process? When you push on TTS, does it give you the process to donate? And does it say $1 or $3? I just gotta see, because there's a Streamlabs for each channel, so I just gotta see, man. Hell yeah, I'm a legend. I don't care. We will get it back. if I don't see you guys because they do the same shit to this channel, I'll see you again whenever I get things straight, all right? Other than that, when it gets shut down, my energy is going to put my cameras up and march. So if this gets shut down again, and if you want to check on my post, my Facebook, tell our friends that we got blocked, and tell them on my community tab, my community tab on my other YouTube channel. So all this shit where they're hitting buses, all that shit where they're hitting buses and super violence, I'm not going to show it close up, you guys, all right? Anything with violence, close up, I'm not going to get in the camera of it.
Yeah, no shit, things are frozen. I got up for 5 minutes.
It's not the chat. It's not the chat. It wasn't the chat. That's a good idea. But the chat would have to incite a whole bunch of violence. You know what I mean? Like it have to be super crazy for your channel to go down over the chat. No, that's impossible. Yeah. This whole moment is censored, and it's being watched on Facebook. It's being watched on Instagram. It's being watched on Twitter, and that's all you got proof of it. And I'll appeal my channel once I get back to the room. For right now, you guys, I don't want to overtalk this protest with my little situation. All right. So we already know. You don't know. Share it and stream. That YouTube is censoring shit. And the notice I got, the email I got, is that your channel has been taken down. You can't stream off of it until it is reviewed for further notice, and that I broke YouTube terms by showing some violence. It had a word behind violence, before violence. Did y'all see me show anybody get shot, stabbed, beat it up, kicked?
Again, I'm somebody who knows how to read and listen and watch to an extent as well, as I mentioned before. But read, watch, and listen to facts, to people whom are experts, who would know a lot more about a topic than I would. That is what informs everything that I say. I listened to as much as I could earlier of the Attorney General's conference. I did not get to hear everything. I heard some. I don't know what that was, but it's fine. I listened to as much as I could of the Attorney General earlier, but I wasn't able to listen to all of it. Yeah, these businesses in a
Shut it down. Okay, I think we're good. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Yep. 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 Shut it down. Shut it down. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Breonna Taylor. 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 Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. We'll leave it. Say her name. Say her name. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Breonna Taylor didn't get it. 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 I'ma need you to turn your cars all the way around. Nah, it's a remix. I'ma make them turn their cars around because Breonna didn't get it. Thank you, construction people. Turn your cars. Oh, wait. It's the infamous emergency buses that act like they gotta come through now. There it is. But that's what they do all the time. Unfortunately, we're not blocking any traffic. So, oh, they turned. What they're gonna do is take the truck around the corner to make them have to come down this street so that we'll have to move. Now we know this tactic. We know we got about 2.5 minutes before we have to actually move. And as we watch them, notice that this is how they disrupt the protest. Do not be fooled, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sick and tired of people not caring about Black lives.
It's the National Patriotic Defense Team, or whatever they call themselves. Tara Brandau is their leader.
Please don't. No, don't do that.
Let's keep walking. Shit, where did Jason go? As soon as I get to Jason, I will let him, hold on. Your mom wanted me to tell you there's messages for you.
I know.
Jason knows, but Jason's busy right now. So again, Ramsey's is a restaurant that has, if I understand right, Ramsey's has been feeding us constantly, right? Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm that. So that's why people are trying to get others to pull away from what they were doing, because that's an ally. That's not, you know, that's not what we want. Well, we don't want any damage and such, really, but. All right, I'm getting up to the front here because they were, yeah, all right, I see the police presence. I see the police presence down the street now. There has been some vandalism. It has happened. We'll see where things go from here.
I hit the motherfucking freeway. I hit the motherfucking freeway.
I hit the motherfucking freeway. LMPD.
So yeah, again, there has been some vandalism. some damage. There's one particular restaurant that a couple people went to, went towards Ramsey's on top, Ramsey's Cafe on the World. That is the location that is a restaurant that's
Stand up, fight back!
been an ally feeding, people and such out here. So the vast majority of people out here are like, no, we're not here for that. When others noticed that there were police ahead, there was a call to get the shields and such up front. Looks like we're turning. So hold on real quick. I'm gonna go this way. Excuse me.
Justice! Black Lives Matter! Indigenous Lives Matter! Breonna Taylor matters!
At a very low term that no one back there can hear him. So once again, when there's no warning made, beyond, I believe it's 3 blocks. That's as far as they can go. Or the microphones can go as far as the warning can go as far as 3 blocks. When they realize that's what's coming in front of them, whew, they decided not to turn. I guess they decided to come this way. Why are you blocking the road?
Give your answer. Can you speak for yourself? Why are you
They're not going to speak. They want to fight. They get what they want. Say their name.
Oh, look at his knuckles. He's getting ready. Why is your face mask fogging up? Getting hot and bothered?
If they get into a fix, when you have your
Yeah, I know that's not necessary, right? Like person to person.
Man, you good?
No, I'm saying you all being out here. You know that's not necessary, right? Like as far as like all of like person to person. Can you understand that this is not necessary? Person, not bad to protester. Person to person. I live beside you.
Person to person, I got no animosity toward anybody.
And we know that, and that's why I'm talking to you. But my question is, do you think?
Watch your side, man. Watch your side.
No, he's good. I'm with him. Yeah. The question, I was just asking, do you think this is extra? You see how they've been peacefully coming up from 60 Jefferson to here. Now look what you're creating. You feel that? Like not you, but this is creating a story that they want to turn into something. Why tear gas people walking down the street? If you see people destructing things or breaking things, hit that person. Get that one individual. Why sit here and talk to all of these people? Why allow them to march downtown, but when they get into this nice neighborhood, they can't go no further? Well, ma'am, I don't need no offense. I'm just having a conversation with this guy. Yes, ma'am. We're having a good conversation. Yes, ma'am. But you feel me? Just action. It's like nobody wants to see you all have to put your mask down, put your mask up, hold the stick. People, you all seen the news today. This is just extra.
Sorry, y'all.
What happens, happens. You don't even know what they can do when they Hey, who Mike check! Hey, Mike check! Mike check! Mike check! We going through, bro. We going through, bro. Hey, Mike check! Hold up! Hey, Mike check!
I wouldn't be able to look me in the eyes either. I wouldn't be able to look me in the eyes either.
Yeah, slide on right through there.
I'm gonna keep saying this to y'all. Every time I see y'all, I'm gonna show you my face.
Media.
I'm gonna tell you
Media. Why she just walk through here? That's crazy.
So why can she walk?
So my white media friends can walk over and through, but I can't walk through.
But we can't walk through.
But we can't walk through. But this is my buddy right there, Reinhardt. Reinhardt got through here. My man right there got through here. Do you see press? Do you see press? Excuse me, sir. I'm media. I'm not protesting. Slide to the left, please. Let me go over there and do my job. Why? You feel that tough about yourself? If you don't want a cameraman, maybe it'll stick right here in your face then. How about that? I'll sit right here since I can't get out of your way. I'll sit right here in your face. I can't walk over there and do my job.
You can't see what we doing back there, Cade.
He allowed Reinhardt to walk through. He allowed that media guy right there to walk through. And he allowed another white individual to walk through. But yet, I can't walk through holding my camera and everything. That's crazy. So I was staying here.
Why you let her walk through?
Your vest is too little.
Why did you let her walk through? Why did a white woman walk through and I can't walk through?
We can't walk through.
Brother, can I walk through on media? Can't.
But why you let her walk through?
Why did she walk through? Why did she walk through?
They let her through. This is your team. They
You
let her
can't
through.
admit accountability.
Y'all wonder why we out here.
Accountability.
White privilege at its finest.
That's all we want.
So if you can't be
just let it
equal,
happen. You just let it happen.
I'm gonna be like them and be a dick all in your face all damn day.
You look at her and let her through. Even when I said, oh, you gonna let her through.
You gonna let her do it, you still let her through.
And you wonder why we out this motherfucker.
So he's gonna be here for the next 5 minutes. I'm not.
Police reinforcements coming up in the back. Heavily armored truck, along with more LMPD right behind them. Also here comes a bunch more. They're trying to circle everybody right now. Get off of him! Get off of him! Get off of him! Just got tear gas. Just got fired at. Motherfuckers just got fired at again. God damn. Motherfuckers targeting me. the orange strap on his gun there. That's the one firing off bullets, pepper bullets, I believe.
What the actual fuck? Did you just see what happened on Wave FM Online?
Got two guys down over here. More going on the right.
Everybody out of the street. Out of the street. Out of the street. Protect our citizens and not the rest, right? Stop fighting, bro. Give him your hand. Just relax. Give him your hand, bro. They're gonna kill you.
Enterprise. Trying to think of a cross street, but we're starting to feel the.
Hey, get the goggles off your fucking mouth.
Yeah, lift it. There. Ma'am, what's your name? Ma'am, what's your name? I'm recording it for these guys. They were asking names earlier. You're not giving it? All right.
Hey, Cap, we can stop this right now, Cap. What's going on? Hey, what the fuck? You got him in fucking handcuffs! Get the fuck out of his hair! Let go of his hair! Fucking get out of his hair!
I'm not a threat, guys. I'm just filming. Man, can you step back just a little bit?
They don't have their cameras on. They got to move forward.
If you want to put it back, you can put it back.
I will.
Kill him.
I don't want to touch you. Get away from me. Get her. I'm afraid. I will.
I'm not putting force on you. Get your hands off him. Hey, keep your eyes on behind us.
I don't care about getting arrested, but don't treat me like I'm an animal.
That's my turn. He's going to put your hands on you. Okay.
They arrested arrested Smoothview.
That's all. Oh my God. I asked you like 5 times. Man, I said I was coming right here. Push this back. That was ridiculous. Literally. Excuse me, can by chance can you use that vest and move it? Nah, we stuck here. That's crazy, bro. Like, ask you for no reason. Like I'm resisting arrest or something.
Everybody's yelling at you, and it's hard to know.
Yeah, everybody, I'm getting attacked because I'm coming to sit down. That is crazy. Thank you. We got it. 502-714. I can't.
Need backup, man.
Yes, ma'am. Sure will. Is this okay? It's hard to see inside.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
We got you. We got y'all. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. I got you, bro. I got you.
Hey, fam. Hey, fam.
Nope.
Sorry, you need to get out of the street.
I've been told by several officers I'm good where I'm at. You've got your line established. Why don't you just worry about you and I'm good? Shut the fuck up.
If you guys notice Woke doesn't have something that we have up, please go submit it over there as well.
Oh! My favorite fan! My favorite fan!
Right. Clint Ackerman, man. I'm glad to meet you.
He says I can't be protest and media because he's a dumb piece of shit.
Do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested. Law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
He's got eyes for me.
This is the Louisville Metro Police Department.
Am I cute?
Under Kentucky state law,
Am I
this
cute?
is unlawful assembly, and we
Is
command
that what it is?
persons so assembled
Or does my camera make you feel uncomfortable?
If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will
Because
be
you felt like you needed to say something. Oh, but all we gotta do is hold you here for 4 hours and then it's dead, right? Because that's the best capacity y'all got. You can't fucking put a cell phone in a goddamn vest like this. Look, this vest came with a pocket for a cell phone. Look at it. Came in a pocket with for a cell phone. This cell phone lasts way longer than those 4 hours.
Hey, young people, please come this way.
Let him out. Let him out.
And they can push you back some more. Hey, you follow me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please back up. Please back up.
Why don't y'all calm down? You scared? You fucking scared? Is that what it is? Coward. Coward. Name's Rightheart. Nice to meet you, dickhead.
Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
Part of the solution.
Sir, can you tell me what statute says I can't be protest and media? Because you've told me once before that I couldn't be.
Take your mind. Make your mind up.
No, I don't have to. Constitution says it's okay. Fuck you.
Be part of the solution. Call out your bad police.
We don't mind the safety of life.
Black Lives Matter. Brianna matters.
This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is an unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dismiss chemical agents and you will be arrested.
Sorry, I missed what you asked. Thank you.
They moving them out.
Sorry, bud. Sorry.
All right, second time. You want to answer that question? Because it seems like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Can you tell me what statute says I can't protest and be media?
All right. Good. Fantastic. Thank you.
No, answer.
This shit said the right thing. Y'all
What's up,
gonna
Charlie?
do Warren and Damon.
Brushing in sync. We're gonna walk back carefully. We're gonna step off the sidewalk. There you go.
I see you pointing at me.
All right, so now we're into the intersection. I want to make sure we're standing on the sidewalk. We see the LMPD prison unit is coming up into the line. This is the transport unit. Officers asking us to move back some more. So that unit going in there to pick up anyone who officers might have detained. At this point, the crowd is starting to disperse on both sides. Down, I believe this is Midland Avenue down this way. But then we also see a line of police officers right there, just holding off Bardstown, and a line of police cars even past them. So the protesters that are left here that started from Jefferson Square Park definitely dispersed quite a bit into the street here. I would say that as we were marching, definitely took up,
especially locally.
They're even pushing press out of the area now. Six 758, get out of my shot.
They have names in it.
I do it every time.
That's a great shot. Not great, is it? I guess Dina takes it. Yeah.
How are you doing today? Kind of hot, ain't it?
Which is unfortunate, there are white allies, and it was very targeted. So I don't know why they chose to do that. I don't know what they expected from us today, but we are doing all that we can to still exercise our rights to protest and to resist. I feel like they're the ones who want it to be violent, and we are not being violent. So I don't know what we did. They shot people point blank range with pepper balls, and no, they weren't doing anything. The guy was just standing there talking, and the police officer started shooting him for no reason, none. I don't know what they want us to do. What do we get to actually do here? You know what I mean? Like, what do we get to do? How do we get to show how we feel? What's the respectful way to protest? Please tell me, right? Because you don't want us to tear anything up. We're not tearing stuff up. We're walking down the street. You can't handle that? We don't get to do that? We don't get to do that much? So, I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you for speaking with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for being out here.
All right, stay safe. I am getting word from our editor. So keep an eye on our page, keep an eye on our website, the Courier Journal, and keep following us for updates of what's going on in Louisville. Thanks.
So they have appeared to push people off of the road. They have.
You guys are doing awesome. And we're releasing that this afternoon.
Black lives, they matter here. Black lives, they matter here. You can't stop the revolution. 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 It's a revolution. Anybody want to tear down the system? Look, yeah, it's a revolution. Buck 12, we don't do what they want. Buck 12, we don't do what they want. Buck 12, we don't do what they tell us. Buck 12, we don't do what they tell us. 50% at least. 50% at least. To black communities. To black communities. All the protesters. All the protesters. We have the power. We have the power. We have the power. We have the power.
Want to know what else is kind of just hit me? Not only is this the day that Breonna Taylor didn't get justice, this is the 7th anniversary of my dad's death. Today is a rough day and I'm gonna need some fucking alcohol. Remember to drink water, guys. Lady Elrod is gonna be very emotional today. So you guys remember to drink water, remind me to drink water. Get up and take a stretch if y'all need it. We're gonna need it. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you to all my friends. Thank you to Erd and Runa. Erd, I think you're working right now. Thank you for doing this while you're working, Runa. Thank you for always being there for me. And thank you to all my mods that have started to help me with this journey. Well, we only got to see like snippets of international stuff today. Usually we do cover international stuff on this channel, so if you are new to this channel, that is usually what we're about, but Breonna Taylor didn't get justice. So, we're gonna show the response to that. Love y'all. Drink water. I'm gonna drink a lot of water. Probably drink tonight.
Vehicles! True? True?
Has been deliberately racist. Sound Transit has recently found a noose in their headquarters. Seattle Sound Transit. Did we hear about that? No. Sound Transit fired their black officers and their brown officers first, even though they have seniority. Sound Transit limits bus routes to black and brown communities, especially during COVID-19 right now. So that's why the buses didn't do.
I gotta get to the hospital. Y'all don't give a shit.
Back up! Back up!
Focus on that, man.
You want to jump off? You want to jump off? I gotta go to the hospital.
Mind your business! Mind your business! Mind your business! Black lives that matter here! Black lives that matter here! Run a little faster to the hospital, asshole!
Use alternate routes.
She's like, here, let me help you. Use an alternate route.
Is the timer up?
Yo. Someone get the honky. Yeah. Mind your business. Mind your business.
For 20 minutes before somebody even decided to ask you. By that time you were already dead. Imagine. She was an EMT going to work the next morning, but instead she didn't get to wake up because she had a bullet through her stomach and through her chest.
Breonna Taylor needed to get to the hospital, but no one cares about that either. Shocker.
Yeah, no. My phone's gonna get fucked here soon. You're like my string. The string going down. All cops are bastards. All cops are bastards. No good protesters in the revolution. SPD.
How do you spell? Get back to the car by getting back to the car.
Breonna Taylor, get it!
Black lives, they matter here. Yeah. This is gonna be winter vibes for sure.
Oh, for sure. Very cool. I've been really liking the random characters we've been on the side. Yeah. Just having conversation with people. So. Shit don't matter. So good. That shit don't matter. I'm so sorry. Good job, that shit don't matter. Oh. Thank God I got a new battery. True. It almost died while we were closing down Ballard. I like stalled and I'm like, ooh, and I'm like, oh
Thank God. Yeah.
I was like, if you guys could push me off this motherfucking bridge, y'all can push me off this motherfucking bridge. Not right now. I was told by my mechanic over like a 6-month period that like by fall your battery won't work, and I was like, okay, I'll push
You're
it.
like, all right.
Summer would be great.
Yeah.
And then the smoke happened, and my car sat for 4 days in a row. I love that this bus just turned his bus completely off, but all these other ones kept it on. I'm like,
I know what's going on.
Yeah. I know these bitches.
Yeah.
I've seen them once, twice, many a time.
I've seen them for 4 months straight. Yeah. Black Lives Matter.
I love that Katie's car has a pineapple on it. I always know exactly
who it is.
Honestly, I try to put stickers on mine so my car would be more noticeable, just because it literally looks like an off car.
Oh.
Because it looks like a cop car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get a car for this winter. For all my streaming. I'm spending so much on Uber. It's crazy.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
If you're near Red, let me know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I have you on Signal now because I'm in that thing.
So,
yeah.
Because
I live up on the hill, so I'm not, like, for the most part I can walk, but stuff like this.
Especially when it's colder and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's dark at 5.
Yeah.
Even like night marches are usually completely dark.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to source some winter gear.
I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some like a waterproof case for the phone and like rain boots and all that.
Waterproof boots, yeah.
Yeah, because in DC my phone died in the middle of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you see it now? Do you see the picture though? Okay, the camera is on the ground, but do you see the picture? Do you not see it? Am I on?
Yes. You're on.
You want me to call the control room?
Do they not have you?
All right, hang it up, call the control room.
Stay on the side.
Hey, just switch over to the control room.
see through a little bit more.
That's what we're going to do with them. Have you missed them over here so we can check them out real quick? If they're still here. Yes. You're okay.
Double standards. All y'all asses ain't right. There's some corrupt cops out here right now that should be arrested. This is fucked up. Some of y'all should not have a badge on. All y'all should be out here. Guard and protect. Serve and protect. Serve and bullshit! Some bullshit! I don't want to go now. Now I'm fucking pissed. Y'all arresting citizens out here fighting for the right cause. It's fucked up. You know he should be arrested. He should have never been out there. One of y'all asses should have arrested his punk ass long time ago.
Him and 4 others.
He should have never been there. Sexually assault women like you and you. He should never been there. You sexually assaulting women. Probably could have went so much differently had he not been there in the first fucking place. He's still out there. And he's out here writing letters like it's okay. That's some fucking bullshit. Bullshit.
Someone is telling me right now. Someone is telling me right now to watch your stream. My mom is telling me to watch your stream.
I'm okay, 19, 1628. I need a car.
There we go.
I need to go to a place to clean it, but we need a hobble.
Sit him on the car for me.
I'll give you a hobble. He's going to throw himself down.
I have a concussion. Hit my head on the sidewalk.
Listen to what they're telling you.
I'm using all my weight to hold you up.
Listen to what they're telling you.
Y'all bending my arms for what?
Listen to
I'm
what
not
they're
resisting.
telling you.
I'm holding you up.
I'm not resisting.
I'm just holding you up.
I am not resisting. Y'all do not have to handle me this way.
They are trying
I'm
to
not
help you.
resisting.
You've got to sit up.
I'm not
That's
resisting.
the only way you're going to feel better, okay?
I'm not
You
resisting.
have to listen.
You do not have to handle me this way. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Why are you pulling on me?
Oh, sorry about the intense peeking. I had to restart my thing. I don't know whether or not to blur him. He's not bleeding.
Hey.
All I'm trying to do is lay down. I have a concussion.
Hey.
I have a concussion.
Hey, I'm holding your head up so you don't flop on the ground.
I have a concussion.
We've been waiting. He keeps flopping around.
I have a concussion. Why are you pulling on my hair?
Hey, we've been waiting for it.
Stop coming.
Hey, sir, how much alcohol did you drink today?
I ain't never drink
I smell alcoholic beverages.
I've never drank
I
alcohol.
do, sir.
I have never drunk alcohol. I have a concussion.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you smash your head on the ground, though.
You can take a blood test. I have no alcohol in my system.
Okay.
I have a concussion. I have a concussion. I have a concussion. I have a concussion. I can't breathe.
Yes, you can.
I have a concussion.
Hey,
I have a concussion.
I'm gonna hold your head.
I can't
till we
breathe
get,
the way you
can we
hold
get
my
a helmet?
head. The way you holding my head, I can't breathe. Thank you.
Come on. Hey, why are you being so difficult?
I have a concussion.
You don't have a
I have a
concussion.
concussion.
Why are you being so difficult? Here, raise your head up and put your shirt underneath you.
Raise your head up and put your shirt underneath you.
Let him put your shirt under there so you can.
There we go.
Have a little
No.
pillow.
Have a concussion. No.
He's trying to give
Hey,
you a
I'm trying to make it
pillow
more
so
comfortable
can-
for you. You're not helping.
You making it uncomfortable.
I'm not. I'm giving you. I don't want your head on the hard ground.
I had myself already.
See how much better it is with your shirt underneath you?
Hey, I got shot in my knee. Why are you putting your knee on my knee?
Hey, we don't know.
I'm not moving.
We don't know your
I have
medical
a
history.
concussion. Oh!
What's hurting you?
Oh! Get off my leg!
Hey,
get off
stop.
of my leg!
Stop.
Get off! I'm not kicking
Stop.
nobody. I'm trying to stretch my
Stop.
legs out. You got your knee on me.
Hey, you've already tried to wrap officers' legs and trip us.
No, I
Just
did
relax.
not.
You did.
I have a concussion.
Hey, then
I have a
relax.
concussion. I have a concussion.
Relax.
Concussion. He's squeezing up.
No, nobody's doing anything to your neck. I'm just holding your head so you don't smash it on the ground. All right, see how much easier it is when you just relax?
He has his knee in my leg. I'm not kicking.
Hey,
why is his
you've
knee
already
in my
been
leg?
doing it.
I'm not kicking.
Hey.
Ah,
All right. Remember, move down. Move down if you have to slide all the way to his. Hey, if you have to slide. Hey, Kaiser, take your foot and make sure it's locked in there so he can't slide out. There we go. All right, make sure it's not. Hey, there we go. All right, where are we taking him to?
I have a concussion. I have a concussion. I have a concussion.
Which van?
I'm not resisting.
All right,
I'm not
hey,
resisting.
We're gonna carry you to
I'm
the
not
van.
resisting. I have not been fighting.
Do you hear me?
I have not
I'm gonna
been
carry
fighting.
you. You have been.
I have not been
You have been.
fighting. I can't breathe. I cannot breathe.
Which side door? All right, perfect. Hey, on one. Hey,
he's got something in this other pocket.
That's fine. We're not gonna roll him. When we lift him, you get in that pocket. Yes, sir. All right, 1, 2, 3. Go around the pole. Around the pole. Let's make sure we get his pockets.
I was not fighting nobody. I have a concussion. I was not fighting nobody.
But you are. Then it's on camera.
I was not fighting
Did you get his pockets?
Yeah, let's put him down.
All right. Hey, how do we get him in? I'm gonna need one of you to get in there, and we're gonna carry him to you. Hey, can you help him? I'm not choking you. Slide him on the chair. All right. Good. Good.
Videotape that.
I hope you got all that.
Did you videotape that?
All that. Disgusting. That was inhumane. I've never seen a human be carried like that. Never in my life.
Y'all don't want that, huh? But if I tell all you the other way, y'all attack us because of y'all fucking. Y'all ain't shit, man. Y'all get the fuck y'all want to do in here, fellas. Get the fuck down and be quiet. Y'all ain't shit.
Checking your message that needs to be at Morristown and Midland. They're not here.
All right.
back out there and get roll back.
Assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested. This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
There's children here! Children!
This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested. The Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested. This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested. This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
Be part of the solution. Call out the bad police. Police reform now.
Just make it even. Just make it even.
Keep it going.
all y'all. Y'all are the good guys. Y'all can be stopping murderers and killers and rapists and shit right now. Y'all stand in the middle of the street, stopping motherfucking people from. Look what we got. That's what I'm saying. 3 miles already. Shame me that shit happened. You don't even look like you belong. This is our fault. We would like you to be militarized. Because look at this. We're peacefully assembling. We got police for that.
How drunk was John Mattingly when he sent y'all that email? How coked down was John Mattingly when he sent that email? How many of y'all allowed him when he sent the email? He was proud of what he did. That's sexual assault, sir.
That's why we keep praying for peace and unity and asking for protection over every citizen.
People think we don't, but we want that too.
We don't like being out here.
We don't.
We don't like working every single day and being out here doing this.
But we got to protect the citizens that live here and that pay the taxes here. I get other people that are out here protesting pay taxes, but there are people that don't partake in this because they don't want to be fired from their job for speaking out, because it's already happened. But there are people that live in this community that won't speak out and won't say anything that we have to protect.
So can I tell you a story?
Absolutely, go ahead.
When I was covering the march on Hurstbourne Lane last Friday,
Okay.
the gentleman who swerved into the protesters
Yes.
almost hit a couple of people,
Okay.
brandished a gun inside his car right at us. And I was there, and we all got it on live stream. And then he got out of his car, and he went like this
Right.
towards the young man who was standing there.
I didn't see it happen, so
I know,
can't
but
speak
we've got all the live streams, and we put them all together.
I mean, that'll get handled in court.
I'm going to have
and
to
that'll
file
get
charges because I don't
that'll
like
get
people
situated.
pointing guns at me.
But we don't want people pointing their guns at us, and it's
No.
still continuing to happen.
If y'all didn't kill people for their
Hey,
sin,
I'm not
you didn't
talking to
have
you. I'm having a nice conversation with her. I'm not talking to you. You've already proven to be hostile. So, I understand that, but I mean, like I said, that'll get
What a dick.
Yes,
for
I
one
will.
for us to even be able to look into it.
You want to know something interesting I
Yeah,
found out?
yeah,
I
go
went
ahead.
down to the courthouse to file a report, and they said only a police officer or an attorney. Hey, Major Gregory.
Everybody okay?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said we found out on whenever we went down there to file that charge against the gentleman for pulling his gun on us. They said only police report or an attorney can file.
Correct. Right now,
Because of
right now,
COVID or
because of the
something.
coronavirus,
Got it.
people are not allowed inside the courthouse unless they are incarcerated and they have to go to their court date, or you're a police officer. So you do have to file a report.
And I'm hearing all of the courts are shut down this week. Is that
Correct.
the case? Okay, so everything's kind of closed
Everything's
down.
shut down.
Waiting for this to end.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, well, thanks for taking the time to chat.
Thank you for
Appreciate
taking the
it.
time to chat with
I
us.
talked to everyone. I talked to militia. I talked to the angry Viking.
How did that go?
He was very nice, actually. He actually, because we didn't have any police support in the square that day, so a bunch of chefs and a bunch of live streamers de-escalated the situation. He realized he had come to confront NFAC, and they were way out at South Central, and he left. He took his 500 people and he left. So
Open dialogue is a good thing.
open dialogue
It's
is
a bit peaceful.
always a
and
good thing.
civil.
And you know what I'm wondering? I'm seriously wondering this. If there's a way to get open dialogue going outside of protest environments so that police officers and protesters can sit down.
People have to be willing to talk to us and not yell at us, though. That's the thing. People want to sit here and yell at us, and we're not going to take that. I mean, we want to hear your opinions and what you have to say, but you guys also got to be willing to hear what we have to say. Not all of us out here think the same thing.
So you know who does a really good job of engaging is the community engagement officers, aptly named.
But
Community engagement officers come down to the square and they talk to people.
But that's actually their job. That's what they get paid to do. Us out here, we are all detectives, officers that ride the beat. We have other things that we have to do when we're not here. So, but that's their job. They do go down there.
Yes.
I mean, and right now with the short staff of officers, I mean, we've got to be below 1,000 or getting close.
Absolutely.
And our numbers are
below
supposed to be
1,000, did you say?
Yeah. I mean, we have people leaving left and right.
What's a typical sized police force for a city of nearly 1 million people?
I think our number's around 1,250.
I think we're allowed to have like 1,200 plus maybe.
Okay.
And right now, I think we're, I don't know, 8, 9, something like that.
Are you doing, is it retirements that are doing it or are people quitting?
Both.
People are quitting.
Both are doing
And
both.
retirements.
Yeah,
Well,
there was a
people
lot
are
of
leaving.
retirements, but a lot of people are leaving other departments.
A lot of people are retiring because they're done with the department and the way they've been treated from the department.
So I'm not going to ask you to sacrifice yourself, but you know,
No,
there was an email from Mattingly that basically said he felt like the leadership in the police department and the mayor's office had,
Respectfully, we're not going to.
yeah, that's okay. But I thought it was interesting that he said he felt like the leadership had let him down, let everybody down, and I was wondering if that was a reason for attrition too.
Yeah, like I said, respectfully,
I know
we're
you
just
can't.
not going to.
That's why I said don't throw yourself on the sword for that one.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. So what happens in the arrest process? Can you just, I mean, I've got, 677 people watching. So what happens when you get arrested? And God forbid I should ever be arrested, but what happens when you get arrested?
All right. So they get taken down in those vans right there.
Right.
They get processed into the jail.
Right.
When they're inside the jail, they are out of our custody. They're in corrections custody.
Okay.
They get processed in. Some people don't even see a cell. They just sit in some chairs and get released. And it just depends
Depending
on
on
the
what you're charged with.
Depends on what you're charged.
So how do you make a decision? There's a whole bunch of things you can be charged with. How do you make a decision at the moment in the field? What's that like for you?
I mean, it depends on what law they're breaking. Right here, right now,
yes,
we announced multiple times, not just two, it was over 2 times, 2 or 3 times, that they announced that it was an unlawful assembly, and the reason it was an unlawful assembly is because people were damaging property and blocking the roads. So that would be obstructing the roadway and an unlawful assembly charge.
Was there any damage done to anything? I missed it because I was in Frankfurt.
I didn't personally see it, but we have a helicopter up above that said that there was damage being done.
Okay.
So that all gets recorded.
Okay.
And can be open record.
Typically, how long when you get arrested does it take to get released? Is it
They'll
just
probably
dependent?
be out by tonight.
They're out by tonight.
I mean, what time is it right now?
Typically,
they'll probably be out by 9 or 10.
With unlawful
later than
assembly
midnight.
charge is what they're probably getting charged with, but probably tonight.
Okay.
So that's how it's been since all this has been going on.
Okay. So it's arrest and release.
Pretty
Catch and release.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's
Arrest
catch
and
and
release
release.
for the most part,
Okay,
yes.
all right. Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Thanks
you.
for
Have a
talking.
great day.
We'll be safe. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
You're fine. Why
was
don't you
not trying to
talk to me a little bit? I talk to everybody, so when I can get an officer to speak with me, I do that because I'm a big believer in productive conversation, and I also like to give information to people, like what happens when you're arrested. What's the scoop?
Yeah.
So talk to me about what you've experienced today.
Today I have experienced, we just watched 11 officers have to arrest one man on the ground. They tied his legs, they tied his arms, and carried him by ropes into this van for, who knows, unlawful assembly probably. He was not resisting at all. He was telling them that they were hurting him, and they pulled more officers over to then be on top of this man.
Yeah, I lived all that.
Yeah.
I was right there. Are you all from Louisville?
We are. We actually live right over here.
Okay. Well, be safe.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. It looks like most of the folks who were standing over there, well, there's still a couple of folks who are standing over there. 1, 2, maybe 3. 1, 2, maybe 3 folks are still standing over there. So they have to fill out a lot of paperwork, and that's what takes so long. I still don't know where the marchers are, but I haven't been looking at my comments. I'm sorry. You guys, I'm just, as usual, my hope and my understanding of what happens when you get arrested, which is completely zero because I've never been arrested and I don't intend on being arrested. I wanted to find out exactly what happens to you, and it's a good thing to know. As you know, we probably spent an hour and a half on live with the National Lawyers Guild, and they were talking about what you do when you're arrested. What you do when you're arrested. Especially, is that her in the blue shirt?
Stay up, blue shirt, stay up, blue shirt, you're good.
Okay. So some of those folks who are being arrested are being escorted into the vans now. Still more paperwork.
When you refuse to stand exactly what they want here too. Let's get them out.
U-Haul truck, opened up and just like that shit down. Listen to this riot, everyone. Listen to the riot. Yeah. I thought they were already dropped.
Tracy there.
Your order. Y'all should be ashamed. Y'all should be ashamed of this. I'm glad you're getting it on camera, though. This is what they declared a riot.
Someone just said the
For those of you
mayor doesn't
watching
even like the
LMPD,
The mayor doesn't even like the mayor. Do for real.
Pass it all off to corrections, and corrections takes them into the book and then assesses them. I mean, that costs a lot of money to get programs like that and processes
A lot of
like
smaller
that.
agencies have those little tablets that they can take out of their car and do that.
I've seen that in like, I don't know, Graymore or someplace,
Yeah.
Shively maybe, they just do that. So all these little police departments within these little cities
We
have
have our
different
computers where we
funding.
write. We have our computers where we write citations and stuff like that. But it would take 10 times longer to do that than just write them by hand.
Got it. Okay, thanks for that answer. I appreciate it. So everybody who was wondering who the guy in the hat was who looks like he's a military guy, he's not. He's a police photographer. He's got all the same equipment that John Cherry carries with him, and he's on site to document just like all of us are. They also have several live streamers who are doing their jobs, live streaming everything that's happening. They live streamed that incident that we just saw where the young man was arrested and his hands and feet were tied. And he was lifted into the prisoner transport unit. The lady in the teal shirt went up. What did she say about the lady in the teal shop? The teal shirt went up to the cops and asked to be arrested. Is that true? Somebody said the lady in the teal shirt went up to the cops and asked to be arrested. Okay. Okay, so the other gentleman in the black t-shirt has also been loaded in. This is a closer look inside the van, which looks to me like it would be an easy to sanitize kind of thing. Just a hose.
Take a nap and chill. You're doing what's right. You're all doing what's right. You're grieving a woman who was murdered, and you said it's not okay. That's right. You take a good nap. Take a good nap and be proud of
There is a lot of paper. It's really sad. There's so much paper in government. Oh my God, I just can't believe how much paper there is in government. I did. He's nearby. I see him. I've got eyes on him.
The city's warning.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. You ready? So this is all where you think all people murdered. No one's doing anything.
Just kind of walking around here for a second. Gets kind of.
Does somebody want to check YouTube and Periscope? I've just been doing Facebook and I haven't really been looking for Periscope or YouTube feeds.
Into office, they're gonna fund your ass? Absolutely not.
They've made up their. You changed a whole generation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being the beginning of something good. Because you have showed your asses to the children, and they're done. They're finished with y'all. I'm a school teacher. I've heard it firsthand. They're done with y'all. They want y'all to be funded. They're taking school very seriously. It's really good to see. Thank you.
This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
You gonna shoot poison at people standing still.
This is Bardstown Road, ladies and gentlemen, right at the corner of Midland and Bardstown.
Y'all the only ones blocking the street.
I'm trying to disperse.
Okay, there's CNN. There's Marco. Hey! Hey, don't tell anybody. Hello.
Oh, hey.
I've got a car way down there if you're tired. It's like at Eastern Parkway.
What's tired?
Well, I can take you if you want me to.
Well, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until this gang goes away first.
Well, okay, so the question I have is when this crowd disperses, where are they going to go, and where did all the rest of the marchers go?
I think they went back to the park.
Back to the square? Okay. All right.
And that's my deal. Is there's over 100 officers out here. I counted 75 heads. There's at least 30 more that are down there that I couldn't count.
Okay.
There's more than 100 officers out here right now to arrest 10 fucking people. 10 people got arrested. 250 plus protesters marched away, and the 125 whatever officers just stayed here. Who are they helping? Who are they protecting? Who are they serving? Like, they can't even do their jobs correctly. Like, none of it makes sense. Like, the entire police force is down here for 10 fucking people. Who's protecting the rest of the fucking city right now?
I want to thank Elizabeth Gent for taking her mask off her face and giving it to me. God bless her, because I jumped out of the car so fast I managed to get all of my gear and I did not get my mask. So thank you to Elizabeth Gent. God bless you and keep you for getting me out, getting me down here in a hurry without any more problems, because I really don't like to go out without my mask. Hey, Marco. Marco, right? Mark. I love it. How are you doing? Tell me what it's like to be in Louisville today from CNN.
I don't know if I can speak publicly, but...
Sure you can. You're live.
I don't know. That's
Everybody goes live.
Oh, no.
Do you like Louisville?
Lovely.
You been here before?
Never.
I wish you'd come back when we've got a little bit more rest, because it's a beautiful city. We want to pull it together today.
I'd love to.
Thanks. Good to have you here, man. I love meetings. I love meeting celebrities.
I'm tossing to two sides.
Okay, we got another reporter here. I have no idea where he's from, but God almighty, they came out of nowhere. They came out of the woodwork. It was crazy. Crazy how many press descended upon our area today. I still got a lot of battery, folks, so don't worry. I'm on data too. I'm not even on my MiFi, which is a good thing. I really don't like to use it if I can help it, but so the scene is Bardstown Road, right in front of the UPS store and Enterprise, corner of Midland and Bardstown Road. Protest march of about 250 marchers came up Bardstown Road from downtown. They were stopped by LMPD in the intersection close to it. Apparently they had some discussion in front of Ramsey's. Ramsey came out and asked them not to damage his business. I'm going to check with him in just a second to find out if there was any damage to his business. I think I'll, hey, how you doing? I think I'll walk down here. I've got a little bottle. Thanks for asking. This is the scene on Bardstown Road, strangely enough. It's just ghost town right now. Usually of an evening, you've got a lot of people going to restaurants, even in COVID, because a lot of restaurants have opened. Puppy alert. There goes the puppy. Always got to get a puppy alert going here, guys. I'm going to walk down to Ramsey's and talk to him for just a minute. I think we've got enough live streamers on all the other things that are happening right now. Talk to me about what you think.
Insane.
Good question. I don't know what to think.
I mean, they're not doing anything wrong and they're threatening to use chemical agents. It's pretty messed up.
Pretty sure tear gas has been deemed a war crime against other countries, but we can do it against U.S. citizens? That's interesting.
I think we know now that Chief Schroeder or his designee has to sign off on the use of tear gas.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right.
Let's hope that that's the case.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they threatened to use it.
Yes, I heard the announcement. I did. I heard the announcement. Okay. I'm gonna walk down here. Got some people who are speaking loudly.
It's
yes!
Your right fist, not your left fist, it's your right fist.
Will you hold for a moment? Thank you, baby. It's gotten the sidewalk even ground.
Must be changed because Breonna Taylor still should be alive.
I got it shared on the Riot Heart page too if you want an official feed.
Signing Breonna's law and the reforms included in our landmark settlement with Breonna's family.
They don't have
And when the top to bottom review of LMPD and the Sentinel event review of this case is complete, I'm sure that we'll make more changes because we must do everything we can to make sure tragedies like this never happen again. And police reform is just one aspect of the work that we need to do. Because justice for Breonna Taylor must be about more than the decision that was announced earlier today by the Attorney General. Justice for Breonna also means a commitment to eliminating systemic and structural racism in our city, in our country, to closing the unconscionable wealth gap, in education, health and opportunity that race so often represents. And I can tell you, just as I have been working on this, you have my solemn oath that I'm committed to continuing this work. And this work really requires all of us together to work together to create a future that doesn't repeat the mistakes of the past. That's the challenge, and it's also the opportunity that we're facing in this rare historic moment. And this moment, a moment of pain and anger for many, I have a message to the good people of Louisville. Let's turn to each other, not on each other, in this moment of opportunity. Use your passion, your energy, and your commitment to shape the city that we all want. A city of peace, a city of justice, a city of opportunity, and a city of equity. That is a city that all Louisvillians deserve. With that, Chief Schroeder and I are happy to take any questions.
Yep. I didn't know he'd be taking
Again, I'd like to remind reporters to please put your questions in the chat area, and please identify the media that you're with. Thank you. First question, Mayor, is from Steve Bittenbender from Center Square. He asked if you will call on the Attorney General to release the grand jury report.
To be able to ask questions like a week ago.
Access to that information now.
Yeah, I believe that any information that does not jeopardize either the Attorney General's case or the FBI case should now be open for the public to see, to be informed about all the facts in the case, again, that don't jeopardize or imperil any of the criminal investigations. So we call on everybody that has that information to release it.
Amina Elahi from WFPL asked, protesters have demanded that Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly and Detective Miles Cosgrove also be fired. Mayor Fisher, will you fire them?
Well, if at the end of the investigation, if there's a fireable offense, certainly that would be the right thing to do. Now, there is a procedure that's outlined in state law with the Police Officers' Bill of Rights and the FOP contract that defines what that whole process looks like. So if at the end of that process, that's the case, that's the action to take, that action would be taken.
Next question is from
I currently have
Will Burrows from the New York
more
Times.
viewers than the mayor doing his address.
Schroeder. Have officers arrested
I am trying to
Mr.
get y'all the
Hankerson?
audio, though.
Did he turn himself in? Roughly how many people have been arrested so far in the protest, and what are most people being arrested for?
So as far as Detective Hankinson, he's not been arrested by members of the Louisville Metro Police Department. As the investigating agency, the Attorney General's office will be the one to coordinate that. I do not have that information. As far as the protest, the situation is still ongoing. Several protesters have been arrested in the area of Bardstown and Midland. That situation is currently ongoing as well. I don't have those numbers, nor do I currently have the charges that they've been arrested for, but we can get that information later.
Okay, the next question is for the mayor from Christy Shank of Wave 3. She asked if the officers were not found responsible for Breonna's death, why would the city settle for $12 million?
I think it's important for us to begin the healing process for the city, for all the community that we have here.
Freeway. Take a cold water. Thank you so much, love. Thank you.
This is another question from
Should've
Nicholas
brought my
from
gas
New York
man.
Times.
So the reason why the mayor's thing isn't coming up, I have no idea. It's live on the sheet. It's live. It's not coming up.
It could be the paint markers as well.
So Sergeant Mattingly's email, we
paint
are aware of
shells
the
to
email,
mark
and we're currently
cars.
looking at the situation.
And they've also shot
It was an
protesters
email
with them.
sent that represents his views and not the views of the department. Each officer would have their own individual response, and I can't speak for the majority of officers on how they feel about that email.
One more question from Amina from WFPL. Some are concerned militia-type groups may not be treated the same as other protesters by police. Would you describe how LMPD will approach policing?
You good, Mama?
Thank you. There are no other questions.
Is through this afternoon. Obviously, a big day for our city and the nation. Just want to remind everybody, our country has been here before, some 50 plus years ago. There have been protests before. There have been cries for racial justice.
Okay, fuck the mayor.
Because racism has haunted our nation since its founding.
There's a bunch of cars taking people back to the square. Deanna's waiting for you. Okay. You're welcome. Yeah, it's a long walk. A lot of people are tired. Yeah. Real tired. Nice to meet you. Thanks for the conversation. Good information. Okay. Did you see Rona Kamar up here? Ramsey's wife, Feed Louisville? They said that she was live. Hey.
What could y'all possibly be doing right now?
Anybody see Rona Kamar, Ramsey's wife?
Reason why I say that is because, like, by the time I actually got it up, the presser was over. If you guys want to see it, it will probably be on the Louisville Mayor's page.
See how they have the roads barricaded up down here? They did that previous to their decision about Breonna. Tell me they didn't know what the fuck they were deciding.
Say her name! Breonna Taylor! 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 David McAtee! David McAtee! David McAtee! What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down.
No justice, no peace.
How stupid.
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
If we don't get it,
Shut it down!
If we don't get it,
Shut it down!
If we don't get it,
Shut it down!
Try to get all these tough guys out of here now.
Hey, Cynthia, do you work? Since you have time to hate watch stuff that you don't like?
Just curious. People take time to fight for what they care about. What are you doing? Sitting on your keyboard, telling other people to get a job. Shouldn't you be working right now? Matter of fact, Cynthia, bye.
You ready?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah. I hate. It's hard to pull myself away from this situation. Just gotta make it through the set. Probably good to go down here.
All right, yeah. Okay, y'all, we got to ride out of here since we got separated from the march. So I'm going to shut down this live and charge up my phone, heading down to 6th and Jefferson to the square. And
Most of them came out of there.
Okay, 17, 18. Yeah, 19 and 17, 18.
Let's go, let's get them loaded up. VAU's coming for that car. Yes. Let's get them loaded up.
SRT 50.
Scoot up, make some room, please.
Okay, it looks like SRT is rolling out. What's up, cutie? Wait, he's talking about me. Say it loud enough I can get it on my camera. Come on, bud. I know you got a crush. What's up? Yeah, bald-headed cop's got a crush on me.
Definitely a possibility.
Shut it down!
the cop! Arrest 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 the cop!
God, I hope y'all are fucking miserable.
Get the fuck out.
They are, they sick! They sick as fuck, all of them.
They're sick.
The evidence that they are even providing.
Breonna Taylor. Hey!
Crazier downtown? Yeah. Y'all be safe. I didn't think this neighborhood would have been the wildest. I figured down here should be worse, but y'all got a block down. It can always change, right? Yeah. Good luck, man. I hope they don't get too wild for an inky. He can't get up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh! He almost lost his grip. He almost lost his grip. The shot of the day. The shot of the day. Well, besides the police beating up people. Okay. Right after me. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Yeah, baby. Fuck 12. Ain't I a good cameraman? Ain't I a good cameraman? Know what to do? Spider-Man lives in Louisville, Kentucky. You are him. Spider-Man. Yo, B. Yo, B. What do you? I can get this footage. Hey, you see, I'll get this angle. I was just asking somebody where he was. Baby. We have too many cars, and this parking garage is free. That's why I parked that right over here.
Oh, he's from New York. He's from New York. That's why he got that. I forgot. Well, I don't know why he got that B on, but I forgot he's from New York. I met him yesterday.
Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
If he's from New York, then he's really actually Spider-Man. Because... Isn't Spider-Man from New York? Hold on. Brain. Anyways, yeah. This is your call to go drink water, stretch, all that good stuff. Since it's slightly calmed down, I wouldn't say it's 100% calmed down. I would just say go drink water and stretch while you still can.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Oh shit. God damn it. Hey, when we get back to this park chat, I'm gonna find me a spot to sit my ass down and get rid of this little feeling I'm feeling. You feel me? That I came out here kind of weak. You feel me? I ain't had lunch. Just want to chill. Try to get y'all the best angles. Maybe I'll chill across the street for a while. And just y'all can see the party go down. The park curfew's at 11, so I'm most definitely going to stay here until midnight. We got the decision. We got the decision and the videotape. Hopefully I can get it unbanned once I appeal that situation. And, you know, I'll be going back home tomorrow. So we was here when they passed out the decision, which is on the other video, why we need that video back. We got the decision on one video, you know, like.
And now we got Egypt going back to revolutioning. Okay, let me put at least Egypt up since we're running low on streams. We're gonna put Eli over here.
Breathe a little bit. I'm just gonna see if they got some ice water. That water he had was warm. Warm as hell. Oh, and they got shit to eat. And give me one of these bags and water. Hey, what you got? Oh, can I put my gloves on? Yeah. Veggie? Chicken and veggie. Yeah, I'll take a veggie. And you got a water?
Just a rock through it. It's a rock through a glass. Not that big a deal, I guess. precursor, maybe? I don't know. Cops at McDonald's. There's the sheriffs. They're holding real ass guns. We're going back to the park.
Which park are they going to?
Injustice Square.
Huh?
Injustice Square.
What did you say? I'm sorry. It's the moon.
Injustice Square. You know what that is? That's where they have the memorial.
Yeah.
I think you look it up. It's called, I guess it's Jefferson
They have a
Square.
memorial at my school. I heard of that.
You guys know that Jefferson Square. Yeah.
That's where all the barricades are set.
Yeah, no doubt, Jeremy.
Do you mind if I take a picture?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, because of my helmet and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
I'll let you go in front of me though.
No, it's all good.
Yep.
Woo, I'm not getting arrested. I'm not getting arrested. No. Dear Heavenly Father, please bless that I do not get touched by these motherfucking cops. In the name of the Lord, amen. I'm not getting arrested.
Hold your comrades accountable. Hold your comrades accountable.
LMPD's helicopter overhead. I believe that is Kentucky State Police helicopter behind it. And may have missed it a few minutes ago, but looks like LMPD's armored vehicle, I think that's the Bearcat, is coming up from behind. KSP has one as well, so I can't quite tell which one that is.
Travelers though. Maybe they just look topless. You know how the street fabric kind of goes up. So it's probably why they look like it.
Hobie. Hobie.
That's right, Keith. You don't want your
So we are walking kind of north on 6th, approaching Market Street, where it appears there is another little faction of protesters right here at this barricade. Some with bullhorns.
Our street! Our street! Our street! Our street!
Fuck your paddy wagon! Fuck, take that bullshit out of here! Fuck y'all! Y'all need to lock yourselves up, and until y'all do that shit, fuck you!
Apologize.
I bet they took a machine to put this motherfucker back.
And LMPD has kind of moved out of this area now. Well, there are a couple in that direction. Actually, I should say more than a couple. But the protest has moved into the middle of this intersection, which is 6th and Market. Kind of a sea of red and blue lights in front of us. We're looking east down Market here. Oh, excuse us. Protesters surrounding these cars as they try to make their way out of the mix here. Sirens on.
Get the hell out of pissed the fuck off.
How do you feel about that?
I'm angry. Like these people out here, they got away with murder. They should have been charged with murder. Now they start a war. They start a war and it ain't gonna end no time soon. It's just getting started. It's gonna get worse as the week goes on. You already know. You know it. I know it. I hate to say it, but I think it's gonna be the next Wisconsin, Minnesota. I don't want to see that go that way, but I hate to say it.
Well, I appreciate your
But I
thoughts.
think the weekend's gonna be bad. Friday night, the weekend's gonna be bad. That's what I do.
Sorry, I'm gonna get this shot real quick. Good to see.
Fuck the police!
And they're coming in. Because there are a couple people kind of sitting on the some of the police cars. Some of the officers either got out of the cars or were up toward 5th as LMPD moves in. And just like that, the armored vehicle is back.
Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
Hey guys, this is an unlawful protest. Y'all have to start dispersing from the area. I can't hear you, sir, but I'm just telling you it's an unlawful protest, okay? Y'all have to start dispersing from the area. This is no longer lawful.
Okay, I need to restart it so it can pick up SPN Street again. Real quick. BRB. Like it's gonna be super quick. Watch. Y'all aren't gonna notice anything. It's fine, everything's fine. What if the sheet's broke and I need to just see if it was on my side or if it's on their side, and the only way I know is to restart stream wall, give it 5 seconds, it's slowly launching, and it's up, and now it's not reading either. Okay. There it is. Okay. We're back in business. Oh, of course. Of course we missed something within the last 5 seconds. Oh, God.
Under Kentucky state law, this is an unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents, and you will be arrested.
Can you put this in my backpack? 'Cause I can't put it in here. Thank you, bro. Hey, stay strong, kid. Stay strong, kid. The state police is over here. This is the state police. State police. I need a break. Hey guys, I got that lunch with me, you feel me, that I got earlier. I ain't ate in a minute. I'm just gonna sit right here and not do no camera angles, you feel me. I'm gonna get some fuel in my system, rest my feet for a minute. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. Just give you a little summary of what happened to Reg Incognito. The channel has been put on hold by YouTube until further notice, until they review that video. They gave me an email that said the video showed aggressive violence. I was showing aggressive violence. I didn't. So we switched over here to Reg Life. If it happens again, we'll go over there to my Facebook page. So just in case, because they just stated a curfew. And this Kentucky, what they're saying over the live mic that y'all didn't hear, Kentucky has been declared, this protest has been declared a riot. You see that they have enough squad to come and circle this place really and wrap this shit up, right? I'm going to be here for you guys until the wheels fall off. So I just need to get a little break in my system. Oh yeah, so follow me on Facebook, Reg Incognito. You don't have, it's public, so you don't have to send a friend request. I'll give a notice on my YouTube channel that I'm live on Facebook if this gets shut down, right? Because this shit could get real. This shit could get real. It is real easy to breathe in this mask. Once you have it on, it is not difficult to breathe in this mask. You want to look this up and get you one on Amazon. That's what it looks like. It's real easy. So there's no fatigue on that side of the game. But I just want to tell you guys, we are on Reg Life right now. So I'm losing a little function with maybe the people who like to support on Super Chat. They shit the light up and the TTS to work. This doesn't have it. It's just I don't have it set up. The TTS is not performing, not because it's taken, it's because I just don't have it set up. So I do have to say I am kind of like probably losing a little bit, you know. And if you guys would like to support the channel, I got links. These links are active: PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and GoFundMe. It'll really be appreciated. But yeah. Let me get in this backpack and see what type of lunch they had, man. Give me another cold water in a minute. Yeah, it did.
Better guarantee I won't go to her no more.
It's gonna be.
Chicken biscuit basket or something.
And just a whole vegetable taco. So this would be a little fulfilling, all the vegetables, you know what I mean? It looks like onions, tomatoes, spinach, olives, lettuce. They do have the fork. And cucumbers. And cucumbers.
buy beer.
Yeah.
It's the KSP line right there.
SPN sheet did the thing again, so I'm currently trying to get all my good feeds over to the woke feed. Don't you just love technical problems, guys? It's great. I swear. Just give me a second and feeds will be back up, hopefully. Oh, oopsie. What did I say? I hope everybody's been drinking water and stretching.
We may have an official count. I'm not sure. Haven't been. Can't really check the email. We're here in Facebook Live. But this is the scene at the hub of protest activity in Louisville for the past 119 days. It's hard to say. I don't know. Oh yeah, we can do that. Just gonna walk up the steps of Metro Hall, give a wider view. I'll give you guys a more of a bird's eye view, or at least a view from a little higher up, so you can see how many people are here at Jefferson Square. So, yeah, kind of a moment of calm, relative quiet right now as protesters regroup there at the park. So yeah, that kind of shows you the scope of it. There are a few people behind this tree on the right, but maybe a few hundred. There's some stragglers still coming up from the Market Street area as well. I can, yes. I can hear you. So, tweeted it out earlier. There was a video of the, we'll just say, a militia group marched kind of nearby our station. We got a video of it and put it on Twitter a little bit ago. And haven't seen any of those militia-type groups since then. If you would like to see that video, it's at Chad K, as in Kilo, Mills.
I hope it crashes right around the courthouse, right where they're holding That's what everybody does. Well, I think farther down on that end, this side is all South. I remember I watched that's the other tab. The second, third. This is the 56 over here.
Support under Operation Warp Speed, and to some of the incredible scientists involved. We are awarding $200 million of CARES Act funding to all 50 states to prepare to distribute the vaccine to high-risk residents, and we want to do that the instant it is approved, not the following day, but the following moment. And so we're going to be doing that, and we'll be distributing, getting it ready, because we have some great vaccines going to be coming out through Operation Warp Speed. We also continue to accelerate life-saving therapies. We're seeing promising results that are monoclonal antibody treatments, which help.
Only reason why I have Trump up is because he's going to be talking about probably the Breonna Taylor situation, or at least that's what it says in the description, and I want to be able to hear if he calls it riotous or whatnot. And then we can all rage at Trump. I will switch back when it is imperative to, if that makes sense.
Been really increasing substantially with time. As children go back to school, we're encouraged that early research shows only a small degree of spread. Brown University conducted a study of more than 550 schools across 46 states and found that only 0.076% of students had confirmed cases of the virus. That's a tiny percentage. And only 0.15% of teachers had confirmed cases. Patients coming to the emergency room due to the virus is down to only 1.6% of all emergency room visits, the lowest since the pandemic began. 1.6% emergency room visits. As far as protecting the vulnerable is concerned, we provided over $21 billion to our nursing homes.
I have it lowered as much as possible. If you find another source, let me know.
We have the governors are working very closely with the task force and with the vice president and everybody involved. We've sent rapid testing devices to nearly 14,000 certified nursing homes in the country. This week, we're sending hundreds of thousands of additional rapid tests to nursing homes to ensure they can test staff regularly. And the staff now is being tested on a very, very powerful and on a regular basis, but very strongly at the finest level, the highest level on the best tests. We're encouraged that the number of Americans getting the flu vaccine is increasing by roughly 50% compared to last year. It's substantially up.
We have to change the system of policing in America. Time and time again, be it Ahmaud Arbery, be it Breonna Taylor, be it George Floyd, America is calling for change. We must now act. Once again, we have...
The governors are working very closely with the task force and with the vice president and everybody involved. We've sent rapid testing devices to nearly 14,000 certified nursing homes in the country. This week, we're sending hundreds of thousands of additional rapid tests to nursing homes to ensure they can test staff regularly. And the staff now is being tested on a very, very powerful and on a regular basis, but very strongly at the finest level, the highest level on the best tests. We're encouraged that the number of Americans getting the flu vaccine is increasing by roughly 50% compared to last year. It's substantially up. The flu, when it's mixed with COVID or China virus, is going to be very interesting to see what happens, but that can drive numbers, and we just don't know what that will be yet, but you'll have flu numbers and you'll have some COVID numbers. I think we're rounding the turn very much. You see what's happening in Europe, however, they have a very big spike. Countries that we thought were doing well aren't doing well. They had some very big spikes, a very big surge. Months ago, we increased our nation's procurement of the flu vaccine by 66%, and we ask Americans to go get their annual flu shot as early as possible. It's possible, I would imagine, Scott, that the flu can get mixed up with the virus, and people can think it's the virus when actually it's another flu season coming on. And I don't know. It's. I hope they can keep them separate. Can they keep them separate?
We hope so.
I doubt they will. It's going to be a very interesting time. But we have a flu season coming up. We've had some flu seasons which are really massive over the years, over many years, and we have some that are much less so. But it's still significant. So I hope they can separate them because it's pretty close. In the past 4 months, we've created 10.6 million jobs. We cut unemployment rate nearly in half. The unemployment rate is cut nearly in half. Larry Kudlow is here. He'll be discussing that in a little while. Retail sales are up 100.
I thought they all got arrested. Unless that's morbid.
Stop, relaxing. Ah, damn it, my phone wasn't charging. I forgot to turn the battery pack on. It's not too low though, but I still want to let it charge. All right.
Competed and committed to.
Did it again!
Did you guys get that? I was like, it's upside down. I do what I can, y'all. Did you see Jason Downey around here? Because I've been wanting to talk to him. He met up with Soul, Andrew, Boop Troop, CJ, everybody. So, I mean, we already have mutual connections. Yeah, if Jason Downey's around here, let me know.
America, if you think about it, you can't lock down. Again, we're growing at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
So I'm actually just gonna take him down, guys, because fuck Trump, I can't even stand to listen to his thing. I'm gonna just put up other streams if you guys want to watch the press conference and then tell us if he says anything. I dropped it in chat.
Bro, Mom. I'm sorry. I've been wanting one for a long time.
Actually, I think I recognize him. I think I see him. Is he that guy in the hat? Is that him? I know I said 600 was how much the flight there and back is, but 300 to get here. Yeah. Yeah, it's Z-Bull. He's a boss, dude. Seriously.
Slide out, slide out.
Yeah, we don't know what happened, but you know, like when people run like that, you go with them. Jason Downey, he's here. I think I recognize him because I know he's got tattoos. He's got like a sleeve, and I think I saw him with a gimbal just a minute ago. I'd love to go talk to him, but some shit's going down right now, so not a great time. I was asking people on Woke to just like, you know, like if they're in those people's chats, like let them know that like I might be around. I might come up to them, and I'm not a fucking op or something, because I know there's a lot of people that are nervous about out of town streamers, because I mean it's just gonna happen, and the nature of what's going on here. There's 2 helicopters above us, at least. Backpack.
8:30, everybody be at the square. 8:30.
You, hey you.
All cameras at. Yeah, I gotta go.
So we heard somebody just, oh shit. So we just heard somebody say, hey, all cameras that way, move. So as you do, you respect what people wish, and you move. So we're going this way, and we see a lot of other cameras coming this way too. Pretty cool statue. You guys know how much of a fucking nerd I am for architecture.
I was like, oh, his eyes, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah, all right, cool.
Hold up.
Hold up, wait a minute, put a little love in it.
Sing it, baby.
Nah, I don't sing.
You sing very well. Love it. What is with this thing?
It's strapped in.
Strapped on, I guess.
Well, yeah, probably. I'm not a fan of strap-on personally. How many people do you think are out here right now, Tara?
I'd say probably 1,000.
1,000?
Just got a new crew in from Michigan. That's what all this was about just a minute ago.
What up, bro?
What was it?
No, I can't make this do this.
What up, man? You being safe?
Yeah, man. Yeah, trying to.
I've been watching videos, man. You got some racist clowns on there.
Oh, absolutely, every day. Every day.
From Michigan.
I get some of the most hits out of the live streamers, and unfortunately it's because half the people that come in are fucking racist. Oh, yeah. About 100 a day.
Man, I hope it stays peaceful on there, man. I hope it does.
I'm here for it. Whatever it is, I'm here for it.
I'm thinking the weekend's gonna be worse. I mean, I don't know, man. I think the weekend might be worse, bro. I don't want to.
What's up? Sorry?
Just give me a shout out.
What? Do you want to say something?
No, put my what's it called?
What's up?
You know how to pin it, like mention.
Hey, type it in.
Is that right?
Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, man.
right, so Tara says 1,000. Jason says 1,000. Maxwell said 1,500. I guess 500 or more. It might be pushing 1,000.
Hey, we came up with a plan. We need all the media, everyone out here. When y'all see us take out marching, we need y'all to come with us. All right? I said, all right?
Yes, sir.
Let's say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
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 We ready? Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
Are y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all ready? Yeah. Freeway. Hey, everybody be prepared to march around 8. I'm not giving no location to nobody. If y'all don't know the location, just follow us. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Let's say her name.
Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor.
Everybody take a knee. Everybody take a knee. Can y'all take a knee?
Take a knee. Take a knee. Take a knee.
Take a knee.
And forever.
Everybody take a knee.
Take it to the streets to fund the police.
No justice, no peace.
Take it to the streets to fund the police.
No justice, no peace.
Take it to the streets to fund the police.
No justice, no peace.
Whose way?
Our way.
Freeway. Whose way?
Freeway.
Whose way?
Freeway.
Whose way?
Freeway.
Whose way?
Freeway.
Whose way?
Freeway.
Whose way?
Freeway.
Our street.
Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street.
Our street! 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 That's what I thought. You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution! Stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Justice! No peace! Racist ass police! No justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! No justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! No justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! I said no justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! I said no justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! I said no justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! I said no justice! No peace! Fuck these racist ass police! Freeway! 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 Another motherfucking freeway! Freeway! I hit the 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 motherfucking freeway! This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
And as we hold space for the names that we've called and the names that we have not called, let's also call upon the names of those freedom fighters among our ancestors who've also made it possible for us to struggle in the face of so much chaos, to struggle with hope that we will be free. Let us begin by calling on the name of Mama Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman!
Okay, let's call on the name of Marsha P. Johnson.
Marsha P. Johnson!
Okay. Let's call on the name of Fannie Lou Hamer.
Fannie Lou Hamer.
Ashe. Say their names. Ida B. Wells.
Ida B. Wells. Ashe.
Nat Turner.
Nat Turner.
Ashe.
Say it louder. Shirley Chisholm.
Toussaint Louverture.
Toussaint.
Ashe. Shirley Chisholm.
Shirley Chisholm.
Ashe. Queen Nzinga.
Queen Nzinga. Ashe.
Ashe. Ella Baker.
Ella Baker. Ashe.
Ashe. John Horton. Ashe.
Ashe.
Hatshepsut. Ashe.
Ashe.
Ya Esantiwa.
Ya Esantiwa.
Ashe.
Queen Nzinga.
Queen Nzinga. cleansing. Ashe. Audrey Lord.
Audrey Lord. Ashe.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. Ashe.
Denmark Vesey.
Denmark Vesey. Ashe.
Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou. Ashe.
Toni Morrison.
Toni Morrison. Ashe.
John Lewis. Zora Neale Hurston.
Zora Neale Hurston. Ashe.
John Lewis.
John Lewis. Ashe.
C.T. Vivian.
C.T. Vivian. Ashe.
Joseph Lowry.
Joseph Lowry. Ashe.
And as we call upon these freedom fighters who inspire us, whose lives we remember so that we might be fueled to continue in this righteous struggle, let us also say the name of someone that is near and dear to you, whether through your spiritual line or your bloodline. I want you to take a moment and think about someone who's coming to you in this moment to remind you that we will be free. And in just a moment, I invite you together on the count of 3 to say their names with me. 1, 2, 3. Delonia Jones.
Hey, alright. Can you give me the
In the face of a world that is designed through buildings and people like this to produce premature Black death, let us refuse, in not only a political fight, but in a spiritual fight, to consent to these conditions. And let us call on the sacred power that is available to all of us to say together, Ashe, Ashe, Asheo.
What's up, folks? Brief security announcement. We know again that there's vulnerable folks here, right? We want to make sure that we're looking out for our children, right? And for other vulnerable folks, different documentation statuses or things over your head. Let's make sure we're looking out for each other and taking care of each other. We know that folks have been victimized at these events, both by the police, right, and sometimes by provocateurs or folks who are trying to take advantage of the situation on our side, right? So we want to make sure that we're looking out for each other and build a community for and with each other. We also know that there's a lot that's going on, and we want to encourage y'all to continue to be in the streets. I just heard that there's other actions planned today. Want to also encourage y'all to be safe and to know who is organizing the stuff that y'all are going to, and to go in groups, not isolated, and to take care of each other and ourselves. We have a duty to fight for freedom and to win, and also to love and protect one another as we're doing so. Ashe? So that's our security agreement. I believe next we're gonna go to Obi for, once again, to look at this scroll and these names and to honor these lives and to come together in some collective breathwork in honor of our sister Breonna Taylor as well.
So once again, what they're doing right now is unveiling the 622 names that was stolen from us by LAPD and LASD. making of this scroll was one to hold reverence for these individuals who are no longer with us. Also to shine light on the injustices that continue to happen to Black life. Today is heavy. Because as we know, it's not really a surprise what this verdict was, because these systems are built and designed to be this way. But it doesn't lessen the blow. And so, what I would like to do is to lead us through some breath work. Because situations like today can be heavy for so many of us. And typically, especially when it comes to Black life, we are constantly in fight or flight mode, which means that we are constantly in a state of hypervigilance. We are constantly in a state of stress. And typically, when you're in this state of stress, we tend to hold our breath, not realizing that our breath is what continues to give us life. And so what I would like...
We have a destination we're going to. We're leaving here at 8:30. But if you all want to march around until then, please do so. Please share the jail support number, 502-694-9454. We want to make sure that everyone is safe. Please listen to those that are leading the march. Please, if you have a child, we suggest that you take your child home by 8 o'clock. All right? We will have clergy from all faiths. We will have media with us. We're going to put the light on LMPD and their corruption. So it's called the Note That Wasn't Justice March. We're going to leave here at 8:30, and we're going to march, and we're definitely breaking the curfew. All right? The jail support number is 502-694-9454. All we need is name and birthday, and that's it. If you can check on your loved one or your
Yes.
You got you a new mic?
Words from Shonda.
I don't have any. I'm so numb and so ready to go. That's it. How are you doing? Let's talk about you. How are you doing?
I'm right there with you. And Summer just sent a text message that said incoming. I don't know what that means, but I guess we're going to find out fairly quickly. Hey. I love you so much. Okay, hang on just a second, guys. Sorry, guys, had to check some messages there. Just a second. Network News Crews with all their stuff. What's your name?
Hi, Gabe Gutierrez.
I'm Tara. It's so nice to meet you.
Good to meet you
I'm
too.
a 502 live
What I read, it cost $3,000. So they can spend $3,000 on a fucking drone, but
I did not. What? There was an anti-protester, really?
At the police who identified themselves. So now, granted, that can happen sometimes where someone could be not a member of law enforcement and then they say that they are, but that wasn't even being mentioned. They described it as a situation as if the police just went in and they completely, opened fire on her. And they almost act and tell it as if they don't even get into the fact that when they went in, that one of the officers was shot, and then that led to the fact where then they opened fire. So for those that are tuning in, folks, know again, this just started at 6 o'clock. We're coming up on 7 o'clock in the east. And you can see within the traffic is starting to build up a little bit that way. But this is going to be a long night ahead for the Providence Police. Because then who knows how long this thing is going to go for. This is 6 to 8. And then...
Lock him up! Lock him up!
Thank you, Susan. No, I am.
Lock him up! 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 Lock up the savages! No anarchy!
Shit. We can't just come out here and be like, yeah, our work is done. Right. That's not a fucking enough. And it's never going to be. And we gotta get out here and really, we gotta connect with each other. One way or another, because people ain't finna fucking help us. They not gonna help us. But I just came here to say to my black women, I am mourning with you because I feel like when Breonna Taylor died, I lost me. I seen myself dead. I know today when I seen that shit, I was like, damn, like I knew they didn't give a fuck, but they really just don't give a fuck. They don't. And they're gonna continue not to give a fuck until we break that bitch down. So I'm here, and we gotta make sure that no matter what, that we have each other as women. We have to protect each other. Hey y'all, I'm Sham. We'll get justice. But we all kind of expected that this was going to be the outcome. We kind of knew that this shit wasn't going to get justice because it's not the first time. It's a repetitive story and we all fucking know that. Louisville, Kentucky, right? We've all, well, I don't know about we all, but Until Freedom and TPU, we've been there. And 3 days ago, before they put down what was going to happen, they started shutting down gas stations. They started boarding up federal buildings. They knew what we was gonna do. And anytime your enemy knows your next step, we've already failed. We're supposed to be ahead of the game, not behind. Now if we want to talk about that, now if we want to talk about what we gonna do to catch them blindsided, come talk to me. I ain't finna tell it on here, but come talk to me. That's it. That's it.
I'm sorry.
Dorita, ¿acaso esto es lo que vos negociás con Alcibiades y compañía?
No, Alcibiades, bueno, y Tereí, se me voy a nivel a la pecha, la pecha se me se acoñan ya la me voy ahí se me voy a nivel la pecha.
No tiene vergüenza esta señora, escúchenle.
Es que elimina se Ñaracope Guaré.
Esta es la concejala Ñaracope Guaré. Así nos respondió en una de las ocasiones que se le cuestionó un hecho así de corrupción también.
Añaracope estos ciudadanos. Esa fue su respuesta, por eso se le quedó el marcante de concejala Añaracope Guaré. Así ella se refiere a la gente que cuestiona su gestión. Y ya sabemos por qué ahora se enoja tanto. Si así se maneja, usurpando terrenos, lo mínimo que nos puede decir es eso, ¿verdad?
The number is for jail support for legal purposes if you get arrested.
You know what they love.
Shut it down!
This one right here. This is pretty much the reason why I do what I do. Because hopefully we can learn how to disagree with somebody at least without demonizing them or making them kill each other for some reason. I talked about this like last night actually. It's just like so close to the message that I go for all the time. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm doing the live. Yeah, I can take a picture of that. I was wondering if you could just text it to my phone. Sure, I can do that.
I'm okay.
I'll take a ride back to the police. Strange phrase in itself. Pardon me. To the police. I'm going to the police.
You go to the police.
Sorry.
Be safe.
Pardon me. Squeeze through here. Thank you so much. So I'm going over here because I'm very curious if they've left yet. I'm curious if they are still standing there.
Emily, line 2. For everybody just tuning in here to this live, we are in downtown Louisville as protesters are demonstrating here following the decision of the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case. We got that decision a little bit after 1:15 today. One of the officers involved was indicted on 3 counts of wanton endangerment. However, those charges were not related to the death of Breonna Taylor. We heard from the Attorney General a couple minutes after the indictment came down. He said that those charges, the wanton endangerment charges, the wanton endangerment charges were brought because Officer Brett Hankison, who was indicted today, fired those shots into the neighboring apartment of Breonna Taylor's. None of the other officers were charged or indicted today. A lot of protesters
miles that our group walked. So to respect to the sister that spoke earlier, but we are our ancestors. All right, because we gonna walk them 30 miles, but we not gonna stop. I know a lot of people that ain't gonna stop until we fucking get changed. This not a negotiation, this a demand. And I think that's where they got us fucked up. They always think we finna negotiate with them. This is it. We gonna be here until we demand change, till we get it. That's what we about. And if people ain't out here until they get change, if the numbers die down, you still gotta keep fighting. And for the white allies that y'all know and the white allies y'all got home, they gotta bring more white people, okay? Because they ain't gonna care nothing about y'all niggas marching down the street. I'm just telling y'all the truth. They care about voters. They care about how many different type of voters gonna be marching down the street. When you got diversity in your group and you got all these different groups and causes of people marching, then who the fuck is they working for? They ain't got no excuse for what they doing. I mean, I hate what's going on right now, especially with Breonna Taylor. I didn't expect no justice. I didn't expect them to give us justice. They ain't never gonna give us justice. I didn't fought for families in Milwaukee, Dontre Hamilton. I didn't fought for Jay Anderson family. I didn't fought for plenty families in Milwaukee. Right now, it's a cop named Joseph Mensah that killed 3 people in Milwaukee. One cop killed 3 people, still got his job. We finally got him suspended in 5 years, and he black. Think about that shit. And y'all probably never even heard of dude or heard of the names of the people. Jay Anderson, Antonio Gonzalez, Alvin Cole. 3 people. Dontre Hamilton was beat with a billy club. This lady called the police on him. The police came and said they couldn't do nothing. She called her police officer friend. He came and told him to move, and when he wouldn't move, of course he had mental health issues, and you know they don't know how to deal with us when we got those. They beat him with a billy club. And he beat him with the billy club, so he grabbed the billy club, and when they grabbed the billy club, the police officer shot him 14 times. And he beat the case because they said he had a weapon when he grabbed the billy club.
Serious?
See a lot of anger from protesters right there. As you just saw a gentleman having to be restrained. Looks like he is on the ground now with an injury, possibly.
I can't put it no more simple for you. We have 2 more speakers and then we'll start this march. My man has been patient. Next up, please give a round of applause. For my man, Drew. Raise your hand if you're over 18 years old. Reason why I did this, look around right now. Marching in these streets.
Does he have a gimbal?
It's changed. Look right here, right now, it's history. This has changed, this right here. So with that being said, I need everyone to get out and go register for vote. Everyone! Everyone! Because this is useless. It will make our voice be heard.
That's nose is about 8.
I'm Robbie. The support in the city is really real. This is national.
All right, I'm looking.
We have to let our voice be really heard. And you have to need to take a stand with your city. So please, everyone go vote. Because we have to change that to really get change. We have to change that to get change. They don't care. But we come together as the people, we can make change and get their ass out of there. Woo! Freeway! 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 Stay all night! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! No lives matter till Black Lives Matter! 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 Fuck 12!
I think I found him.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you assumed it was
Where did you even go?
And then look, the one thing she had to say to me though,
Bro, that was on some other shit. Where she walk to? Where she go at?
right there. You are, fuck. You are right there. I'll be right back.
In that regard, just to acknowledge the fact.
Better life when they get out, right? But instead, you're trying to pinch pennies and take away anything that you can so that you can make enough money as a corporation. How fucked is that? I think it's funny that people think I can't articulate. I feel like I just articulated that very well. If our legal and judiciary system is supposed to be part of the actual system, why is it contracted out to for-profit organizations? That's the question. They get my live streams and comment because I rebuttal. Not a lot of the other live streamers will rebuttal. I rebuttal with facts and sources. Anytime they try to say something, I ask them for a source. No one has ever given me a source. So they really just read Trump tweets and assume it's law, even though that's not how the legal system works. They also see names, just pictographies, just pictographs, words on a picture, and they're like, oh, that makes sense. That must be true. They don't do any extra research. They don't have any sources, any citation. They're just here to run their mouths because they don't have anything better to do. Shame we're not talking about abortion. That's called whataboutism. Saying, what about abortion? What about black on black crime? What about Cannon High? That's a whataboutism. That's a different conversation. Once I have a live stream up about either of those conversations, I would be happy to have it with you. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about social justice for Breonna Taylor. I got cop friends. I got at least a couple of friends that are cops. And first day of protest, second day of protest, when I came down for the first time, I fucking called them and I was like, yo, I'm going down to protest. I love you. Be safe. I hope we don't cross paths on the right line. And they said the same. They said the same because we're people. Like, if you have to lead a statement with I'm not racist, but everything that follows is a moot point, rephrase at least. Think about what you fucking say. I've been doxxed twice. Well, they've tried to dox me twice. They got my name. Yeah. Okay, good job. But because of that, my streams get fucking shared into a bunch of racist fucking groups and shit, so I get all kinds of fucking haters and trolls. So I end up getting some of the most hits of the live streamers in Louisville, but it's because like 50% of them are all racist piece of shit.
Check out this wiener. I just found it. Free wiener.
Somebody let me know when Precious is back on. I'm gonna remove her for now.
Pushing about 1,500 at this point. It's slowly growing. It's like I've been telling people here. We started a march earlier, got 250 people. Went down to the Highlands. About 10 or 12 people got arrested. The march ran back down to the square. By the time I got down to the square, we were at about 1,000 people. It's slowly growing, building more and more. We're about 1,500. I can't imagine how many people we will have by Saturday. I mean, I've been saying, I've been asking everyone. They think we're going to give a fuck about curfew. I'm not saying this right now. I'm asking everybody their opinion. Do you think we're going to give a fuck about the curfew?
What's the consensus?
Oh, no. On the street. Yeah, on the street. The racist people. Sorry, no, 2.3. It's because of all the racists. Hey, for the record, if you're racist, go fuck yourself.
Why we need to build struggle
and be out in these streets and also bring justice after injustice. And that changes when we draw that line. And so this emergency mobilization is part of that. We stand with Louisville, which is mobilizing in the thousands. And we have to say, first off, in unequivocal terms, we support and defend the movement in Louisville, no matter what. What they do, they are absolutely justified in doing, because it's quite clear that they don't hear us any other way. So we stand unequivocally with Louisville, period. No questions asked. We also stand with the demands of Louisville, which includes that all of the cops that were part of the shooting be fired immediately. Which, just to say, if they had done that in the beginning, that grand jury would have actually had more ammunition to find them guilty, because the one person that they did find guilty of, get this, shooting at other police. So he was charged with shooting at everybody else except for the person he killed. That is outrageous. But he was the officer who was fired and who the city said acted improperly. So
Stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution! Say her name! Breonna Taylor! Say her name! Breonna Taylor! Say her name! Breonna Taylor!
No justice!
No peace!
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 Say her name!
Breonna Taylor!
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 No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
Say her name!
Breonna Taylor!
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 No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
Prosecute the police! 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 No justice!
No peace! Prosecute the police!
Say her name!
Breonna Taylor!
Say her name!
Breonna Taylor!
Say her name!
Breonna Taylor!
How do you spell racist?
LMPD!
How do you spell racist?
LMPD!
How do you spell racist?
LMPD!
How do you spell murderers?
LMPD!
How do you spell murderers?
LMPD!
How do you spell murderers?
LMPD!
Say
Ain't no good! Arrest the police! Arrest the police! Arrest the police! Indict the police! Defund the police! Ain't no good! Ain't no good! Arrest the police! Arrest the police! Arrest the police! Ain't no good! Ain't no good! Arrest the police! Arrest the police! Arrest the police!
As soon as it turns into 2 lanes, we'll take off. It's a weird little kerfuffle right now because we're still on. I didn't even think about it. I really prefer to have them. Flashlights. And it flash. You don't see like.
Ain't no good. Ain't no good. Arrest the police. Arrest the police. Arrest the police. Arrest the police. Indict the police.
Ain't no good. Arrest the police.
Arrest the police.
Oh my god. Good, let's go get them. Way smoother.
Hide so well is because they're not called out. Call them out. Unfortunately, it might be a coworker. It might be your fucking boss. You can call them out without being disrespectful. Call them out. They hide because you let them. They hiding down there on Monroe Street in that police department because we allow them to. They make an appearance. Now you tell me what strategic reform should not include the entire city of Grand Rapids. Why you mean behind the closed door to have your fucking meeting?
You are also responsible for that death. So those other 2 officers that did not get charged, they are also complicit. They are also responsible. And they should also get the same charge as a murder charge against Breonna Taylor and the way that they killed her in her sleep. And so during these times, it is not enough to not be racist. And it's not enough to be anti-racist. At this point in time, in 2020, we must dismantle white supremacy. We cannot continue and let it grow. Because they are growing. They are organizing. And that is why we fight racism with the same aggression that they fight us. Because at the end of the day, they have nothing to lose. Because they can just be racist and say whatever the fuck they want to say to us. But we have everything to lose. And that is why we fight for our lives. We fight for the lives that have been stolen. And we fight for Breonna Taylor. That's right. And so that is why we stand together. Stand in solidarity. I stand with my black brothers and sisters. I stand with my brown brothers and sisters. Lesbian, gay, trans, pan, queer, non-binary. I stand with each and every one to say enough is enough.
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 By the way, where is Lori Lightfoot? Where is Lori Lightfoot?
Go for it.
Why is she not calling to defund the police? Why does she just want a moment of silence? A moment of silence for what? For what? For the officer getting charged for endangering the neighbors but not killing the police, not killing Breonna Taylor? How is that possible? And so I stand today to say no more to that. Because as one of my brothers, Lamar from the No More Foundation says, this is a no more moment.
Yep.
No more.
No more. No more. No more.
And so let us all stand together. Let us all stand together. the days are spent. As I say to ABC or CBS News, whatever. To Donald J. Trump, to all the Republicans, to all the conservatives, to Democrats, to moderates, to
And they know what the fuck they're doing. There's a large crowd out today. There's a large crowd of protesters, and for the past month or two, the protesters in LA have consisted of hardcore people who are really good at getting brutalized by the police and protesting peacefully. Maybe only like 100 people. Seriously, only just 100. Today it looks like we got a lot more. It looks like there's over maybe even 1,000. I'm walking up on the crowd right now. And when there are crowds that big, they're really hard to control. So LAPD tends to take a smaller, gentler, smaller, gentler, subtler approach to policing. Also, you know, it's a daytime. They can hide. If they do shit now, everyone's gonna see it really clearly. Craigasm. Sure.
And they don't get justice because the system wasn't made to bring justice. The system wasn't made to actually keep us safe. The system is doing exactly what it's meant to do. Exactly what it's meant to do. So that's why we can't depend on the prosecutor and the failed grand jury to bring justice to a system like this. Because in the eyes of this system, they are bringing justice. This is what justice looks like in this fucking country that was created for the 1% and fuck the other 99%. So what does it look like to be safe? It looks like this. It looks like us coming together with love and a common goal and determination and consistency and strength and will and grit. Every single day that we literally can. And we can't let up. We can't stop. We can't take our foot off the gas because that's when we allow the system to inch back in. The only reason this bullshit charge, and it's a bullshit charge, but the only reason we're seeing this bullshit charge is because of us being out here demanding that shit since March, demanding that they arrest the officers who killed Breonna Taylor. That they bring justice to Louisville. that they fired officers. We continue to push that. Continue to scream that and let our voices be heard. It won't fall on deaf ears no more. You can't turn around without seeing this anymore. You can't just throw this under the rug anymore. That's what this system made possible. That's what this movement made possible. It demanded accountability. But it's not enough. It's not sufficient enough. This charge has nothing to do with Breonna Taylor. Like, yeah, you should be charged for shooting shots into another person's house because it could have been somebody else dead. So yeah, 100%. But you still killed an unarmed black woman who was trying to sleep. So where's the charge for that? Where's the accountability for that? And this is why DPD is the cousins to LPD. The Louisville police, because they act with
It started when black women who were enslaved would wake up in the middle of the night to find that their children had been taken and used as crocodile bait. That's where it started. And it started even long before that. This is not new, but this is a new generation. And the reason we are here is because we want to send a strong and clear message to this country that you do not get to murder black women and get away with it. Because when you come for one black woman, you come for every black woman. When you murder black women, trust that black women all across this country are gonna pull up. When you murder black women, New York City is gonna pull up. When you murder black women and don't give us justice, Black Lives Matter.
There we go. You might end up expecting.
That's. Yeah. I did hear on Telegram that there were curfew wagons pulled up somewhere, but I don't know where. I think he changed it. I think he changed it to like a 72-hour. And they did say that they can use tear gas, like make a split decision if a law enforcement thinks that they are in danger. That was in the press conference yesterday.
UCS gas. See if the crowd doesn't explode.
People always ask me, what's your least favorite crowd control weapon? And I'm like, mace easily. Yeah. CS gas sucks, but
I'm lucky that I'm like straight mace.
You know,
yeah, I know. I wish I have some earplugs though, but I left them home. Cause I go shooting a lot, so I have earplugs at home. I didn't bring them. I didn't think I was gonna be hearing this much. People just honking in my ear.
Real talk, man. It's Kenny Foggy.
This is now unlawful. So part of me wants to drop the stream so I can go grab my gas mask because I left it in my car again because I'm a jackass. But I feel like LMPD is going to show up anytime now.
Hey, I don't want cameras out. No cameras out. No cameras out, bro.
How many days have you been down here?
I don't know. They try to take my phone, though,
I've
bro.
been down here 118 days. I'm good.
I've been down here. They fucking try to take my camera.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Back up. How you doing, Jared?
All right, man. How you doing?
Out here, bro.
Yup.
Appreciate what you're doing for me.
Yes, sir. Hobbling around on this fucking busted ankle is a lot of fun. What's up? I don't know what the fuck to expect. Thank you. Appreciate the reminder of the watermark.
Everybody, let's go. Everybody's one.
What did he just say?
Tara dipped out. Tara can't always stay in the shit. She had to go home. I haven't seen Jason in a minute. I haven't seen many of the other live streamers in a minute now that I'm thinking about it. Some out of town people, but well, to go get my gas mask. Well. That was a firework. That was a loud ass fucking firework, but that was a firework.
Shit, it's a mortar, huh? Holy fuck.
would have blew my face up, I told you, bro.
Holy shit, man. Well, I'm awake now.
I don't even react anymore.
Right? Oh, hey, I was going to ask you.
This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is an unlawful assembly. I recommend all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may disperse chemical agents and you may be arrested. This is the Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is an unlawful assembly. I recommend all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may disperse chemical agents and you may be arrested.
With pepper balls in her cameraman. They have arrested 4 or 5 live streamers. They did all that in 1 week, and it was a targeted attack. So
So they don't care.
Nope.
Okay.
They target medics as well. So
Even if you're like on the sidewalk and not engaging, that kind of thing.
as long as you try to stay on the sidewalk and you try not to engage, usually they'll let you slide, but you never fucking know.
Sure, yeah, that's pretty much the standard. And so with the curfew, is that going to be a thing for? Are people going to actually disperse with the curfew? No, I don't think so. And neither will press, right? All right, so at least we'll have numbers.
Local press will. They will.
Oh, of course they will. Yeah.
For about a month and a half, local press wasn't allowed to come downtown for their own safety.
Right.
And even the reporters that were willing to sign a waiver to take it on their own accord to come down, they're still not even allowed to come down. It was clearly like a strangle on like fucking protest media, which is why so many live streamers fucking stepped up.
Yeah, I am grateful to see so many live streamers. It's like I was afraid I'd be like you guys that are established, and then me walking around like, oh, this is good. You know, like, that's good. We see a van, riot van over there, I think.
Yeah, that's the APC. That's a Bearcat armored personnel carrier.
There you go, armored personnel carrier. There you go.
Ugh. Got the Bearcat peeking out around the corner down there.
Let's walk to where we were and then
And we march. It's not even 9 o'clock. I've already damn near drained both of my backup batteries. So this is, in my opinion, not a great idea. We are marching down towards the federal buildings for the second time today. Homeland Security has agents in, the Trump secret police that are tasked with defending the federal buildings. It is said they are only here to defend the federal buildings. They are not here to apprehend protesters, but we shall see, since we're marching straight towards them. We got National Guard chilling. Can I get a fist from one of y'all? Just one of you? No? No? Okay. No fists.
Okay, so if you're wondering, oh, never mind, they're back up. I was gonna be like, if you're wondering, I'll also ignore the fan in the background. I was like, if you're wondering why there's no titles, the sheet broke again, so I can't touch the sheet. But I'm gonna try to keep up as many cams as I can. I will put it down to 1 square per thing if I have to, and keep one big one up, because I want to be able to switch them out, but I'm already afraid I'm gonna burn out my computer with the hard drive failing. But you know what? I'm doing it for the movement. I'm not doing it for the clout. I'm doing it for the movement. By the way, if you guys are new to the channel, hello, my name is Lady Elrad. I am the curator and, I guess, big brother of the stream, in a sense. Big sister? I don't know. Correlations are different. We are not live around the world like we usually are. We're live around the United States. Usually we show international protests here, as well as U.S. protests. We are considered the mini day woke. I will try to keep as many streams up as possible that my computer will allow me to. But yeah, make sure to drink water, stretch, all that kind of stuff. If you guys are also new to the channel and didn't know, when you do subscribe, there is going to be a transparent ledger as soon as we get our first payout. Well, there is a ledger if you do ! Ledger. There's nothing really on it besides what I've spent for the stream so far. Out of my own pocket, not from subscriptions, because we haven't gotten paid out from that, and I don't take donations on the side. People have offered to buy me things, and I'm still trying to consider whether or not I want to have people buy me hard drives and stuff. But yeah, subscriptions, when you do subscribe to the Twitch channel, a good large portion, 90 to 95%, will be going to a non-profit organization that is voted on from the community. And yeah. Also, if you are watching on the Facebook currently, just know in about an hour, we're going to hit our 8-hour mark on the Facebook, so I will be restarting that stream. If you're watching on any of the other platforms, I'm sorry I never look there. I know that we've had some people on DLive give us a few lemons. Thank you for those lemons. I'll have to figure out how to make that onto the ledger as well. But yeah, stay safe, guys. Much love. Justice for Breonna Taylor wasn't gotten today, but you know what? We'll get it someday, right?
Targ stop. It was a bus stop. Wasn't a building. What up, dude? How you doing? Thank you, thank you. 1 hour till curfew.
Y'all gotta pick up the pace!
Don't get separated! Let's get it! Let's get it, because they're coming.
Cherries and berries.
Buck 12! Buck 12! Buck 12!
I just want to point out there wasn't any fires, there wasn't any broken glass until LMPD reared their ugly head and had to say through the intercom that it was an unlawful assembly. Once they provoked and said it was unlawful is whenever.
I was gonna switch the audio and fix some of the streams, but as you can see, the sheet has disconnected itself again. And if I click on it, all of those things without titles will go blank. Don't you love tech?
But that's the bottom line, is every single time it is provoked by LMPD.
Okay, one last time. God damn it, I have to turn off my fan again. I'll stop talking for a little bit after this. But yeah, I realized that the names are going to be kind of hard to read, so I'll kind of point with my cursor where we are at. Up here is all New York. Right here is Brooklyn. I believe that's also Brooklyn or Manhattan. There's two different parts right here. These three are New York City, right in Columbus Square. I forgot their nickname for it, besides, like, Killer and Murderer Square. Then we have Minneapolis right here. We got Chicago right here. This was Louisville, but he looks like he went down. Don't know what this one was, but it is no longer up, so I will be taking it down. This is Chicago, obviously. This is St. Pete. Yeah, these two are St. Pete. That is Los Angeles. That is Los Angeles. And Triple Falls, I believe, is another Minneapolis stream. And then the rest are going to be Louisville. But yeah, there's your update on locations. Back to the stream.
First Amendment protects you from the government. The First Amendment does not protect you from my comment section.
Whatsoever. And me personally, if I see any person in this crowd agitating tonight, I will kindly ask you to remove yourself. We are not tolerating any homophobia. We are not tolerating any transphobia. We are not tolerating any ableism. We are not tolerating any misogyny. We are not tolerating any type of discrimination whatsoever tonight. We are not tolerating any disrespect towards any black women or any black life tonight. We are not tolerating any disrespect towards any black woman tonight. So with that being said, my bicycles. Bikes, please start moving. But before we get moving, guys, let's do this. They're over there. Yeah, but we're going that way. Everyone, if you're not an organizer, be mindful of the spot in which you're in right now. Do me a favor. Mic check. If I can have everyone's undivided attention, please. Close your eyes. We are here tonight to demand justice for our sister. Take this time to ground yourself. Take this time to be mindful of any thoughts, any feelings that you may be experiencing right now. Take this time to acknowledge the environment you're in. Take this time to feel the energy that is radiating in this space. Take a deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. One more time, in through your nose and out through your mouth. One last time, in through your nose and out through your mouth. I thank every single one of you for stepping out of your homes tonight. We could have been doing anything. We could have been Netflix and chilling. Some of us could have been doing homework, but we decided to be out here right now. Talk about it.
Talk about it.
Because at the end of the day, what we are doing matters. What we are doing triumphs any other thing that may be happening right now. So one last time, New York City, make some motherfucking noise!
We're going to start with this chant. point to me.
Hidey, 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 ho. Hidey, 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 ho. These racist cops have got to go. These racist cops have got to go. If we don't get no justice now, we don't get no justice now. We're gonna shut it all down. We're gonna shut it all down. Hidey, 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 ho. These racist cops have got to go. If we don't get no justice now, we're gonna shut it all down. Hidey, 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 ho. These racist cops have got to go. If we don't get no justice now, we're gonna shut it all down.
Let that shit happen.
Let him go! 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 Get lost, motherfucker! You can't hear! Shut it down! You can't hear! Peaceful protest! 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 Do the math, assholes!
They tackled someone. They brought him to the ground and then the crowd got him away from the cops. Hands up! 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 Not federal agents! 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 Hey, hey!
Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna reset my gimbal.
say to stay right.
How do you spell
That's understandable.
LMPD? How do you spell racist? LMPD.
The march is so large in New York City, they have 3 different chants going on right now. If one more person tells me that the movement is dead, they get an automatic ban. I am just saying. Also, if I'm slow on picking up streams, it's just because I don't have the sheet up anymore because it was lagging down the computer. But I'm getting to it, I swear. Remember to go drink water, stretch. Love y'all faces.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets!
ACAB. The old ambulance. Classic. This Park Avenue, 57th Street. Right House Light. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Where's everyone running? I don't like that. Walk. Walk, don't run.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Shut it down! Shut it down!
Gotta protect the dineros.
No justice! No peace! Fuck these racist police! I said no justice! No peace! Fuck these racist police! I said no justice! No peace! Fuck these racist police! Without a badge, you're a bitch right now!
My job is not only to, be a live streamer, but to connect the dots. And, you say, okay, that's why this barricade is like right there. Why is that barricade right there? Away from all the valuable assets that are in the inner city downtown. There's money up in there. They could have took the money out too, but they just don't want it, you know, to be destroyed. It's federal. That's just a sign when you do ride and loot. When you hit what they care about, that's when you mess with them. When you hit and destroy what they care about. Them police in Minneapolis didn't give a shit. Governor, all of them didn't give a shit about Target. Minneapolis didn't lose nothing because the Target got looted, bone dry. Damn, fire department's coming out. 1, 2, 3, 3 fire trucks. Oh, I wish I could have zoomed in. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fire trucks just bent the corner up there. So, trucks, not ambulance, trucks. So I wonder what that's about. They had their lights and shit going.
We got it on 2 kinds of video. He's got every right to do it too. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it going.
I say just take it to the streets and march the police. Fuck the police. No justice, no peace. I say just take it to the streets and fuck the police. No justice, no peace. I said just take it to the streets and fuck the police. No justice, no peace. I said just take it to the streets and fuck the police. No justice, no peace. Black Lives Matter. What?
Shots fired.
Who got hit?
This is Lady Elrad coming at you, just saying I took a bunch of feeds down because it was limiting the frame rate and because of what's happening in Louisville right now. If it is blurred, it is because somebody is either getting medical attention, there is blood or gore on it, or because I just am preemptively blurring it because I don't know what's going to end up on stream. You guys can do ! streams and find all the streams that are on the woke stream. I don't have the other list for you guys. Yeah, that's all I got for you.
Remember when the U-Haul was here? How long we walked to get to the U-Haul? Y'all imagine how long, when I'm done streaming for you guys at the park, how long I gotta walk back by myself to my room in this area. My room is so close to me right now, I can touch it, trolls.
What is everybody doing? Taking a
Curfew.
ride? No, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping.
Curfew. That's the curfew alarm. Curfew has just been announced. Yeah, I was supposed to be with this group, the 60% people. God damn it, I came out ahead of time. Good thing that we turned. Oh, it was been coordinated anyway. It's coordinated. That's how this group right here knew to turn down that street back there instead of going to the park and coming this way. This is how I keep forgetting. There's walkie-talkies around here. Look, deep. All right. Hey, it's some people out here with some guns in their pockets. You know the right way to carry conceal, got to be in a holster, right? I just want to let you know there's some guys out here. They black, and they got these beanies all covered over their mouth, and they got these long clips hanging out their handguns. Totally different than having a carry conceal. So I'm trying to tell you, there's some shady shit out here. Hey, I do this for you guys. Hey, thank you guys. You feel me? Thank you guys who support the channel, who done join. I forgot about the join side of the game. Oh shit, you can't join no more. Goddamn YouTube. Well, anyways, we'll try to get that squared up with YouTube tomorrow when I get back home. But thank all you guys who support my channel because, yeah, I do be trying to put in the work for you guys on the prior shit that you guys supported the other streams. Kenosha and Rochester, you feel me? So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thanking for. I'm thanking for the past stream. And then whatever's going on right now, because I can't see in my PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, it'll just go forward. I'm guaranteed to come on, put in work. Hey, thank you.
If you don't mind, I mean, I already drank out of it, so.
COVID, you know, yeah. Sorry.
Tell someone refresh the stream, everybody. We're back. Tell the chat right in there, refresh.
Look at the Twitch chat.
My dude right there, he be in the projects fucking all the bitches. He out here like Rambo. Fucking dick sucker. Fucking dick sucker. You fuck dope fiends and everything. Now you gonna be hard, bitch. You already fucked up. And next time I see you, bitch, I'ma
So all we know right now, is that an officer was down. There's people saying here that he shot himself. There's people saying in the chat that he got shot by a protester. We're not sure what the case is yet, but we do know that an officer is down, and now the police have real bullets or real guns out in their hands. No, not non-lethals, not less than lethal stuff. They have actual guns out. It wasn't, he didn't shoot himself. We have no way of knowing.
We just had shots fired. We'll work on it. I've been called worse, sweetheart. Hey!
They're yelling at this girl to move back. They're holding actual guns. Here, look, look, look. Real guns. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. That's all have guns on.
Moves together. Shoulder to shoulder. Shoulder to shoulder. Brother and sister. Brother and sister. This movement moves together. Moves together. Shoulder to shoulder. Cousin and sibling. Shoulder to shoulder. Shoulder to shoulder. Brother and sister. Brother and sister. Shoulder to shoulder. Shoulder to shoulder. Cousin and sibling. Cousin and sibling. Marching. We're marching. To justice. To justice. For our sisters. And our brothers. And our brothers. We're marching. We're marching. To justice.
I know this isn't appropriate to say at this time, but I'm so glad Ethan is streaming horizontal again. Ugh.
Our sisters and our brothers and our fathers, our beautiful mothers.
Support the channel through PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and the GoFundMe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Damn, all out there, right there at the alley, waiting. All right there at the alley, waiting, you guys. Oh, they got the SWAT truck coming. SWAT truck, SWAT truck. They want confrontation, man. Hey, you guys get your popcorn ready, your little champagne, your blunt. You know what I mean? The kids still up, you know what I mean? Little kids, get them some of the tricks, Apple Jacks. Enjoy the show, because this shit finna get real, because they are trying to block off streets.
Chip! Chip!
Damn. Damn, they coming, chat. They are coming. Let me get to the front so when I see it happen, the first confrontation, let me get to the front of this shit.
Shit, I ain't doing this on the tail.
Trapped in, they moving left. They thought they was gonna go right. I bet you that big ass truck was to the right. Yep.
Shut it down.
They was waiting for him with the big truck and many other law enforcement shit.
You dead? For real?
Turn around!
He dead for real? You think so?
We got a group at First and Broadway! Come back! Let's go! Come back! Come back!
Did that cop just yell, oh shit? They're spooked, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just heard a cop yell, oh shit, when that car drove by pretty fast. They're definitely spooked. Is it really 1 for 1 though? Exactly. Yeah, like the way that cop reacted when oh shit when he saw that car driving too fast, it really feels like they're spooked a bit. They're on edge.
It makes it possible for us to have them on the front line, in the back, in the middle, all over the place. Thank you all so much for that.
They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. Fuck a 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 green light. Care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. But we don't want no facial recognizing green light. We don't want no facial recognizing green light. They don't care about Detroit, that's what it seems like. They don't care about Shell up, dumbass. I don't want you to shot, you know.
Okay.
Let's go. Come on, come on.
What's in there?
I'll be mad. Look at Reggie coming.
Yeah, good. On this? I got it's a gas mask. It's called Mira, M-I-R-A.
Fuck trial, fuck them.
Into our purpose, ourselves. And I'll tell you this, you're here today because we are bound by something greater. Remember that fear and pain brought us together, but love brings us back. And now you are so much yourselves and so clear in your purpose that the risk of losing yourself again is greater than the risk that they pose to us. We will not lose ourselves again. We will not lose sight of our purpose. That Black Lives Matter is a belief system to counter the one that we are fighting, because revolution isn't just the ending of something, it's the beginning of something new. And we are in the great battle of beliefs. And we are the heroes that have been called for. And in this moment, and I know that some of us knew, most of us did, that there could not be justice for Breonna in the same system that could murder her.
Right.
And so we do. We still feel betrayed by a system that we don't believe in, because what we believe in is greater than the system. We believe in justice.
Right.
In true justice, and justice is life. Justice is breath. Justice is living. Justice is the protection of life and the defending of life. It is the believing and the principles of life. That is what Black Lives Matter is, a rewriting of blackness in this country, a call to action around the world, because the Black freedom struggle is emblematic of freedom struggles all over the world. I can go anywhere and I can find Mandela, I can find Angela. And if we do this fight, and we are, I promise you we are, even though it hurts, we will find our Melina, and our Kendricks, and our JoJos, and our Tabithas, and our Sandys. And you. Because all we are in, and all that this is the legacy of a colonial imagination. And so we have to imagine greater. We have to be bigger and bolder and more audacious, because somebody imagined shackles on black wrists, and enough people believed it to make it true. Somebody imagined borders, and enough people believed it to make it true. Somebody imagined police, and enough people believed it to make it true. So we have to be the disruptors of truth. We have to be the diviners of change. We have to imagine differently and make it true. That's it. So as you tell the story, right now, in this time of Black Lives Matter, in this great battle of beliefs, make sure that you write yourselves, write us into existence. Make sure that we are telling our stories. Make sure that we are living in our purpose, because remember, and I'll say it again, the risk of losing ourselves and each other, the risk of losing ourselves and each other is greater than any risk that law enforcement, that this administration, and this belief system that we live in, the risk of losing ourselves again and each other is greater than the risk that they present to us. They've played their last card. We are in the last leg, and they'll fight us all the harder. But what we have is not something that can be destroyed. As Fred Hampton said, you can kill a revolutionary, but you cannot kill the revolution. So we're going to fight to make sure that we are
They shot real guns at him. The police is here to the left.
Look at my squad!
They busted on him. Shit! They busted. They shot at the police. They didn't shoot in the air. They shot at them. They shot at them. I'm talking about. Woo! That's how you got to do it. That's how you got to do it.
That's straight. They broke the firework.
That's how you got to do it, though. That's how you got to do it.
And then dip out.
Yeah, that's the only thing got in the street right now. Man down. Man down. Lay down. That's the way you do it.
They don't know about the other cop that got shot. Also, 2 cops were shot. You are a couple blocks from the hospitals, yeah. Yeah. One was
someone
okay,
on my
one
feed
down.
said 1. I did that, so I don't want to like confirm
Okay,
it, but
all right. That's crazy. So
Be
apparently,
safe.
yeah, you too. Apparently, what I'm hearing is a cop was killed. A cop was killed.
Hey, just so y'all know, curfew starts in 2 minutes. Y'all better get inside.
That's hilarious.
Not that this hasn't already been ruled an unlawful.
People are running now.
Up here getting a better shot than I have. I'm sorry, I just can't do it.
So he said curfew is up in 2 minutes. So everybody started running. I'm gonna head back to the square. I ain't got breath. I'm not about to run. I'm across the street. Eight odd blocks straight ahead and a couple of blocks on your left. Okay, thanks. Who is this? Lacey.
Woo, they got the real guns out. At least I can get across the street that way.
They got it. They got it.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So that's the first major agitator we've had so far from the stance that I've had. From what I've seen, I'm sure we've had other agitators that person literally just grabbed a camera and one of the female photographers. Yep, that's right. Total Karens.
What does that say? Hot water make hot pressure make a pipe bust. What does that say? Should say? That shit happened tonight. Someone say it. Even though I got my glasses on. The other one is you back a cat up in the corner. I don't know what it is.
What do we want?
Yes,
Justice! What do we want?
Now, that is that one on TV.
The people united.
That's the auntie we went out to eat with? I think so.
The people united will never be divided. 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 The people united will never be divided.
The old me would have shot my shot, but this ain't the time, son. This ain't the time. Anyways, we're gonna walk down here around the corner, and we pretty much just want to look and see what they got. Oh shoot, I thought that was a soldier. That's a whole statue. No, I don't think they're gonna loot. Oh yeah, see? So it's more right here. Oh shit. The cavalry. So they got Georgia State Patrol there. Somebody just came that way. Damn. See, they got tanks, like big old tanks. Hey. Okay. Well, they stacked on this side. They loaded. They got a lot of stuff over there. You all right? Oh yeah. It is kind of hot out.
I'm paying for that. My taxes paying for that. Motherfucker. He's chilling. He's waiting to get some shit started. Look at him.
Oh.
Hey everyone. We can grab something to eat real quick. I'm back at the square and this is what I'm walking into. Police just moved out. Heavy. See smoke everywhere.
Louisville, Kentucky right now. This is the state we are in.
Shit like this.
So they just sent out a mass text saying that the curfew was at 9. And then about 1 minute later, the police moved in on the square.
What you gonna do? Yeah.
The square, you know where the square is.
Yeah.
For sure.
Come on, son.
The ambulance is up there getting ready to take off. I gotta help him out. Hey, they want y'all in the red. I'm just trying to keep your hands up. They want y'all in the red. Yeah, they kick you on y'all. What happened? They want y'all to the red. The police is pointing all their ARs at you. Y'all need to go, bro. Y'all don't even need to go into like questioning. Don't even go in for questioning. I let him go. I got him out of here before they did their swarm. I got him out of there. I got them out of there. I put a reverse 69. I put a reverse 69 on you bitch asses. I pulled a reverse. Get out of here, young man. Get out of here and get that red off you.
That's why Chris Smith said that CNN also confirmed that it was two officers shot.
Two?
Yeah, that's what he said. I haven't really verified it myself yet, so. I was like, where the hell did you get that from?
What's up, everybody? I
have hijacked Riot Heart's gimbal and phone while he's smoking a cigarette, growing his beard or some dumb shit. We are still alright, hanging out on the curb here.
Where are my credentials? What are your credentials? They're my credentials around my neck. Get over it. If you don't like me, if you don't like my content, whatever, and you are more than welcome to leave. More than welcome to leave. All right, I'm got 20 minutes left on this. So what do you, oh, you use Restream?
Yeah, and Restream and Streamlabs. Much better now. It's probably because I'm moving. It seems like every time I move, it kind of pixelates. You do Facebook? Mm-hmm. Do you Restream too, or just Facebook?
Just Facebook for now, just because I haven't put in the effort yet to figure all that out. Also, I've been trying to most of the options I've seen require a bit of a monetary investment that I'm not necessarily wanting to make. Yeah, can I get, oh, that grater, thank you. Thank you, thank you, yeah. Gatorades. Not right now, thank you, thank you.
So nice. Yeah. Okay.
That's what we do. This is, I mean, I know this happens in other cities, but that's what we do here in Louisville with the protest community. We take care of each other as best as we can.
Yeah, one of the live streamers in Portland, Arex, she always says the protest provides. I'm always about this.
Yep.
Things,
Yep.
Okay, so listen, guys. I know that people want me to take off sub-only mode.
Yeah. We can't get down on normal.
You have to understand that there's 1,400 people watching. If I do that, chat will be an unmanageable fucking mess. There'll be no way for me to manage, or for my mods to manage chat. I'm sorry.
To the homies that's in my chat from Louisville that claim to be about that life, or you got family that are, you know what I mean, living in that life, I'm just saying, holla at your boy. This holla at your boy like in a solid holla at your boy, man. I seen who they wanted to bring in to do some interrogating for shooting, whether they were correct or not. And the dude right here, the white dude, was saying, hey, he's trying to blend in. He didn't run off after he busted. And I seen who I seen back there with the bandanas on, the beanies on their face. I'm trying to let you know, Louisville, holla at your boy, man. Just saying. I looked out for that thug life tonight, man. Did y'all see that shit? How the police pulled up? Yeah, when they pulled up, they just started firing shit at us, throwing shit at us.
Pepper balls.
Yeah, they did pepper balls, the beanbag guns, the poppers, and them blow up things. Yeah, they just came in and then they got served. I'm just saying.
What happened to everyone else? Got kettled in?
No, because of whoever started shooting, we got up out of there. Whoever fired.
My footage later.
All right, let's try this. Let's try this. Now walk with me.
Oh yeah, watch this. Yeah, I mean they're.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, no.
Maybe he was texting on his phone.
No, never mind. You're not that cool.
I mean, they definitely were for a minute.
Girl, how come I seen Kevin Bright? The Fed. The Fed. That said, it's a boy when you see your certain things.
How y'all feel about your officer getting popped?
He got some words.
How y'all feel about your officer getting popped?
Don't say it, bro.
Scum ass nigga, go home.
Hey, look. He got
I know they sick, they officer got hit. Hey, what was that officer's name that got shot? Flacco. Oh, bro.
One cop got shot in the hand and one got shot in the shoulder. So, all right, so people just be spewing.
And once again, this being Breonna Taylor's memorial.
I ain't leaving. Talking some pussy.
Right.
Finish it up. Nah, we got some cross yesterday. Like she knows, when you come down here and protest the big people like that, rap, mom, phone calls, they come back, that's how you say it, like, this is your face, pushing, like, yeah, the integration, you know what I'm saying? Down to the thing. Yeah, they was only yesterday. Today,
What is it for? That's actually and 12, but what if it is 67? 20, 104. I thought I saw a riot heart actually. It's only natural that all roads should lead back to the square, and this is where it all started. First with LMPD, now with state police. Evening. It's about 103, 104.
Are you live?
Yeah. Face, YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah.
How many views you get?
How many viewers? How many right up there? Right by that red.
6,402.
Yeah, that's how many viewers.
Damn. Hey y'all, follow me on Instagram at TRAACCYY._. Black Lives Matter, Justice for Breonna Taylor.
All right, young kids.
And
Damn.
all I was doing was sitting there bus stop.
I don't know what's going on, so
Right down in fucking
yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yep. Had one too many drinks, man. You had one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 too many drinks. I got time for that shit.
That fucking beach ball.
I was at
ground.
220 at the start of the protest. I'm at.
Where's the monk? Oh. I don't think.
Oh, identity politics, right, is a problem now. Yeah? I'm a problem. But identity are you saying that identity politics don't matter? It just makes no sense, guys, because at the same time that they tell me that I should leave and that identity politics don't matter, they tell me that I should listen to the black people. Like, you can't tell me to listen to black people and then also tell me that identity politics don't matter. I'm gonna get ahead of this guy.
my face.
It's funny because like by blocking you, they create interest. It'd be better if they just ignored you.
She's like holy water. I'm so lost. We got power for our people. So we gotta keep that pressure on them. We gotta make sure they can do the only logical thing. To charge the officers who killed Breonna Taylor with murder.
Tell him. Tell him.
Start by firing the motherfuckers. It don't make sense. These motherfuckers still got jobs too late. So we gonna keep pressure, and it's not just a today thing. I hope this feeling of collectiveness can invigorate us and continue to carry us through this fight. Because we march today, we march tomorrow. No matter what we do. Even if we're not physically out here in the streets marching, we still marching in every aspect, every tactic, every single strategy that we deploy in order to move towards our goal is an expression of us marching. So with that being said, this Friday, we're gonna be back here, 7 o'clock. Be here. Let's make sure we continue to allow our voices be heard. Shoot, I ain't gonna do that. Okay. I'll take some Hollywood. So, and actually, I'll get into the announcements right before we leave. We got vision for like speakers. And I'm gonna make sure I pass this out too. Check. When we come out to these streets, there will be people, agitators, people who are ready, who are not worth this movement. They are not worth this movement. They are not worth our time. We cannot stop for them because guess what? They don't fucking matter. I'm gonna say that again. They don't fucking matter. Period. Don't let them distract you from what the real purpose is. We are a family. We move together. We march together. We love together. And if we're going to take care of each other, we are going to have to be mindful.
And let's get a little distance. Five till 9, guys. 5 minutes till curfew. National Guard, I believe, to my knowledge, has been instructed not to apprehend protesters. That's just what I've been told from my connection with the National Guard.
from Mississippi now.
That she didn't do well at all coming back, and there was she actually dealt with some incidents with herself on the way. But I let her tell her own story. When I thought about the fact that they allowed this mother to drive all the way there for their own political reasons, and for a trash, garbage, some other words that I want to say, that I've used up my verses on this church property, for him to use this family so that he could, as a black man, look them in the face and try to come up with some kind of reason for why justice would not be served is beyond disgusting. And as I said, there's a place in hell that is specifically named Daniel King. It is disgusting. But the other thing that I realized, that I think we all have to recognize, understand, address, and then figure out how we are going to organize, is that they made a decision to protect their relationship with their base before this election. They made a very clear decision. You think I'm right, Representative Scott? They said, we can't upset our base. Our numbers are low already. We're down in the polls in certain places because of what happened with Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg dying. People showed up in Virginia in large numbers and stood on lines for the first 3 days of the polls opening. They know and they understand very clearly the danger that they were up against just with that one incident that they have decided that they would try to replace her before the new president signs it in January, right? And so they made a decision to say, we can't upset our base, no matter what the detail, because the bottom line, which you all know, and I don't have to preach to the choir, is that there is no excuse for what happened today. And we know that Breonna Taylor was murdered and that her killers have gone free. That's what we know, right? And so understanding that, we have to think of the mentality that was being used when the decision was being made. And I know that the mentality was, we cannot upset our base. We have to make sure that our people know that we're with them. That's the police departments, the FOP, the white supremacists, and those people who claim that they don't necessarily, we like black people, but yet we still have to maintain our power. And some liberals who might be out here with us tonight are part of that problem. Okay? And so they made the decision to maintain power. I know that this is the hardest thing to talk about because tonight Joe Biden decided to jump to speaking about protest and violence instead of dealing with the issue at hand, which was that the violence was first committed against Breonna Taylor. But I want you all to understand that this election is going to be so important. And even if you don't care about what's happening, this is not a swing state, what happens in the presidential election. And even though I feel, and I'm just being honest,
For real? I'm in a safe place right now.
I don't feel that Amy McGrath has done enough to win are.
Should have been Booker.
Black and brown people live that can actually get her elected.
Should have been Booker.
That's the honest to God truth. But as they say, sometimes we gotta help people help us without them even knowing. And we have no choice but to organize like we've never organized before to ensure that our voices are not just heard in the streets, but it's also heard in the polls. And so I don't know what that looks like. And I'm planning on following Hannah Drake because she said she's coming for every seat. And so I plan on following Hannah Drake and helping to organize. But we are going to tour this state. We are going to be on the ground helping Representative Scott. And we're going to do very serious work to ensure that this movement does not end when people get tired of protesting and when it gets cold, that we extend it all the way until November and beyond. Thank you so much. Until Freedom loves you. I know I talked too long, but I appreciate you all for allowing me to get out how it is that I'm feeling.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. I'll log back on later.
We were trapped. The only thing we had was that alley. And once they seen the radio to everyone from that other corner to the other corner go to the alley, we were boxed in. So I think I have a little partial turtle head sticking out like right now at the number 2 shoot because, yeah, I'm trying to tell you, I gotta go to the room and take a shit. I'm keeping it real. I was worried, man. I was straight up worried, man. You know, I got a little change on me, a little money. I don't want nobody to take my money from me, like, didn't book it in the evidence. I don't want to be coming back to Louisville or anywhere for court dates. I don't even want to pay like $100 fine, man. I don't want my camera equipment broke. I don't want to jump over one of those warehouses, yards, and they have a security guard there that helps detain me, and, you know. Shout out, man. I don't give a fuck how nobody feel right now. Shout out to the shooter. Help me walk down the street right now.
And then they start pulling people on there, setting them in coach and some in first class.
About me, but I'ma stay up in these motherfucking streets, screaming no justice, no peace, and defund PD. I don't know what you heard about me, but I'ma stay up in these motherfucking streets.
Somebody's pizza's about to be late. Sorry.
Bait myself on the corners where there's traffic.
What do we want? What do we want?
We clear the way for paramedics. I have a clip, and I sung a song about clearing the way for paramedics.
Listen to each other, man, equally. And again, I want to stress it, like, there is a pretty divided crowd, as in, like, part of them don't like me, but another part are fine with me being here.
Go in the roadway or block the
do, please at Taylor Renee, not at Intel Protest, because I don't see the Intel Protest ones. Give me a second, I will tell you when, and then you guys can tell me what the titles are, because they're probably already in the list. The list is like 300 links long, currently, and like, I don't know. Reg is looping. And it's, not the internet, it's my PC. I have a server being worked on, but it's being taken forever because I'm not paying the person that's, setting up my server. So they're doing it on their free time. It was supposed to be done like 3 days ago. But, yeah. Can't really do anything about it. So, yeah. Great that Maxwell is still alive. I'm gonna see if, I have one of his 7,000 links that might be in here. There's like 20 of the same people, and some of them are from the woke SBN sheet, and they like to mark things debug to where they don't go offline, so they stay in there forever. I do still have Max. He's up in the left-hand corner, actually. So, yeah. The only Louisville streams that I have are Concrete, Reg, and Max. So if you see something else that's live that I'm missing, let me know. God damn it, David went down.
That's media and medics.
So like, for the record, like, I'm trying to do my best to be respectful of the demands of the group, while at the same time asserting my rights as a member of the press, right? So, because it takes a combination, right? You can't just show up. It's just kind of what I've done, but
Watch your step here. Careful. Watch your step.
You realize that I'm restreaming people, right? Like, and that I'm not actually in New York City, Dallas, Los Angeles, Louisville, Denver, Lincoln, Nebraska. Sorry, I'm talking to people on Facebook. Somebody told me to go home. And I'm like, bitch, I am home. I am fucking home. I'm not actually there. Fucking boomers need to learn how to fucking read aggregated stream.
so we're now on 5th Street, and I'm
my Philly stream went down. I don't know. I don't know.
I knew everybody was bringing down. That's my mind.
Wait, I may have found one. Caswell is up. Come on, Caswell, you can do it.
I was on 50 seconds when they fucking tear gas and fucking shot us with fucking rubber bullets. Yet again, I was minding my fucking business. like these fucking armored cars come down. They get all smiling like they can't wait to fucking shoot us. Like they can't wait to gas us. I was talking to them. They had on the fucking mask and the canisters in their hands. So what are you doing? What's the mask for? You ready to gas us? Is that what you're ready for right now? Nobody did shit. That's what you're ready for? They were there before we even got there. We were there because y'all showed up in a fucking line on 52nd Street. What the fuck are y'all doing? I can't. It's too much of this. They're a gang and they cover each other. Do you know what the cops that chased that fucking car got? They got fired on corruption. Before they could do anything, all the evidence that they had, anything they could have said, thrown out. Thrown out. So now we got no evidence. We got nobody there to say shit. Didn't know it was a fucking video. I saw this thing on video. Did you know these motherfuckers told me they couldn't fucking ID him? They're a gang and they cover for their own. So you know what we gotta do? We gotta cover for our own. Don't report if you see them in the street. Do something. Because the report is just gonna have us right back here. Please don't. Chanting somebody else's name.
Please do not report me if I'm dying.
I don't want to say nothing too crazy, but I'm on a fucking radical edge. And I'm gonna say Louisville,
say all that shit.
They got that shit right. If I'm not safe, bitch, you not safe. I don't give a fuck what you look like. You wear that fucking shirt, you wear them gang colors, I don't give a fuck. Nigga, you can suck my dick just like anybody else that got a problem with it. I don't give a fuck.
All the way.
As we wrap this up, we want to thank the Black Voice Defense Band. Came outside 3 hours and done something to a human, obviously. And looking at these fucking pigs, not really humans anyway. But I want to thank all the Black voices that came out, shared your stories, the youth that shared your stories, your concern. You're not human, and I'm talking to everyone. You're not human if you didn't feel what some of these people's stories and truths were. If you don't see a reason for change for that, if you didn't see the fear in that young man's eyes, if you didn't hear the fear in this young lady's mouth, they killed her fucking mother. You didn't hear the fear in these stories, in these voices, and you are doing something wrong. You have no compassion. Or maybe you need to go home and work on that. White people, I tell you again, and I'll keep on telling you, it's your job to dismantle white supremacy in your community. It is your job to dismantle white supremacy in your family. You just standing here with your puppy dog eyes, whoever you are, whoever you are, screaming Black Lives Matter and Breonna Taylor is performative. It is deadly. Please don't march with your fist up with us in solidarity and go home and call one of us a fucking nigger. Please don't go home and call the cops on us for senseless bullshit.
Emmett Till. Oh, this grass. Lawn close. The grass is growing.
No
Stay to the left.
TV.
I'm not gonna be an outright dick. All right, look at this guy. Ran up with his boots. I see Master Chief over here.
Got the eye in the sky on us.
Give us that work that they can keep their police.
If somebody drops some equipment, this is our commercial break. You got to.
They put us on curfew. They shot city down right now.
Marijuana is essential here. So it's essential where they were not going to kill.
Kentucky's been controlled my whole life down there.
They went to her house to go search for some drugs. And sell drugs right here.
It'll be up here and we'll be marching back to the Capitol.
Our reparations and Dr. Roots is a second to week. They were the war on drugs is why they went to her house and raided in the first place. But they sell marijuana here and make tons of money. Give the money back. I'm a registered nurse. I work critical care across the U.S. because I don't have a check mark by my name. But this is about our money.
We're going to make sure that we get back to the Capitol the way we got here safely.
Yeah.
But I just want y'all to hear this really clearly one more time. Us saying Black Lives Matter is not to hop in front of the line, be the line leader.
You were dying, you weren't live.
Yeah, I told her. It's cool. They still gonna make it. They hear it. Don't never think that. Mama, it's bad on you. I'm still listening. My city's still on here with you. Hear me?
We have to come out here and educate you. I'm going to have a big sign with our memo on it because Black labor, we're always teaching you what you should do for free, but nobody's giving us the compensation.
Who are you telling? When we talk about the cops and the bad cops and the good cops, let me clear this up real quick. If we had good cops, they would be stopping the bad ones. So, pop in the middle of the way and say, do not shoot. Then I'll say we got some good cops in town. We need to make sure we uplifting our brothers and sisters in Louisville. There's demands, you've heard them. We gonna get back out in these streets as much as we can, but we gonna have to make sure we continue to show up for Black brothers and sisters. And now I'm about to hold your ass accountable. So how many of you all are going to be at the Black Women's March with the I didn't see enough hands go up, so we gonna try this again. This should be the largest Black Women's March yet. I'll be out there because I'm heading to D.C. to talk to senators and other political BS on the 17th. Family work for the CIA. I got
the Women's March said we're marching. And I know that all the white feminists are going to get out in the streets and say, this is my moment. Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. Yes, I believe that we need to do different political things to make sure we don't have a justice go in this session. But if you go put on a justice hat and come out in the 17th, then you better be out there in your Black Lives Matter gear on Saturday. To go home, you better pack a lunch, because lunch is the PSL movement. Bring some water, bring a sandwich, you'll be okay. It's the whole day. Let me just finish again. It's the whole day. One time, bro.
backed up.
All day.
I'll be out there from 10 to say go.
Organizing, like they're gonna focus on like we don't have no. And I just want to be very clear. We need to stand our ground. I get violent. We all just need to stand our ground. I shouldn't even give you violent. They have to straight up. I understand, but this is right here. We're standing with solidarity with Breonna Taylor. Don't give them a reason to try to attack us. They don't need a reason. They don't need a reason. Yo, so you want to just run up on them and get pepper shit? Get fucking. We weren't running up on them and get pepper. No, but the thing is, you said that if there was something that was happening, we need to all come together and charge them. We need to not charge them. That's not smart thinking. Yeah.
Until you can't even go to fucking sleep. Because you're gonna understand what the fuck we're.
We're gonna be here all day long. For a fucking long time.
We all can be free on the floor every fucking moment. We all can be coming to day George Floyd at any given moment.
Ahmaud Arbery.
We all can be Ahmaud Arbery at any given moment.
Going for a fucking run.
At any given moment. And don't y'all forget that, my black brothers and sisters. They're always waiting for the white ticket in your white car, in your white neck, to wipe you the fuck out of here. And don't you ever fucking forget that. And white people, this is why we wanted to fund the fucking police. We don't want them going, we just want them to fund it.
Y'all don't need to be militarized. You don't need guns.
There's no reason why y'all should be militarized.
They're pussies with those guns. What's up with some hands? Put those hands up. Yeah, put them hands up. What happened to cops that can fucking fight? That was badass. Fight fucking fair. Y'all got them guns now.
It is actually known that Philadelphia was one of the highest people cities to have protests this whole fucking year. And we still got treated like we were some goddamn animals in Portland.
You
And I'm
tear
showing
gas
solidarity
my
to my brothers
grandma.
and sisters in Portland.
Keep laughing. You tear gas and
They
pepper
got
spray
tear gas,
my fucking
because you didn't know what the fuck to do
and my cousin and my mother. When I 676, I had to sit there and watch that. Keep laughing. Make it make sense. That's the joke. That's the joke. You're only laughing at your fucking self because you're the fucking joke. Completely peaceful. You're the.
Thank y'all for coming out. Please get home safely. This person, please. Get on the train, the bus, Uber, I don't know, not gonna bike. Not gonna go to work. That's what they still gotta do. Hello. Well, the name.
Breonna Taylor!
No transphobic, no justice, no homophobic, denied law. Greetings here, y'all. So, get home safe. Please get home safe. Text each other when you get home. Tag me on Instagram when you get home. Email Marsha at MIKKLG. Love you.
It's been dying down throughout the night. I actually got here late. There was a chopper coverage of the live stream earlier, and there was like a few hundred people here, several hundred people, I think, just based on the size of the crowd and everything like that. This is 10 p.m. here, and Philadelphia has been peaceful and stuff like that. It's not been like huge conflict or anything like that, so.
you're not friends. Game set.
Hey man, we got this way.
This is federal courthouse. A little bit further south.
This is the staff, the mic. Just part. I'm extra and I know it.
Oh, turn around too goddamn quick. Oh, I'm scared. He's a threat. I have a taser that they issued me years ago because we trying to prevent niggas from dying. But my first thing to do is grab my pistol. And this man ain't even got a vest on to protect himself. I already knew I was gonna be hated before the end of the night. And I promise y'all, I hope all y'all back out here tomorrow. I might wear the same shit just so y'all know it's me. Oh, they can jump out for it? I ain't doing nothing but yelling. They gonna jump out, it just proves the point. See how the cameraman ain't got his cameras rolling? Proves the point. Proves the fucking point. That's all it does.
I love him too.
Proves the point. That's it.
If you all are getting
Lock
ready
me
to
up,
jump,
take me to
then
jail.
I
Beat
need
me
to
down,
make sure
break
I
my
go
arm,
live
kid.
too.
I am not the son that the family's gonna let this shit go. I promise to God that. I promise on my soul that. I do it all the time. Every time I get mad, I do push-ups. I do at least 150 push-ups every goddamn time. Because I don't know what to do. I don't know how to think. I'm mad. Let me chill out. It ain't that goddamn serious. I only got one life. I ain't trying to waste my life on y'all. Not at all. I'm just saying, man, next time y'all see one of y'all buddies or hear of another officer in another state, say some shit. Stop some shit. Say, hey, dude, you a bitch for shooting that girl in the fucking head for no reason. Scary ass. I see tomorrow at work. That's all you gotta do. That's it. But y'all waited for this shit. This shit was plotted. Did y'all know 50 years ago this same shit happened? Same exact shit happened. Yeah. Shit's an old plot, man. This shit's a setup, dude. This is a fucking setup. Every generation of my family's still alive and they tell me every story. This shit right here is a setup. Ain't nothing gonna happen. They are not gonna stop shooting us. They are not gonna stop locking us up for no fucking reason. They're not gonna let you be in your car with your kids and drive about your fucking day. They're not. Most of them will, because most of them really ain't got the time for it. They just trying to really clock in, clock the fuck out. Come to work, go home. They ain't really trying to make nobody's day bad. But I understand rapists, murderers, people that take kids, they deserve to get their ass beat. Those are the people y'all should go bam. Did you just rape that girl you thought you was gonna do it again? Bam! Woo! Thank you, guys. Taking that motherfucker out. Oh, he kidnapped the motherfucker. Bam! What's his point? Bam! Those are the people who say this. Not people who just in the car with their kids, man, leaving the barbecue. Y'all got kids shaking. I got a 6-year-old. She ain't been here but 6 years. Her brain ain't even fully done developing. And she's terrified of y'all.
This is in front of the city hall.
It ain't even been pulled over with me in the car and they terrified. Damn, it's crazy. What can I do? I'm gonna protect mine though. I see the man back there with his head off. He's the one that look like he's ready to go full speed sprint. That's our target right there tonight. We're not gonna let him go home. We gotta teach everybody a lesson about whooping his ass tonight. It ain't gonna be my first time, it ain't gonna be my last time, I guarantee it ain't gonna break me. I've been beaten my whole fucking life, family and all. That shit ain't gonna surprise me. Fuck. It's just I'm agile. And I'm quick than a bitch. Fuck. There ain't gonna be no simple shit, man. Now, if I came with a suit and talk, it don't work. It's been proven over the years. There's been plenty of black people on TV everywhere talking in suits, time as ever. Everybody listen. Nobody listen. Don't nobody give a fuck. Don't nobody give a fuck. Don't nobody give a fuck that we do exactly what we was trained to do. Obey, respect, die to fucking die. But now it's a whole world full of millennials. And everybody got some shit to fucking say.
They're getting serious. Yeah, they ran pop off. Yeah. It feels like it.
Yeah, they already saying it. We already know. We can hear it on the radio. Right. They ready to pop this shit off. They ain't had no action since early. They want some action. They been standing here doing nothing all fucking days, just like when I'm in construction working. I don't want to sit there and watch everybody else build. I want to build some shit too.
I'm about to go to the office in a minute.
Fuck. I had an uncle tell me. He's the police. He ain't never got shot nobody. He always wanted to raise his gun and shoot somebody. But it ain't right. So he ain't never did it. It's just the urge we all get as fucking humans thinking we got power over something. But if God's real shit, I ain't got nothing to prove to y'all. I ain't gonna whoop y'all, I ain't gonna touch you. God got you. Shit, ain't nothing else for me to do or say. He got you, y'all deal with him, I holler at you and I holler at you. If you make it up there, obviously I'm not talking to you. But if you don't make it up there, you got a bunch of buddies you be down there with. Squad members all in suited and booted with the same badge stuck to your chest burning with you. Letting you know that badge didn't mean shit. It never will. Damn, don't nobody want to fight y'all and beef with y'all, man. We already know y'all outgunning us. Smart ones do anyway. That don't mean we scared and we ain't ready to go, though. No.
It's one black cop.
No, it's one black cop. God damn, it's like the situations in most situations. It's always just one black friend in the movie. One black woman with the crowd of white women. It's okay as long as they follow the rules. Straighten your hair. Don't wear dreads. Don't wear your hair poofy like that. It's not professional. Who the fuck